custom. There is a set time of mourning. It is to be sure that when the human next takes a partner, it is based on a true attraction between them, not as a replacement for one who has been lost. It sounds to me as if Sybil has been telling you a great deal about the old blood ways. For a moment Prince Dutiful was silent. Then he said coldly, "You declined to teach me, Tom. Yet I knew, in my guts, that this was something I had to know, not just to protect myself, but to master my own magic. I will not be ashamed of my wit, Tom. Conceal it I must, because of the unjust hatred many bear for it, but I will not be ashamed, nor walk away from it." There seemed very little I could do or say about that. A traitor thought whispered that the boy was right. How much better would it have been for Night Eyes and me if I had been educated in my magic before I took up with him? Eventually, I replied stiffly, "I am sure that my prince will do as he thinks best, then." "Yes, I will," he agreed. And then, as if he had won some point, he shifted his tactic and asked me suddenly, "So I will pretend that I know nothing, and what will you do? For I fear you are in as great a danger as I am. No, greater. My name will protect me to some extent. They would have to prove me witted before they could move against me, but you, I fear you could be bludgeoned in an alley in Buckkeep Town, and folk might think it just another incident. You have no name to protect you, Tom." I nearly smiled. The very fact that my name was unknown was what protected me, and it was that shield I must strive to maintain. "I have to go seek Chade, right away. If you wish to do anything to aid me today, you might let the kitchen know that you've a fancy for pink sugar cakes." He nodded gravely. "Is there no other way I can help?" The offer was sincere, and that moved me. He was my prince, and yet he offered to serve me. I could have refused him, but I think he valued it more when I said, "Actually, yes, you can. Besides the pink sugar cake, I need a large bunch of nice raisins, a red neck scarf, a good sheath knife, and a peacock feather." As the prince's eyes grew round at this odd list, I impetuously added, "A bowl of nuts and some sweets would also be a good idea. If you can bring them here with no one noticing, that would be very helpful. From here I can take them to Chade's den." "They are all for Thick? You will buy his loyalty?" He sounded outraged. "Yes, they are for Thick, but not to buy him. At least not exactly. I need to win him to us, Dutiful. We will start with gifts and attentions. I think that the attentions will be more important, eventually, than the gifts. You heard from him what his life has been like. Why should he feel any loyalty to anyone? Let me tell you something from experience, my prince. Anyone, even a king, can begin to buy a man with gifts, and at first it may seem no more than that between them. But eventually, loyalty and even deep regard can spring up. For when we are cared for by someone, or when we care for someone, that is the beginning of the bond." My mind wandered for an instant, not just to King Shrewd and myself, but to what happen I shared, and on to what had grown between Burrick and me, and then Chade and myself. "So, we begin with the simple gifts that might ease a simple heart. A bath wouldn't hurt him either, and some whole clothes." Dutiful spoke thoughtfully, not sarcastically. "You're right," I said quietly. I doubt that he knew how I meant my words. Let him be the one who puzzled out how to win Thick's heart, for in the end the bond I sought to forge must be between these two. I suddenly shared Chade's conviction that the prince must have a coterie. There might come a time when don't see him would keep a rope away from his neck. We parted to our separate tasks. I hurried through the labyrinth of corridors to emerge in my bedchamber. From thence I went straight through the fool's rooms without even pausing to see if he was awake. A few moments later I was striding up the stairs to the part of the castle where the Queen's most favoured counsellor had his chambers. I wished there was a more subtle way for me to contact him, but I had resolved that if anyone stopped me, I would simply lie and say I was delivering a message from Lord Golden. Despite all that had happened, it was still early morning. Most of the folk moving quietly within Buckkeep Castle were servants, busy with the tasks that would make their masters' mornings go more smoothly. Some hauled buckets of washwater, and others carried breakfast trays. A healer carrying a tray of lint and pots of salve hastened past my long-legged stride. The little woman was trotting doggedly, her cheeks red, as if hurry were of the utmost importance. I surmised she might be going to Chade's chambers to treat his burns. When she suddenly halted in front of me, I nearly stumbled over her. I caught my balance by clapping a hand to the wall, and then apologised.
No need. Just open this door for me, please.
It wasn't Chade's door. I had long ago made certain that I knew where his chamber was, but my curiosity was piqued. So as I set my hand to the door, I earnestly exclaimed, I do hope Lady Modesty is not badly injured. You carry many supplies. The healer shook her head irritably.
This is not Lady Modesty's chamber. Lady Rosemary is the one who needs my services. A fall of soot in her chimney last night ignited right in her face, poor thing. She has burned both her hands and quite scorched her beautiful hair. Open the door, man.
I gawked as I did so, and then risked a hasty glance inside before I pulled it shut. Lady Rosemary's cheeks and brow were as red as Chade's had been. She was garbed in a yellow wrapper and sat in a chair near the window as a maid busily snipped the singed ends from her hair. She held her hands in front of her, draped in wet cloths, as if they pained her. Then the door closed, shutting off my glimpse. I swayed slightly where I stood as I put it together. I'd uncovered one too many secrets this morning. Lady Rosemary was Chade's new apprentice. Well, and why not? Regal had given little Rosemary her basic assassin's training years ago. Why waste a trained spy? Somehow the very practicality of it saddened me. Yet I had heard more than one farseer say it. The weapon you discard today can be used against you tomorrow. Better to keep Lady Rosemary well in hand than to chance someone else might use her against us. I walked more slowly as I went on to Chade's room. What I had discovered did not give my present mission any less urgency, yet I felt my mind was crowded with too many thoughts to follow any of them clearly. I knocked, and a lad of about 10 opened the door to me. I spoke in a loud and jovial tone. "Good morn, young sirrah. Tom Badgerlock, servant to Lord Golden I am, with a message to deliver to Councillor Chade." The boy blinked up at me. He had not been awake for long. "My master is not well today," he said at last. "He will see no one." I smiled at him affably. "Oh, I need not see him, young master. He only needs to hear me for me to pass the message. May I not speak to him?" "I'm afraid not. I can take the message from you if you wish." "Oh, he didn't write it down, young master. He just trusted me to repeat his words." I boomed out the message, heedless of the quiet of the corridors behind me and the silence of the dim and shuttered chamber. The boy cast a glance towards a closed door behind him. That would be Chade's bedroom, then. My heart sank. The old man could well have gone back to bed after his injury, and if he slept behind a closed door, his hearing dampened by his mishap, I had small chance of him hearing my voice and coming out. "And that message would be?" the young page asked me firmly. He smiled pleasantly, but stood solidly in the doorway, barring my access. Obviously I was like many a man-at-arms around Buckkeep, not very bright to begin with, and not improved by a few blows to the head over the years. I cleared my throat and bobbed a bow in his direction. "Lord Golden of Jamalia invites Lord Chade of Buckkeep, Chief Counsellor to Queen Catricon of the Six Duchies, this morning for breakfast and to share a most amusing game of Risk. It is a game he has only recently learned and believes the counsellor will find it most intriguing. Loudwine, they call it. In its place of origin, each player receives a single hand of markers, and his entire fate depends on beating the other players at taking chances before the time runs out. There's been some word of it being played down in Buckkeep Town, though my master has not heard exactly where." The little page's jaw was beginning to hang open. He had been well schooled, I am sure, in relaying verbal messages exactly, but not ones of this length. I kept smiling and pitching my voice to carry through the closed doors. "But the most intriguing part of this game is that it was traditionally played only on wash days. Fancy that! Now it can be played on almost any day, but the stakes wagered are always the highest on wash day." "I'll tell him," the page interrupted, "that he is invited to play a game of Loudwine in Lord Golden's chambers, but I fear he will decline, as I have told you he's not feeling well today." "Well, that's not up to you and me now, is it? We're only the ones who have to be sure the messages are passed on. Thank you now, and good morning to you." I turned and went off down the hall, humming to myself. I tried not to look as if I were in a hurry. I went to the kitchens and loaded a very ample meal onto a tray. To keep up the pretence that Lord Golden would be entertaining Councillor Chade in his chambers, I took extra plates and cups as well, and then carried it up to his chamber. I reached the door of the room just in time to intercept Chade's page. The lad had come bringing Chade's apologies that he could not attend due to a terrible headache. I promised to pass his regrets on to my master. I had scarcely entered the room and latched the door behind me and set the tray down on the table before Chade stepped out of my bedroom.
"What's this about Loudwine?" he demanded.
He looked, if anything, worse. The reddened skin on his brow and cheeks was peeling now, giving him a leprous look. At least he was speaking in closer to normal tones. I tested him, asking, "Is your hearing coming back?" in a low voice. He scowled at me. "It's somewhat better, but I'll still need you to speak up for me to hear you clearly. Enough of that. What is this about Loudwine?" At that moment, Lord Golden emerged from his chamber, still tying the belt of his morning robe.
"Ah, good morning, Councillor Chade. This is an unexpected pleasure, but I see that my servant has greeted you and supplied breakfast for both of us. Please, be seated."
Chade glowered at him, and then transferred the scowl to me.
"Enough. I don't care what your grievances with one another are right now. This is a threat to the Farseer throne, and I won't tolerate any nonsense. Fool, keep quiet. Fitz Chivalry, report."
The fool shrugged and dropped into the chair opposite Chade. Without any ceremony, he began dishing up food for my old mentor. It stung me that he would revert to being his old self for Chade, but not for me. I sat down at table with them. The fool had left my plate empty. I served myself as I spoke. I reported the morning thoroughly. Chade's expression grew more alarmed as I progressed, but he did not interrupt. To pay the fool back in kind, I didn't even glance at him as I spoke. When I finished at last, I poured tea for Chade and myself, and attacked my food, discovering I was ravenous. After a long moment of silence, Chade asked me, "Have you planned an action?" I shrugged, with a casualness I didn't feel. "It seems obvious. Keep Thick close so he can't give the game away. Keep the prince safe within doors today and tomorrow. Find out from Thick where he's been going to report, investigate the place. Go in and kill as many as possible, making sure that Loudwine dies this time." I kept my voice steady, yet I felt a sudden revulsion for my own words. So it begins again, I thought. Not the killing in battle or under attack, but the quietly planned assassinations for the Farseers. Had I said I was not an assassin, would never be one again? I wondered if I had been a liar or an idiot to voice such words. "Stop showing off for the fool. He isn't impressed," Chade responded gruffly. If he had not hit the mark so neatly, I would not have been so chagrined. Yes, I had been posturing. I didn't even dare glance at the fool to see how he had reacted to Chade's remark. I shoveled another mouthful of food in so that I did not have to say anything. Chade's next remark shocked me. "No killing, Fitz. And you stay away from all of them. I don't like their spying, and I'm ashamed at how neat a ruse they used against me. But we cannot risk killing any witted ones without compromising our Queen's word. You are aware that Catrican offered to entertain a delegation from the Old Blood community to work on solving the issue of unjust persecution?" At my nod, he continued, "Well, she has received messages in the last 2 days taking her up on her proposal. I suspect Laurel has a hand in these arrangements, don't you?" The old man shot the question and his grim look at me simultaneously. But if he had hoped to surprise a secret out of me, he failed. After a moment's consideration, I nodded. "It does seem possible. Then they do this. This is being arranged without your guidance." It was the most tactful way I could think of to say it. Chade nodded, grimmer than ever. "Not only without my guidance, but against my counsel. We scarcely need another diplomatic worry to deal with now. Nonetheless, I suppose we will have one. The Queen seems to be leaving all the details of the meeting's time and place up to the witted to determine. They have specified that to protect themselves we must maintain secrecy. There will be no announcement of this convocation until they tell us they are ready. I think they fear what our nobles would do if they knew this was planned.
As do I. He took a breath and recovered his aplomb. An exact date has not been set, but they have promised us soon. It may very well be that Loudwine is an emissary for the Witted Ones. To kill him in his lodgings before he can meet with the Queen would be politically unwise. Not to mention rude, the fool interjected between bites of bread. He wagged a remonstrating finger at Chade. So I'm to do nothing? I asked coldly. Not exactly, Chade said mildly. You were wise to do what you have done. Keep Thick confined. Don't let him report back to them. See what other information you can wrangle out of him. And you were correct to tell Dutiful not to be alone with Civil Brisinga. It may have been an innocent invitation, but it might also have been a ploy to give them a hostage. I have still not been able to determine how deeply the Brisingas were involved in the last kidnapping. The reports I get back from Galekeep are odd. For a time I suspected that Lady Brisinga herself was in danger or some sort of hostage. Her movements were so limited, and her life so restrained. Then I began to wonder if it were not merely a financial difficulty. Reports are now that she drinks far more than she used to. She retires early to bed and rises late. So, he sighed, I've made no decision there. And with the Queen's efforts to befriend the Witted faction, I dared not take action against the Brisingas. I still don't know if they are a threat or ally. He fell silent, scowling, and then added, It's a damnable bad luck that I have done this to my face just when I most need to get out and about and speak to people. Yet I cannot afford to excite comment. Some might make unwarranted connections. The fool rose quietly from the table and went to his bedchamber. When he returned, he had a small pot of cosmetic. He set it on the table near Chade's elbow. When the old assassin glanced curiously at it, he spoke quietly. This is most efficacious for the skin peeling. There is a bit of colour in it to lighten the skin as well. If the colour is too much, let me know. I can change it. I noticed that he did not ask Chade what had happened to him, nor did Chade volunteer anything. The fool added cautiously, If you wish, I can show you how to apply it. We might be able to restore some of your eyebrows as well. Please, Chade said after a moment. And so a place was cleared at the corner of the breakfast table, and the fool brought out his paints and powders and went to work. It was, in a way, fascinating to watch him at his task. Chade appeared uncomfortable at first, but soon became involved in the task, studying himself in a looking-glass as the fool restored his appearance. When the fool was finished, Chade nodded, well pleased, and observed, Would that I had had paint and artifice of this quality when I was playing Lady Time. I would not have had to wear so many veils, nor smell so foul to make folk keep their distance. The memories that aroused made me grin. At the same time I knew a moment's unease. It was unlike Chade to speak so carelessly his secrets, no matter how old they were. Did he assume I had told the fool all there was to know of us, or did he trust the man that completely? He raised a hand to pat his cheek, but the fool made a cautioning gesture. Touch your face as little as possible. Take these pots with you, and make an excuse to be alone with a looking-glass after meals. That will be when you will most likely need to make repairs to it. And if you need my aid, simply send me a note inviting me to visit you. I'll come to your chambers. Tell your page you have a question on how the game of Loudwine is played, I interjected. Without looking at the fool directly, I explained. That was my pretext for visiting Chade's chambers this morning, that you had invited him here for breakfast and to show him a new wagering game. An invitation I declined due to poor health, Chade added. The fool nodded gravely. And now I must go. Carry on as you have been, Fitz. Have Lord Golden pass me a message with the word horse in it if you wish me to meet with you. If you can find out from Thick where Loudwine is staying, let me know quickly. I'll send a man round to snuff about. I think I could do that myself, I said quietly. No, Fitz. He knows your face. He may know from Thick that you are mine. Better you stay well away from him. He lifted his napkin to wipe his mouth. At a warning look from the fool, he just patted his lips instead. He rose to leave, and then suddenly turned back to me. The figurine from the other's beach, Fitz. You said the prince believes it to be the Narcheska. You think such a thing is possible? I opened my hands and shrugged. That beach seemed a very odd place to me. When I think back on all that happened there, my memories seem vague and fogged. That could have been from passing through the skill pillars, you said. I took a breath. Perhaps, and yet I think there is more to it. Perhaps the others or some other being maintain a bewitchment on that place. When I look back, Chade, my decisions make no sense to me. Why didn't I attempt to follow the path towards the forest? I remember looking at it and thinking that someone must have made it, yet I had no inclination to even go look at it. No, it was even stronger than that. The woods seemed threatening to me, as no forest had ever seemed unwelcoming before. I shook my head. I think that place has its own magic, neither wit nor skill, and it is one I would not willingly experience again. The skill seemed exceptionally enticing there as well, and I let the thought trail away. I was still not ready to speak of whatever it was that had plucked both Dutiful and myself from the skill current and reassembled us. The experience was both too large and too personal. A magic that could present the prince with a figurine of his bride-to-be, not as she is, but as she will be? I shrugged. Once Dutiful said it, it did seem right to me. I know I've seen the Narcheska wear a blue ornament like the one the figurine has, but I've never seen her dressed that way, nor has she breasts yet. I seem to recall reading that there is some Outislander ceremony in which a girl presents herself thus to demand recognition of her womanhood. It sounded barbaric to me. I said so, and then added, "There is a resemblance to the Narcheska, but perhaps it is merely the resemblance that all Outislander women have to one another. I don't think we should give it great consideration right now." Chade sighed. "There is too much of the Outislanders that we do not know. Well, I must hasten away. I have much to report to the Queen, and a number of questions that I must ask of other folk. Fitz, as soon as you know anything definite from Thick, get back to me. Send me a message from the Fool with the word lavender in it." My heart jolted in my chest. "I thought you said the word to use was horse," I said. Chade paused at the door of my room. I knew I had rattled him, yet he tried to recover it. "Did I? But that sounds too common a word, you know. Lavender suits me better. You're far less likely to write that to me by accident. Farewell." And he was gone, shutting my bedroom door behind him. I turned back to see if the Fool was as dismayed as I was by the old man's lapse. But he was gone. He had ghosted out of the room, taking his paints and powders with him. I sighed to myself and went about the task of gathering up the breakfast things. The brief interlude with him in the morning made me more aware than ever of how much I missed him. It cut me deeply that he would be himself to humour Chade, but not me. If, I reminded myself sourly, the Fool was indeed who he truly was. Chapter 18. Pink Sugar Cake. Have the student lie on his back. He should not be on a comfortable bed, nor on a bare surface. Either is a distraction. A blanket folded on the floor suffices. Have the student remove or loosen any clothing that binds. Some students will perform the exercise best if naked and undistracted by clothing touching them. Others will be too distracted by the vulnerability of their nakedness. Let each student decide what is best for him, without comment. Emphasize that the only movement of the body should be steady breathing. The eyes should be closed. Then, without moving any part of his body, ask the student to be aware of his body. He may need to be guided in this at first. Tell him to seek awareness of his middle toes without touching or moving them. Then have him think of his knees, but not flexing them. Proceed with the skin of his breast, of his forehead, the backs of his hands, and continue as long as is necessary to name the boundaries of his flesh, until the student has been invited to truly consider the physical confines of the body he lives within. Thus prepared, ask him then to find the edges of his thoughts. Do they stop at the flesh of his brow? Can he feel them encased in his skull or trapped in his chest? All but the dullest students will swiftly realize that the body does not confine thoughts. They extend outside our flesh, even as our vision, hearing, touch, smelling, and even taste are senses that link us to the outside world while remaining functions of the physical body. So our thoughts reach out, unbound by distance or even time. Ask the student, cannot you smell the wine that is opened across the room? Hear the shouts of sailors at work across the water? Then do not refuse to believe you can hear the thoughts of the man in the field that waft towards you. Trickney's translation of Preparing the Students. I went first to Verity's tower to see what luck the prince had in filling Thick's list. I was surprised to find that not only had Dutiful obtained every item, but that he himself was waiting for me. "Won't your friends remark on your absence?" I asked as I surveyed the trove on the table. He shook his head. "I made excuses. Sometimes my reputation for being slightly odd serves me well. No one questions that I have sudden needs for solitude." I nodded to myself as I sorted the items. I folded the red scarf and set it aside. "I've seen you wearing this. If I remark it, then others will also. If Thick were seen wearing it, people would assume that he had stolen it, or that he had some special connection to you. Either would be bad for us. The same goes for this knife. I appreciate your willingness to part with it, but such a well-crafted blade would only raise questions for him." I set the knife on the folded scarf. The little pink frosted cake was still slightly warm from the oven. A rich waft of almond rose from it. The peacock feather was long and nodded gracefully when I picked it up. There was an earthenware bowl full of plump raisins, shelled nut meals dipped in syrup and set aside to harden glistened among the raisins. "This is wonderful, thank you." "Thank you, Tom Badgerlock." Dutiful took a deeper breath and then asked, "Do you think Loudwine has come to kill you?" "I think that is possible. But Shade seems to think he might be part of a witted delegation sent to treat with the Queen, so I've been ordered to keep my hands off until I'm given further directions." "So you'll do nothing for now?" "Oh, I'll do a lot of things," I muttered. "I just won't go out and immediately kill Loudwine." The prince laughed aloud, and I suddenly realized how carelessly I had spoken before him. I was fortunate that he had assumed that I was joking. I forced a smile to my face. "I'll take these things up to Thick and see what else he has to tell me, and you must remember to go about your day as normally as possible." He did not look pleased at that, but he conceded the necessity of it. I departed by way of the mantel door. As I climbed the uneven stairs and negotiated the narrow passages, I tried to think through for myself the significance of Loudwine's presence in Buckkeep Town. Catrican had called for the Witted to negotiate with her. As the head of the piebald faction, it made sense that he would come forward to present their views. But as a man that had all but kidnapped the prince, hoping to take over his life, I was amazed that he dared to stand before Catrican. She might not hang him for being witted, but he certainly deserved to die for how he had plotted against the Farseers. And yet, there was the rub. She could level no charges against him without revealing that her son was witted. All the events around Dutiful's disappearance had been hushed up or explained away. The nobles of his court believed he had simply gone away from them for a time to meditate. I wondered if Loudwine intended to use all those circumstances as a club against the Farseers. I sighed and hoped there would be other, more moderate old-blood folk who would also step forward. Loudwine, I felt, represented the worst and most extreme of our kind. His sort had made us hated and feared. If he stepped forward alone, claiming to represent all the witted, that reputation would live on. I pushed such thoughts aside as I reached Shade's chamber. I entered to find Thick sitting disconsolately on the hearthstones before the dwindling fire. He stared into the flames, his tongue protruding from his mouth. "Did you think I'd forgotten?" I asked him as I came in. He turned to me, and as his eyes lifted, and he beheld the items I carried, a terrible wave of gratitude rushed out from him and enveloped me. He stood up, literally trembling with excitement. "Let's put these things on the table," I suggested. He seemed struck dumb. He wiggled like an eager puppy as I pushed scrolls and inkpots carefully out of my way and set down the items one by one. "Prince Dutiful helped me get these things for you," I told him. "See, here is the pink sugar cake. It's still warm from the oven. Here is a bowl of raisins for you, and candied nuts. He thought you might like to try the nuts."
And the peacock feather, the feather with the eye in it, all for you." He didn't try to touch any of it. He stood, staring, his hands clasping one another on top of his rounded belly. His mouth worked as he thought through what I had said.
"Prince Dutiful,"
he said at last. I pulled out a chair for him. "Sit down, Thick. Your prince sends you these things for you to enjoy." He sank slowly into the chair. His hands crept onto the table, and finally one finger dared to touch the edge of the feather.
"My prince, Prince Dutiful."
"That's right," I said. I had expected him immediately to stuff his mouth with cake and raisins. Instead, he sat for a time with his one stubby finger just touching the shaft of the feather. Then he picked up the pink sugar cake and turned it over, looking at it from every angle. He set it carefully back on the table. Then he drew the bowl of raisins towards him. He took one raisin, looked at it, sniffed it, and then put it in his mouth. He chewed it very slowly and swallowed it before he took another. I could feel the focus he put into his activity. It was as if he skilled each raisin, comprehending completely what it was before he ate it. I had plenty of time. Even so, the task of hauling water to the fool's chambers and then up into Chade's room was laborious. Before I was done, the scar on my back ached abominably, and I well understood Thick's distaste for the task. I poured the last bucket into the copper and set it to heat while I set up the washtub. Thick paid no attention to me. He was still consuming the raisins, one at a time. The pink sugar cake sat on the table in front of him, untouched. His concentration was absolute. As I idly watched him eat, I realized that his teeth gave him problems. Chewing seemed difficult. As he ate the nuts, it became even more evident. I left him alone as he worked his slow way through them. When he had finished, I thought he would finally eat the sugar cake. Instead, he set it in front of himself and admired it. After some time had passed and the hot water began to steam, I asked him gently, "Aren't you going to eat your cake, Thick?" He frowned thoughtfully.
"Eat it and it's gone. Like the raisins."
I nodded slowly. "But you could get another one, perhaps, from the prince." His gaze had reverted to a suspicious glare.
"From the prince?"
"Of course. If you do good things that help your prince, he will probably give you good things in return." I let him ponder that for a time, and then asked, "Thick, do you have any other clothes?"
"Other clothes?"
"Different clothes from what you are wearing, extra shirt and trousers." He shook his head.
"Just these."
Even I had never been so poorly provided for. I hoped it wasn't true. "What do you wear when those clothes are being washed?" I poured hot water into the tub.
"Washed?"
I gave it up. I really didn't want to know any more. "Thick, I brought you water and heated it for a bath." I went to a shelf and took down Chade's sewing supplies. At least I could stitch up some of the worst rents.
"A bath? Like wash in a river?"
"Sort of, but with hot water and soap." He thought about it for a moment. Then,
"I don't do that."
He went back to his contemplation of the sugar cake. "You might like to try it. It feels nice to be clean." I splashed my hand invitingly in the tub. For a time he sat still, staring at me. Then he pushed back his chair and came over to the tub. He looked into the water. I splashed my hand in it again. Slowly he knelt down next to the tub. Holding tightly to the edge of the tub with one hand, he splashed with the other. He gave a grunt of amusement and then said,
"It's warm."
"It's nice to sit in it and be warm all over, and to smell nice afterwards." He made a sound, neither agreement nor denial. He thrust his hand deeper into the water. It soaked the ragged cuff of his shirt. I stood up and walked away, leaving him alone by the water. It took him quite a while to investigate the water completely. When his sleeves were both soaking wet, I suggested that he should take his shirt off. The water had cooled substantially before he decided he would risk taking off his shoes and trousers and getting into the tub. He had no small clothes. He was very suspicious when I tried to add more hot water, but after thinking it over, he allowed it. He played with the soap and washing cloth. As the warm water reached him, he gradually relaxed, Persuading him not only to wash his face, but also to rub soap in his hair and then rinse it out was not an easy task. In scraps of conversation, I learned he had not washed at all since Springfest. No one told him to after his mother died. It made me realize how recent his bereavement was. When I asked him how he had come to work in the castle, he could not really tell me. I suspected he had wandered in one day, and with the general influx of people for Springfest and the betrothal ceremony, the folk of the keep had simply assumed he had belonged to someone. I would have to ask Chade how he had come to be his personal servant, I decided. As Thick experimented with the water and soap, I hastily stitched up what I could of his clothing. Where seams had given out, the work was fairly easy despite the grime crusted onto the fabric. He had simply worn through his clothes at the knees and elbows, and with nothing to use for a patch, I had to leave them as they were. When his fingers began to wrinkle, I found him a towel and told him to stand before the fire. I tossed his clothes into the silty water and gave them a quick scrubbing. When I wrung them out and hung them on the chair backs, they were not clean, but they were better than they had been. Persuading him to sit down and let me work the knots out of his hair was just as difficult as coaxing him into the bath had been. He was suspicious of the comb, even when I let him hold the looking-glass and watch what I was doing. I had not had such a demanding task since I had first taken Hap in and emphasized that nits and lice were not an ordinary part of one's hair. Scrubbed and dried, his hair combed, Thick sat lethargically before the fire, wrapped in one of Chade's quilts. I think the warm bath had worn him out. I turned one of his cracked shoes in my hand. This was something I knew how to do from Burrick's tutelage. "I can make you some new shoes as soon as I go to town and buy some leather," I told him. He nodded sleepily, no longer shocked by this largesse. I moved his clothing closer to the hearth to dry. "I don't know what we're going to do about clothes for you right now. My sewing skills are limited to repair rather than construction, but we'll think of something." He nodded again. I thought for a time, then went to Chade's old wardrobe in the corner of the chamber. A number of his old wool workrobes were still in it. One was scorched, and almost all the others had blotches and stains of various kinds on them. I doubted that he had worn any of them in recent years. Even so, they were cleaner and in better repair than Thick's rags. I took one out, held it up to gauge the length of it, marked it, and then ruthlessly sheared it off short. "This will give you something to wear until we can get more clothes made for you." He barely nodded as he stared, half dozing, into the fire. As he relaxed, the music of his spilling skill became more expansive. I started to firm my walls against it. Then, instead of that, I opened myself to it. I settled myself, robe, needle, and thread, in the other chair. Thick looked almost asleep. I threaded the needle and began a new hem for the robe as I asked him very quietly, "So they call me a stinking dog, do they?"
The
music changed slightly. Sharper notes. The ringing of a smith's hammer on hot iron, the slamming of a door. Somewhere a goat bleated and another answered it. I let his music into my mind and let it carry my thoughts with it as I watched my needle dive into and then surface from the fabric of the robe. "Thick, do you remember the first time you met them, the ones who call me stinking dog? Please show me." I let the skill request float with my quiet words and the rhythmic motion of my needle. I listened to the quiet rip of the thread as it moved through the fabric, and the soft crackling of the fire, making those small sounds one with my request. For a time, Thick was silent, save for the skill music that flowed from him. Then I heard the sounds of my needle and the fire creep into his music.
"He said, 'Put down that bucket and come with me.'"
"Who said?" I asked, too avidly. Thick's music stopped. He spoke aloud.
"I'm not to talk about him, or he'll kill me. Kill me dead, with a big knife. Cut open my belly and my guts fall in the dust."
In his mind, he stood and watched his own entrails unwind into the grit of a Buckkeep town street.
"Like pig guts."
"I won't let that happen to you," I promised. He shook his head stubbornly. He began to take short breaths through his nose.
"He said, 'No one could stop me. I'd kill you. If I tell about him, he'll kill me. If I don't watch the gold man and the old man and you, he'll kill me. If I don't peep at the door and listen and tell him, he'll kill me. All my guts in the dust.
And in our joining, I knew that Thick believed this down to his bones. I'd have to leave it alone for now. Very well, I said mildly. I leaned back in my chair and once more focused my mind on my work. Don't think about him, I suggested. Only the others. The ones you went to meet. He nodded his heavy head ponderously as he stared into the flames. After a time, his music seeped back. I set my breathing to its rhythm, and then my work as well. Gradually I eased my mind closer, and then let it brush Thick's. I scarcely dared to breathe. I pushed my needle in and out of the fabric, and drew the long thread rippling after it. Thick was breathing slowly through his nose as he stared into the fire. I asked no questions, but let his skill flow through me. He hadn't liked that first meeting, not at all. Nor the long trot from the castle down to the town, nor the way his companion kept a grip on his sleeve all that long and weary distance. He was taller than Thick, the one who clutched him as they walked, and it made Thick walk crooked and too fast. His legs ached, and his mouth was dry. In his memory, the man who gripped his sleeve shook him until Thick answered each question that the people in the room asked him. Thick's memories were not vague. If anything, they were too detailed. He recalled as much of the blister on his heel as he did of the man's words. The sounds of a goat bleating somewhere and the creaking of wagons lumbering down the street were weighted as heavily as the voice of his interrogator. Thick was repeatedly shaken to rattle loose an answer, and he well recalled both his fear and his confusion at why he was treated so. Thick's answers to the questions were vague, as much due to his lack of knowledge as to his odd sense of priorities. He told them about his work in the kitchen. They asked him which nobles he served. Thick wasn't sure of their names. They were impatient and muttering at first, and one cursed the man who had brought him for wasting their time. Then Thick complained of his extra work, up all the stairs for the tall old man with the spotted face.
"Chade, Lord Chade, a Queen's counsellor,"
someone hissed, and they all drew closer to him. Thus they had learned that Chade wanted the firewood stacked with little logs to one side and bigger pieces on the other side, and that Thick had to wipe up any water he spilled on the stairs.
Never touch Chade's scrolls. Don't spill the ashes on the floor. Don't open the little door if anyone else can see you.
Only the last fact seemed to interest them. But when their other questions yielded them little, Thick recognized the displeasure in their voices. He had cringed from it, but the man who had brought him insisted that this was only the first time, that the dummy could be taught what to watch for. Then someone had given him other targets to watch.
"A fancy Jamalian noble, with yellow hair and tan skin. He rides a white horse, and he keeps a stinking dog of a servant with a crooked nose and a scar down his face."
Thick had not known Lord Golden nor me, but the man who gripped Thick's sleeve had recognized us from that description, and promised to point me out to Thick. That was when they had put gold into the man's outstretched hand, thick gold that clinked, and a man had given coins to Thick also, 3 little silver coins that tinkled as he dropped them on Thick's flat palm. And he had warned both Thick and the faceless servant who gripped him that they should be wary of "that stinking traitorous dog. He'll kill you as soon as look at you if he thinks you're watching him." I felt the man's black eyes boring into mine. Floating in the skill amongst Thick's memories, I tried to see his face, but all Thick recalled were those piercing eyes.
"That stinking dog cut the arm right off a man last time I saw him. Chop! Like a sausage on the table. And he'll do worse to you if he finds out you're watching him. So you be careful, dummy. Don't let him see you."
Those words and the bleating goat and the rumbling of the wagons mixed in Thick's mind with the blustery winter wind from the street outside. Blacksmith hammers rang somewhere, setting a clanging cadence. And as they walked back up to Buckkeep, the other servant had warned Thick again to be careful, not to get caught by "that stinking dog he warned you about. You're to watch him, but not let him see you. You hear me, boy? Give us away and you won't only be dead, I'll be out of a job.
So, you be careful. Don't let him see you. Hear me? Hear me!"
And as Thick had cowered from him, muttering that he heard, the servant had demanded the coins that he had been given.
"You don't even know what to do with them, dummy. Give them to me."
"They're mine, to buy a sweet," he said, "a sugar cake."
But the other servant had struck Thick and taken his coins. I floated in the flow of Thick's skill, experiencing it again with him. As the servant slapped him, an open-handed blow that left his ear ringing, the skill wave leapt and nearly overwhelmed me. Useless to try to see the servant. Thick avoided looking at him, cowering away, squinting his eyes shut before the descending fist. "Look at him, Thick. Please, let me see him," I begged. But Thick's recalled agitation, as much as my surge of hatred for the man, blasted us both out of the skill reverie we had been sharing. Thick gave a wordless cry, and recoiled from the remembered blow, falling from the chair to roll perilously close to the fire. I leapt to my feet, head spinning from the sudden break in our contact. When I seized his blanket-wrapped body to pull him away from the hearth, he must have thought I was attacking him, for he abruptly struck back.
"No, dog stink man, no! Don't see me! Don't hurt me! Don't see me! Don't see me!"
I went down, as if axed. I had been so open to him that for a time I saw absolutely nothing, and I swear that I thought I smelled the clinging scent of a mangy hound. In a little while, my vision came back to me. Getting my skill walls up took every bit of my concentration. A bit more time, and I got to my hands and knees. I ran my hands through my hair, expecting blood, for the pain was so great. Then I shakily sat up and looked around the room. Thick was fighting with his wet pants, making frantic grunts of fear and frustration as he struggled to put them on. I took a deep breath and croaked, "Thick, it's all right. No one is going to hurt you." He paid me no mind, but kept struggling. I dragged myself up by the chair. I picked up the robe I had been working on. "Wait a moment, Thick. I'll have this finished for you. It's dry and warm." I sat down carefully. Well, now I knew. I knew why I was the dog-stink man, to be hated and feared, and I knew why he had commanded me not to see him. Even the story of someone hitting him and taking his coins made more sense now. Thick had never tried to hide his secrets from us. We had simply been too foolish to notice them in front of us. Focusing my eyes on the needle was difficult, but I did it. Another dozen looping stitches and I was finished. I knotted the thread, bit it off, and held up the robe. "Put this on for now, until your own clothes dry." He dropped his wet trousers to the floor, but came no closer.
"You're angry with me. You hit me. Maybe chop my arm off."
"No, Thick. You hurt me, but you were scared. I'm not angry with you, and I won't ever chop your arm off. I don't want to hit you."
"The one-armed man said—"
"The one-armed man lies. So do his friends. A lot. Think about it. Do I smell like dog poop?" A grudging moment of silence. Then,
"No."
"Do I hit you? Or chop your arms off? Here, come, take this robe. You look cold." He approached me cautiously.
"No."
He looked at the robe suspiciously.
"Why are you giving me this?"
"Because it's like a pink cake or raisins or a feather. Your prince wants you to have better clothes. This will keep you warm until your old clothes dry, and soon the prince will have new clothes made for Thick." Walls up, I took a cautious step towards him. I held the neck hole of the robe open, looked at him through it, then slipped it over his head. It was still too long. It fell to the floor around him, and even after he had found the sleeves, the cuffs hung past his hands. I helped him fold them back. I used a piece from the cut-off length of robe to make a makeshift tie for the robe. With the robe belted up, he could walk without tripping. He hugged it against himself.
"It's soft."
"Well, softer than your old clothes, perhaps, mainly because it's cleaner." I walked back to my chair and sank down in it. The headache was already abating. Perhaps Chade had been right about skill pain. My body was still smarting from my fall to the floor. It had wakened the bruises and lumps that Svanja's father had dealt me. I sighed heavily. Thick, how many times have you been to see them? He stood, tongue out, considering. Then,
Washing days.
I know you go on washing days, but how often, how many times? His tongue curled up over his upper lip while he thought. Then he nodded and said emphatically,
Every washing day.
That was as good as I was going to get. Do you go alone to see him? That brought a scowl to his face.
No, I could, but he don't let me.
Because he wants the coins they give him, and the coins they give you. His scowl darkened.
Hit Thick, take the coins. Then one got mad. I told him. Now he takes the coins, but gives me back some pennies for sweets.
Who does? He stood for a while.
I'm not going to talk about him.
I caught an echo of his dread as his skill music surged, full of goat bleats and jangling harness. He scratched his head, then pulled his hair around to where he could see it.
Are you going to cut my hair? My mother used to cut my hair sometimes, after I washed.
Actually, yes, that's a good idea. Let's cut your hair. I stood, creakily. I must have hit my knee when I went down. It hurt. I was frustrated, but trying to force information from Thick would only bury it under his fear. Sit at the table, Thick, while I find the scissors. Is there anything you can tell me about them? Can you tell me about the one-armed man? Where does he live? Thick didn't answer. He went back to the table and sat down. Almost immediately he picked up the pink cake and examined it closely. As he turned it in his hands, he seemed to forget all else. I brought the shears to the table. Thick, what does the one-armed man talk to you about? Thick didn't look at me. He spoke to the cake.
Not supposed to talk about him to anyone, or they'll kill me, and my guts will fall in the dirt.
With both hands he patted his round belly, as if comforting himself that it was still whole. I found the comb and smoothed his hair flat again. It calmed him, and he went back to his contemplation of the cake. I'll cut your hair to chin length. That way it will still keep your ears and the back of your neck warm.
Yes,
he agreed softly, lost in pink sugar musing. Cutting Thick's hair again put me in mind of Hap. I suddenly and acutely missed him being a little boy. When Hap had been 10, it had been so much easier to know that I was doing the right things for him. Feed him well, teach him to fish, see that he had clean clothes and slept well at night. That was most of what a boy needed. A young man was a different animal entirely. Perhaps I could get away to check on him this evening. The silver blades snicked, and uneven hanks of Thick's hair fell to the floor around the chair. I thought of another approach. I know you can't tell me about the one-armed man. I know you are not to talk about that. So we won't. I won't even ask what he asks you. But you can tell me what you told him, can't you? They never said not to say that, did they?
No,
he said, in slow consideration. He sighed deeply, relaxing under my touch. Then,
the one-armed man,
he said, softly, and an image of Loudwine rippled into my mind with his music. He was gaunter than I recalled him, but the loss of a limb and the fever that follows will do that to a man. He was looking down at me, and for a moment it disoriented me, and then I accepted Thick's viewpoint of the towering man. Even so, the image was vague. Thick recalled more sound than sight. What he saw in his mind's eye was far more indistinct than what he heard. I listened to Loudwine's voice rippling through Thick's memory, and cowered with him at the disapproval. "This is your source of information? What were you thinking, Paget? Is this how you take charge of my most important concerns? He won't do it all. He doesn't have the sense to remember his own name, let alone anything else." "He'll be fine for you," someone said. I suspected it was the one called Paget. "He's told us a lot already, haven't you, dummy? The old man's taken a liking to him. Hasn't he, Thick? Don't you work for Lord Chade himself now? Tell him about Lord Chade and his special room." And then, obviously speaking to Loudwine and not Thick, "This was sheer good fortune. When the stable boy first dragged him down here, I thought as you do, that he'd be useless. But up at the keep,
They let this moron wander wherever he wishes. He knows things, Loudwine. You just have to know how to drag them out of him. I could not see Paget through Thick's eyes, but I felt him. A large man, wide rather than tall, threatening, who could make pain with his hands without hitting. Then another voice spoke, a woman's voice. He's worked well for us, horsemen. Don't try to change. What is your saying, to change horses in the middle of the stream? Yes. If you wish what we have to offer, then do not disrupt what is working well for us. I'd heard her voice before, I thought. I pummeled my memories, trying to place it, but could only decide that she was someone from inside the keep. I kept the thought tiny and to myself, fearful of breaking the unwinding thread of Thick's memories. He had been confused and frightened that day, overshadowed by the arrival of the tall man with one arm, and intimidated by the way they all spoke over and past him. Yet never once did the man who gripped his arm let him go. Loudwine's voice was the hammering of a smith's blows. I don't care what is working well for you, woman, nor do I care for your offer. My vengeance belongs to me, and I won't sell it to you for your foreign gold. I care nothing about this shade. I want Lord Golden's head, yes, and the bloody arm of that dog that works for him. Or have you forgotten that, Paget, in your quest to sell the piebalds out? That Lord Golden owes me a life, and his traitorous servant an arm. I haven't forgotten, Loudwine. I was with you, man. Paget's voice was the low rumble of a rolling wagon wheel, grinding out anger and rebuke. Do you forget it was me who rode double with you that day, to keep you from falling from your saddle? When she made her offer, I only thought, well, what do we care how they die? Let her have them, and let us use her gold for our cause, to bring the Farseer's false throne down. Now his voice rose with self-righteousness, but it merged with the distant bleat of a goat in Thick's mind. Shut up! Loudwine's voice was hot and heavy, ringing like hammers on red iron. I care how they die. Their deaths belong to me, and my blood vengeance is not for sale. Our cause will wait until my cause has been satisfied. I told you what I wanted, Paget. I want to know when they rise and where they eat, when they ride and where they sleep. I want to know when and where I can kill them. That's what I want to know. Can your half-wit give us that? Each word fell like a sledge blow, and they shaped Paget's anger. Yes, he can, and he's already given us a lot more than that. If you'd only listen to me. This Lord Chade and what the dummy knows of him, that is important knowledge. But if all you want is revenge, with no thought of what more we can have, well, you can have that. If you ask him right. Tell him, dummy. Tell him about the stinking traitor dog who chopped his arm off, and what the old man calls him. Then maybe he'll realize I've done better for the piebalds while he was healing than he ever did for them when he had two hands. And then Thick recalled the sound of a hand striking meaty flesh, and Loudwine's voice following it, a trifle out of breath at the effort. Remember your place, Paget, or lose it. Thick made a sharp movement, rocking forward, his hands clasped over his head. He made small animal sounds to himself as he rocked briefly, agitated at recalling the witnessed violence. No, 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 he begged, and for a time I let him be. I held scissors and comb aloft from him and waited for him to calm himself. There was cruelty in what I did, forcing the stubby little man to relive his fear. I had no taste for it, and yet do it I must. So I waited until he quieted, and as subtly as I knew, used the skill to soothe him and take him back again to that room. It's all right to think about it, I suggested. You're safe now. Here. They can't find you here or hurt you here. You're safe. Through our skill link, I felt him scowl. He resisted. I pushed gently, then suddenly his memories flowed again. Thick took a long breath and sighed it out. I resumed my grooming of him. I think the stroking of the comb and the tickling of the falling hair had half stupefied him. I doubted that anyone touched him much, and seldom with gentleness. His muscles were loosening like a stroked puppy.
He made an affirmative noise. So, after all that, what did you tell him about? I kept my voice very soft.
Oh, nothing. Only about the old man. How to stack his wood. Not to shake the wine bottles when I bring them to him. To take away the dirty dishes and old food every morning. Not to move his papers, even though he lets you move his papers. Then he says I have to do what you say, even though I don't want to come to you. About you want to talk to me, and they said, don't go. Say you forgot about how you talk at night sometimes.
Who talks? Chade and I? I drew the comb slowly through his hair and trimmed the hair below it. The damp black points fell to the floor as my heart rose, hammering in my throat at his next words.
Yeah, that you talk about skill and old blood, that he calls you a different name, Fitz, that you don't like me to know about the girl who cries.
The sharp fear from his mangled naming of me was swallowed in his mention of the girl. What girl? I asked dully, longing for him to say only that girl, or I don't know. My guts were water inside me.
She cries and cries,
Thick said softly. Who does? I asked again with a sinking heart.
That girl, that Nettle, that whimpers at night and won't stop.
He cocked his head, making my scissors take too deep a cut.
She cries right now.
That stretched the bowstring of my fear tighter. Does she? I asked. Gingerly I lowered my walls. I opened myself to Nettle, but felt nothing. No, she's quiet now, I observed.
She cries to herself in a different place.
I don't know what you mean.
In the empty place.
I don't know what you mean, I repeated with a growing sense of alarm. He frowned intently for a moment, then suddenly his face eased.
Never mind. She stopped.
Just like that? I asked, incredulously. I set my scissors and comb down.
Yeah.
His finger casually investigated his nose.
I'm going now,
he announced, suddenly. He stood up and glanced around the room.
Don't eat my cake,
he warned me abruptly. I won't. Are you sure you won't stay and eat it? A kind of shock had left me immune to all feeling. Had Loudwine untangled my true name from Thick's maiming of it? He definitely knew my daughter's name. Danger yawned below us, and I spoke to a half-wit about sugar cakes.
If I eat it, then it would be gone.
There might be another.
There might not.
He pointed out with incontrovertible logic. I've an idea. I went to one of Chade's less cluttered shelves and began to move things. We'll make a spot for you, here, and we'll put Thick's things on this shelf, so they'll always be where you can find them. For some reason this seemed a difficult idea for him to master. I explained it several ways, and then had him put both the sugar cake and the feather on the shelf. Hesitantly he picked up the bowl that had held the raisins and nuts. Only a handful of the sugared nuts remained. You can put that there too, I told him, and I will try to put more nice things to eat in it. So he did, and then stood and admired it for a time.
Going to go now,
he abruptly announced again. Thick, I began carefully. Tomorrow, on washing day, will a man come to take you to One Arm?
Don't talk about him.
He was adamant and scared. I could hear the roiling of his skill music. Do you want to go, Thick, to see the One-Arm Man?
I have to.
No, you don't. Not any more. Do you want to go? This seemed to require a lot of thought. Then,
I want the pennies to buy the sweet.
If you told me where One Arm is, I could go for you, and get the pennies for you, and bring you the sweet. He scowled and shook his head.
I'd get my pennies for myself. I'd like to buy it myself.
He was suspicious again, edging away from me. I took a breath and counselled myself to patience. "I'll see you tomorrow for our lessons, then." He nodded somberly and left Chade's chambers. I went over and picked up his wet trousers from the floor. I hung them on the chair back again. I doubted that anyone would wonder about the robe Thick now wore. It was a style long outdated for Buckkeep Castle, and servants, especially the lowest level of servants, were often dressed in their master's cast-offs. I sighed and sat down in the chair and stared into the fire. What was I going to do? I wished I could make Thick tell me where Loudwine was, or at least who took him to the piebald leader. I couldn't force the information out of him without frightening him and shattering the fragile trust we'd built today. I could shadow Thick into Buckkeep Town tomorrow, but I was reluctant to do so. I'd be putting the little man into danger if Loudwine or anyone else recognized me following him. If I'd followed him and he met with Loudwine, what would I do then? Charge in, betraying myself to Loudwine, or allow Loudwine to question the little man again and gain still more knowledge of us? I considered watching Thick until the Buckkeep man came to take him down to town, then capture the go-between. I suspected I could wring Loudwine's location out of him, but when he didn't keep the rendezvous, Loudwine would be alerted. I didn't want to do anything that might startle that bird into flying before my nets were ready. My last available tactic seemed the simplest. Find a ploy to keep Thick from going down to Buckkeep tomorrow. Distract him with toys or simply busy him where no one could take him away without being noticed. Yet that would not put me one step closer to having a line on Loudwine, and I desperately wanted to have that man in my power. I ached to kill him. No enemy, I knew, is more to be feared than the one you have grievously injured. And I have taken not just Loudwine's arm, but his sister's stunted life, and ended their vain grasp for power. Perhaps at one time he had dreamed of building power for his piebald group. Now I suspected he was driven more by hatred of me and a lust for revenge on the Farseers. Would any revenge he could take against me be too cruel to consider? I doubted it. I crossed my arms on my chest and leaned back, scowling at the fire. Perhaps I had it all wrong. Perhaps Loudwine had come to town only to be an emissary from the Witted to Catrichan. Perhaps his spying was only caution, but I doubted it. I doubted it deeply. I did not want to discuss it with Chade. Mine was the name Loudwine knew. Mine was the child he threatened. What to do about him was my decision now. Later, perhaps, Chade would rant and scold at me, but he could do that later, when Nettle and Dutiful were no longer in any danger. The more I pondered the situation, the greater my frustration with it. I left Chade's chamber and went down the stairs and through my room. Neither the fool nor Lord Golden was there. That did not lessen my exasperation. I needed to think, yet I could not keep still. I went down to the snowy practice courts. I took my old ugly blade. The fine sword that the fool had given me remained hanging on the wall, a mute and unforgiving reminder of my own foolishness. Luck favoured me, and Wim was there. I did my limbering up with my real blade, soon warming myself despite the chill day. Wim and I switched to dulled practice weapons for our more intent work. Wim seemed to sense that I only wanted to move my weapon and my body, not my tongue, nor engage my mind at all beyond the work of my body. I pushed all my concerns aside and focused only on attempting to kill him. When Wim abruptly stepped back and announced, "Enough!" I thought he intended for us to pause and breathe. Instead, he lowered the tip of his blade to touch the ground and announced, "I think that you have come back to what you used to be, whatever that was, Tom." "I don't understand," I said, after a moment of watching him blowing. He dragged in a deeper breath. "When first we began to wet our blades on one another, I felt you were a fighter trying to recall what it was to be a fighter. Now, you simply are. You've stepped back into your old skin, Tom Badgerlock. I can keep up with you, but only that. And full glad will I be to continue to sharpen my skills against you. But if you want a true challenge to your skills, or someone to teach you something new, you'll have to look beyond Wim now." And then he transferred his blade to his left hand and stepped forward to clasp hands with me. I felt a surge of warmth throughout my whole body. It had been years since I had felt a glow of pride such as that, and yet it was not for myself, but that this veteran fighter saw fit to honour me with such words. I went from the practice court still bearing every problem that I had brought there with me. but buoyed with the idea that perhaps I possessed the wherewithal to face them. I went through the steams, still carefully not thinking about what I would do next. I emerged cleansed, my will firmed and my mind clear. I went down to Buckkeep Town. I had specific errands, I told myself, to see Hap, to buy a knife and a red scarf, and perhaps to discover a busy street where a goat might bleat, while blacksmith hammers rang in the distance. Chapter 19. Loudwine. Now King Shield was a merry man, as all well know, fond of wine and jest. The skill-mistress of his reign was Solemn, and often he made a jest of her name, saying she was as solemn as she was called. For her part, she found him overly given to banter and humour. He came to be king when she was all of 70 summers, and with his crown he inherited the coterie that she had trained for Queen Perceptive. They had served his mother full well before him, but like their skill-mistress, their years far outnumbered the king's. Oft he complained that both skill-mistress and coterie treated him as a child, and Solemn, secure in her years, would disdainfully reply that it was because he so often behaved childishly. To escape his aging court and advisers, King Shield would sometimes by stealth leave Buckkeep, to travel the roads in disguise. Dressed as a roving tinker, it pleased him to mix with his common folk in inns and taverns of the ruder sort, where it was his pleasure to tell bawdy stories and sing comical songs for the entertainment of the folk who frequented such places. It was on one such evening, when he was well in his cups, that he began to tell his stories and ribald riddles. Now there was a youth working in the tavern, a lad of no more than 11, and unschooled in everything save how to draw a mug of ale and wipe a table. Yet as the king posed each riddle, this boy spoke the answers, not only correctly, but also in the king's own well-rehearsed words. At first the king was not pleased to have his acclaim thus stolen, but soon he perceived that his irritation with the lad's too swift answers was affording his audiences as much pleasure as the jests themselves. Before he left the inn that evening, he called the boy to his side and asked him quietly how it was that he knew the answers to so many riddles. The lad professed surprise. "Were not you yourself whispering them to me, even as you told the riddle?" he asked. Now the king was as perceptive as he was merry. That very night he took the boy back with him to Buckkeep and delivered him over to the skill-mistress, saying, "This merry lad comes to you well started on the skill path. Find others like him, and train for me a coterie that can laugh as well as skill." And so the boy became known as Merry, and the coterie that formed around him was Merry's coterie. Sleck's Histories. It was a crisp, cold day. Packed snow squeaked under my boots as I strode down to Buckkeep Town. When I heard hoofbeats on the road behind me, I stepped aside to let horse and rider pass. I settled my hand on my sword hilt as I did so. Instead, Starling reined in and paced me with her mount. I glanced up at her and said nothing. She was almost the last person I wished to see today. She spoke to me anyway. "Did Chade give you my message?" I nodded and kept walking. And I don't think I have anything to say to it." She reined in her horse so sharply that he snorted in protest. Then she jumped off him and ran around to stand in front of me. I stopped walking. "What is the matter with you? What do you want from me?" she demanded. "What can you possibly expect from me that I haven't already given you?" Her voice shook, and to my astonishment, tears stood in her eyes. Nothing. I don't... What do you want from me?" "What we had before. Friendship. Talking to each other. Being someone the other person can count on." "But, Starling, you're married, so you can't even talk to me anymore? Can't even smile when you see me in the Great Hall? You act as if I don't even exist. 15 years, Fitz. We've known each other damn near 15 years, and you discover I'm married, and suddenly you can't even say hello to me." I gaped at her. Starling has often had that effect on me, but I've never become accustomed to it. My astonishment lasted too long. She attacked again. Last time I saw you, I needed a friend, and you thrust me aside. I was a friend to you when you needed one for many years. Damn you, Fitz, I shared your bed for 7 years. But you couldn't even be bothered to ask how I had been. And you refused to ride with me as if I'd carry some disease you feared to catch. Starling! I shouted at her to break into her tirade. I didn't mean it as a harshness, but she gasped suddenly, and then burst into tears. And the reflexes of 7 years put my arms around her and pulled her close to my chest. I didn't mean to hurt you, I said by her ear. Her silky hair tangled against my chest, and the odd familiar scent of her filled my nostrils. Then I suddenly felt I had to explain what she already knew. You hurt me when I discovered that I wasn't the only man in your life. Perhaps I was foolish ever to imagine that I was. You never told me I was. I know I deceived myself, but it did hurt me. She only sobbed harder, clinging to me. Her horse shifted restlessly and stepped on his reins. One arm still around Starling, I managed to step sideways and catch hold of them. Calmness. Wait, I told him, and he lowered his head a trifle. I held her, thinking she would stop crying soon, but still she wept. I had thought her heartless. Careless was a better word for her, like a child who takes what she wants with no thought for the consequences. I knew more than she about consequences, and I should have behaved better. I spoke quietly, and as I had hoped, her sobbing softened so she could hear my words. I want you to know the truth about something. What I said last time about thinking of Molly when you were in my arms, that wasn't true. Never. It was an unworthy thing for me to say, belittling to both of you. When you were in my arms, you filled my senses. I'm sorry that I tried to hurt you with a lie. Her tears still did not calm. Starling, talk to me. What's wrong? It's not all from you being cruel to me. It's... She took a shuddering breath. I suspect my husband is... That night he had said he had never realized how much he might want a child, even though he cannot inherit and needs no heir of his own. He said that. And I think he is, or might be... Her voice trailed off, unable to form the words of her greatest dread. Has he taken a mistress? I asked quietly. I think so, she wailed suddenly. When first we were wed, he wanted me every night. Well, I knew that would not last forever, but when his heat cooled, he still... But lately, he hardly seems to notice me. Even when I have been away from him for a few days, he no longer seems full of desire for me. He stays up late, gaming with his friends, and comes to bed drunk. Dresses, jewellery, perfume, no matter how I adorn myself, he pays no heed. Her words came out in a flood with her tears. Her sleeve smeared her wet face without drying it. I found a handkerchief and offered it to her. Thank you. She wiped her face again. She took a sudden, deep breath that lifted her shoulders and exhaled it again. I think he's tired of me, that he looks at me and sees an old woman. I stand before my glass and I look at my breasts and my belly and the lines in my face. Fitz, have I aged that much? Do you think he regrets marrying a woman so many years older than he? I had no way of knowing the answers to her questions. I put my arm around her. It's cold here. Let's keep walking, I said to gain a few moments to think. She kept her arm about my waist as we set off, her horse trailing us. For a time we both walked silently. Then she said quietly, I married him to be safe, you know. Finally safe. He did not need children, he had wealth, he was comely, and he found me exciting. I overheard him once telling a friend what a keen pleasure it was that he never needed to introduce me as other than his wife, that my name as the Queen's minstrel was known to all. He took such satisfaction in my fame that it gave me a new pride in it. When he asked me to marry him, and always be his, it was like coming into a safe harbour, Fitz. After all the years of wondering what would become of me when my voice faded, or if I fell out of favour with the Queen, I never thought that to have him I must lose you. Then when you insisted that was so... well, I was angry with you. I had come to think of our times together as a thing we owned. It shocked me that you could take them away from me, whether I would or not. But even so, I still had my Lord Fisher, and I told myself that losing you was a small price to pay for security when I was old. She fell silent for a time, and the wind blew between us. I thought she had finished, and then she said, "But if he takes a mistress, and gets her with child, or merely finds her more interesting than me, then I will have lost you for nothing, and still come up with my nets empty."
Starling, how can you imagine that Queen Catrichan and Chade would ever let you lack for anything? You know you will always be provided for. She sighed, and suddenly looked older.
A bed and food and clothes to my back, those things, I suppose, I shall be sure of. But a time will come when my voice fails and my lungs cannot hold the notes long. A time will come when no one finds me comely or desirable, and then all regard for me will fade, and Starling the minstrel will become Starling the crone in the corner, and I will not be important to anyone. No one will hold me in high regard. I will still, in the end, be alone.
I saw Starling from a new perspective. Perhaps it had always been the only perspective she had. Starling operated solely out of her own needs. She was a good musician, even excellent, but she did not have the brilliance that led to eternal fame. She was also a woman who could not bear children, and thus would always fear losing her man to another woman's charms and fertility. And as she aged and her beauty began to fade, that fear would only increase. With no children to bind her husband to her, she feared to lose him when the excitement of her bed palled. Perhaps that had been a great part of my charm for her, that I had always found her desirable, that I had never wearied of her body. In addition, I had been something that she had possessed, a powerful secret that she was privy to, as well as a lover and a man who never asked more of her than what she so casually offered. Bereft of my unquestioning enthusiasm for her body, and faced with her husband's fading ardour, she had begun to wonder if her desirability was fading. Yet I could neither sweep her into an hour of love-making to prove to her that she was still womanly, nor assure her that her husband still loved her. I tried to think of something that I could offer her. I stopped her suddenly, turned, and held her at arm's length. I pretended to appraise both her face and her body, as if making a judgment about her. In truth, I could only see her as Starling, not as another might. But I managed a grin, and told her, "If your husband does not find you desirable, then he is a fool. I am sure that any number of men at Buckkeep would be very willing to share your bed, myself among them, were circumstances different." I tried to look thoughtful. "Shall I tell him so?" "No!" she exclaimed, and then managed to laugh, although it was a fragile thing. I took her hand to keep her at a more appropriate distance from me, and we walked a bit further down the road. "Fitz," she asked in a small voice some time later, "do you still care for me at all?" I knew I could not let that question hang unanswered for long. And in fact, the truth was right before me. "Yes, I do." I met her eyes as we walked. "You've hurt me sometimes. You've said some cruel things to me and acted in ways I don't approve of, and I've done the same to you. But it's as you said, Starling, 15 years. When people have that much history together, they tend to take everything for granted. We accept as given the faults as well as the graces. How many songs have you sung before my hearth, for me alone? How many meals have I cooked for you? 15 years of knowing one another goes past likes and dislikes into simple being. We've been careless of one another's feelings, even as Chade and I are careless of one another, because we trust that what we are and what we know from all the years are more important than words flung in anger." "I deceived you," she said after a time quietly. "Yes, you did. I found I could speak without rancour. And I disappointed you. And just as I felt I had the right to decide what I would do with my life, regardless of what you thought about it, so did you. You married. I chose obscurity. Both those decisions came between us, not just yours.
But let me assure you of one thing, no matter how the years may pass for us, even though we never share a bed again, when we are old, I will still hold you high in my regard, always. Did I completely believe all I said to her? No. But, despite all, she was a friend, and she needed. The words I gave her eased that need, and cost me nothing. A small smile twisted my mouth. She had bedded me for the very reasons that I now gave her the small lies she needed to hear. She nodded, and no more tears flowed. After a time of walking, she asked me, "What should I do about my husband?" I shook my head to that. "I don't know, Starling. Do you still love him, want him?" She nodded stiffly to both my questions. "Well, then, I think you should tell him that." "That's all?" I shrugged. "I think you are asking the wrong man for advice about this. Someone more successful in love might be able to give you better advice. Like Chade, perhaps." "Chade?" I was both appalled and amused, but the temptation was too great. I kept a straight face. "Chade's the ideal man to consult." I wished I could be present at that discussion. "I think you are right. He always manages to keep his lovers both satisfied and discreet, even when he chooses to let one go." She mused, and then laughed at the shocked look on my face. "I see. Not even you know of his affairs. Ah, well, you are right. He is the man to ask. I've never heard of a woman turning him out of her bed. It's always the opposite. And he is not exactly the most youthful of men. Well, I shall discuss it with him when I report to him tonight." Her last words sparked a sudden suspicion. I risked it. "Then you think you'll discover where the one-armed man is staying?" She gave me a sideways look, as if awarding me a point in a game. "Sooner than you will. And he asked me, when I overtook you, to let you know that he expects you to stay well away from Loudwine. Not that the man is known by that name in Buckkeep Town, or Chade would have him by now. So, I've passed on his best wishes to you. He assures you that in this he still knows best." "Or at least he believes he does," I returned coolly. I was putting together that this was no chance meeting. Chade had somehow discovered that I had left the castle, and had sent Starling to intercept me and deflect me from Loudwine. Providing me with the opportunity to apologize to the ruffled minstrel was likely part of his plan. How that old man loved pulling the strings. I found a smile and plastered it onto my face. "Well, you'd best mount up then and be on your way if you're to discover Loudwine before I do." She gave me a quizzical look. "Are you still going down to Buckkeep Town?" "Yes, I have other business down there." "Such as?" "Hap." "He's in Buckkeep Town? I thought he would have stayed at your cabin." So Starling did not know everything that Chade knew. That was a small comfort. "No. Part of my reason for returning to Buckkeep, a large part of it, was to make it possible for Hap to get a good apprenticeship. He's apprenticed to Gindust." "Is he? And is he doing well?" By all the gods, I longed to lie to her and tell her that he was excelling. "It hasn't been easy for him to adapt to city life," I hedged. "But I think he is beginning to master it now." "I shall go and see him. Gindust is a great admirer of mine. My expressing an interest in Hap cannot hurt him there." There was an innocence to her assumption of fame and importance that made it impossible for me to take offence at it. Then she paused abruptly, and, as if the thought surprised her, asked, "The boy is not still angry with me, is he?" She gave injury so carelessly. Perhaps she expected others to forgive it as easily. Perhaps that was the curse of a minstrel's tongue, to be gifted at wounding with words. At my hesitation she filled in, "He is still angry, isn't he?" "I really have no idea," I said hastily. "You did injure his feelings rather deeply. But he's had so much on his mind, as I have also. I've never discussed it with him." "Well, I suppose I must make amends with him then. If I get a chance, I'll steal him for an afternoon. I know Gindus will let me have him. I'll take him out for a fine meal and show him the parts of Buckkeep Town an apprentice isn't likely to see. Don't frown like that. Hap's just a boy. I'll soon soothe his ruffled feathers. Now, as you say, I must be hastening along. Fitz, I'm glad things are better between us. I've missed you." "I've missed you too," I said, abandoning all attempts at honesty. I wondered how Hap would react to her invitation, and if she would even recognize how much he had grown and changed. In truth, I wished she would just leave him alone, but I didn't know how to ask her that without offending her again. Evidently Chade wanted her well disposed towards me. I'd corner him on the whys of that later. For now, I assisted her into the saddle, and smiled up at her as she looked down on me. When her smile answered me, I discovered that yes, I had missed her, and that I preferred this to her festering anger at me. Then she nearly ruined it by quirking the smile to a grin and saying, "So, tell me true, and take the sting from my last insult to you. Does Lord Golden prefer boys to girls? Is that why the ladies have had so little success with him?" I managed to hold my smile in place. So far as I know, he prefers to sleep alone. For all the wild flirtations I've witnessed, I've never had to shake anyone out of his sheets in the morning. I paused, then added in a lower voice, hating myself, "I suspect the man is extremely discreet. I'm just his bodyguard, Starling. You can't expect me to know all his secrets." "Oh," she replied, clearly disappointed at my lack of gossip. Minstrels are ever hungry for scraps of scandal. She had often told me that the best songs are found at the end of a trail of rumours. I thought she would ride off, but she surprised me again. "Well then, and yourself these days?" I sighed heavily. "I've been emulating my master. I sleep alone, thank you." "You don't have to," she offered, one eyebrow lifting archly. "Starling," I warned her. "Oh, very well," she laughed, and I saw that in some strange way my answer had reassured her. She had not been replaced. In refusing her offer, I forced myself to go without. I suppose that pleased her. She blew me a kiss as she rode off. I shook my head as I watched her go, and then resumed my trudge down the hill. A few minutes later, Sybil Brassinger passed me, headed towards Buckkeep town at a good clip despite the steep and snowy road. He did not slow his horse, and scarcely gave me a glance. I doubt that he recognized me, or would have cared if he did, but he rode gloveless and bareheaded, his cloak fluttering behind him, as if he had left the castle in a very great hurry. Did it have something to do with the prince refusing to ride out with him this morning? Did he have to notify someone of a failed plan? I muttered a curse to myself and hurried after him through the snow, but he was already out of sight. I halted, out of breath and panting. Calm, I counselled myself, calm. I had no way of knowing what was going on with Sybil. I would stay with my original idea and search for Loudwine. In that process I suspected I might discover where Sybil had gone. My first stop in Buckkeep was the weekly market. I bought a red scarf and a serviceable belt knife, and all the while I made casual inquiries as to where I might get fresh goat flesh for a Gemalian dish my master suddenly desired. I received a number of suggestions, but most were for goatherds who lived in the hills behind Buckkeep. There were only 2 suggested who lived in Buckkeep town, and only one of them was near Smithy Row. The short, wintry day was ending as I headed towards Smithy Row. The fading of the light was fine by me. The recommended goatkeeper kept only a few beasts, more for milk than for flesh. I located his home as much from the smell as from my directions. In the dusk I moved quietly closer to it. Through a window I glimpsed a family with 3 young children settling in for the evening. In the shed behind their house were a dozen goats. Cheeses were stored in the rafters. The most nefarious creature around was a sullen old Billy with evil yellow eyes. I left as quietly as I had come, wondering if I had tricked myself. Perhaps the sounds I had heard when I skill-shared memories with Thick had nothing to do with where Loudwine was now. Perhaps it had been a temporary meeting place, not where the piebald leader stayed. I ghosted 3 more cottages nearby, discovering only families retiring for the night. Between a neglected shed and the next cottage, I discovered Sybil's horse. He was tethered there, saddled still, and steaming. Had he been put between the house and the shed to be less obvious? I stood very still. If I were approaching Loudwine's hiding place, then there was certainly Witted on watch, beasts as well as men. It was possible they were already aware of me. That thought broke a sweat on my back. In the next instant I knew there was nothing I could do about it. I drifted closer, trying to muffle my tread in the unpacked snow between the buildings. As I crouched there, I heard a horse approach in the street. There are few riding horses in Buckkeep Town. The steep cobbled streets are unsuited to them, and they are expensive to keep in a town where they are virtually useless. This was a large and heavy beast by the sound of him. There, at the front of the cottage, the sounds of his hoofbeats stilled. Almost immediately I heard the door open. Someone heavy came out onto the porch and greeted the rider with, "It's not my fault. I don't know why he came here, and he won't say anything to me. Says he'll only speak to you." I knew the voice from thick skill memory. This was the first man he had been taken to see. "I'll take care of it, Paget," Loudwine's voice. His tone cut off the man's attempt at explanation. I heard him dismount. I crouched down behind Sybil's horse. "Hammer, go with him," Loudwine told the horse, and I saw a passing shadow as a stout man led his chief's whitbeast past the alley mouth and towards the ramshackle shed. At a glance, I recalled him. I had first seen him riding at Loudwine's stirrup. Loudwine entered the cottage, shutting the door heavily behind him. A few moments later, Paget returned from tending the horse and followed him in. The house was well constructed, the gaps in the walls properly chinked, and the windows tightly shuttered against night's chill. I could not see in, but the sound of raised voices leaked through to me. I could not make out the words. I crouched in the deep shadows between the buildings, pressed my ear tightly to the wall, and listened.
"Why were you so stupid as to come here? You were told never to come here, never to seek any contact at all." "I came to tell you that our agreement is over."
I thought I recognized Sybil's voice, but it was shrill with fear.
"Do you think so?"
This was Loudwine again, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck at the threat in his tone. Sybil made a low-voiced reply. He must have been defiant, for Loudwine laughed and said,
"Well, you think wrong. I will tell you when our agreement is over, and when our agreement is over, it will be because you have ceased to be useful to me, and you will know when you have ceased to be useful to me because you will cease to be alive. Do you take my hint, Sybil Brisinga? Be useful, boy, for your mother's sake, if not for your own. What tidbits do you have for me?" "For my mother's sake, I have nothing for you, nor ever will again."
Sybil's voice shook with both fear and determination. Loudwine was a direct man, as I well recalled. He seemed to have learned to use his left hand well. I heard Sybil's body hit the wall. Then he asked pleasantly, "And why is that, boy?" There was no answer. I wondered if the powerful blow had killed the lad. "Pick him up," Loudwine ordered someone. I heard the sound of a chair dragged across the floor, probably to receive Sybil. A moment later, Loudwine continued, "I asked you a question, boy. Why are you suddenly turning traitor on me?" Sybil's voice was muffled. He'd probably been hit in the mouth or jaw.
"Not a traitor. Don't owe you anything." "Don't you?" Loudwine laughed. "Your mother is still alive. Don't you owe me for that? You are still alive. Doesn't she owe me for that? Don't be a fool, lad. Do you believe the Mountain Queen's false promises? That she wants to listen to us, to make things better for us? Faugh! She wants to lure us in, like rats, coming to poisoned grain. You think I'm a threat to you, that I could end your lives by betraying you, and so I could. But only if you betray me first. For now, I hold you in the palm of my hand, and I protect you. I am far more reasonable to deal with than some of the piebalds that follow me. Be grateful that I keep them reined in. So let's have no more foolishness. You and I, we share too much to oppose one another." His tone changed to one of genial inquiry. "What brought this on, anyway?" Sybil hissed out an accusation I could not hear. Loudwine laughed. "So, she is a woman, boy, and one of our own. I know it's hard for a lad to think of his own mother as a woman, but so she is, and a comely one as well. She should take it as a compliment, and as a reminder. She has lived too long apart from us, denying what she was, consorting with the nobility, as if they or she were better than we are. It's going to come full circle, Brisinga. Consider yourselves fortunate that we accepted you as part of us again. For when we come to power, those of old blood who have denied their magic and turned their backs on their kin and even betrayed us to the Farseer filth, all of them will die. They'll die in their own king's circle, just as that bastard Regal killed so many of us. And for what? Why did so many of our parents and their animal partners die in those circles? For the sake of creating a witted turncoat, one that would hunt down the witted bastard for him. Full time and past due that the Farseers paid for that. And ear pressed against the cold wood, I knew a familiar sickness in my bones as I crouched in the gathering cold and dark of the night. Ah, yes. Once again the Farseers past had returned to haunt us. For what Loudwine spoke was true. Regal had so hated and feared me that he had decided the only way to bring me down was to find one of the witted who would help him. Many a man and woman died under Regal's torture before he found one who would hunt old blood for him. The painful scar in the centre of my back came from that man's arrow. Yet what I had always thought of as Regal's wrongdoing against the witted would still be totted up against the Farseer family account. Sybil's voice was low but clear as he said, "She does not take it as a compliment, but as insult and assault most vile. You have forced me to live in Buckkeep to spy for you here, leaving her alone and vulnerable. You have driven from her side every trusted servant and true friend she has ever known. And now, your folk have dishonoured her, all in the name of taking her back into your piebald legacy. Well, she does not want it, and neither do I. If this is what you mean when you speak of the fellowship of old blood, then I'd rather not be one of you." Loudwine's voice was almost lazy as he said, "Well, boy, either you are foolish or you do not listen well. Answer me this. What are you if you are not one of us?" "Free," Sybil snarled. "Wrong. Dead. Kill him, Paget." It was a bluff. I was sure it was a bluff, but I was also certain that Sybil would believe it. They would terrorize him back into obedience, nor did I have any compelling reason to protect him from them, regardless of whether they only beat him or killed him, save perhaps that he was a boy, coerced and cornered by circumstance. So it was that my belly was cold and my teeth gritted against what must next befall him. Then the skill onslaught from Dutiful nearly dropped me to my knees.
"Find Sybil Brisinga! He is in great danger. Please, Tom, go now. I think he's down in Buckkeep town."
The prince sent the urgent demand out like a flood. Somewhere I was dimly aware that Thick's music stopped in astonishment. I found my wits and channeled a thought back to him. "I am not far from him. He is in danger, but it is not as great as you think. How did you know?" An agonized outpouring of thought trampled my brain.
"His cat told me. Sybil brought him to me tied in a sack and asked me to keep him in my room and not let him out, no matter what. That was the favour he wanted earlier. He said he had to do something where he could not take the cat with him. Tom, don't wait. The cat says the danger is real, very real. They'll kill him."
"I'll protect him." I made the promise, and then slammed my skill walls up to keep him out. Then I was off and running, circling the small house. Odd how one's perceptions change in an instant. Sybil had gone into this confrontation expecting to die. He had planned it. That was why he had taken his wit-beast to Dutiful, to save the small cat's life, lest he go down fighting for his partner. My ugly sword was in my hand as I shouldered the cottage door open. A man went down, his entrails spilling out between his fingers. He had not been armed or threatening me, merely in my way. I blocked against the rebounding pain of his injury as I charged into the room. In a single glance, I knew Sybil was right. Loudwine sat at the table, a glass of wine before him, watching Paget strangle the boy. Paget was enjoying it. He was a powerful enough man to have made a quick end of the boy if he had so desired. Instead, he gripped Sybil's throat from behind him and held the boy off the ground, feet kicking as he slowly squeezed. Sybil's face was bright red, his eyes standing out as his fingernails tore hopelessly at Paget's leather-bound forearms.
A nasty little dog, a short-haired feist of some kind, was jigging merrily around them, snapping at Sybil's dangling feet. The sight woke the red rage of battle in me. In an instant I felt my chest swell with it and heard the thunder of my own heart. All other considerations fled. I'd kill them both. Loudwine was leaning back in his chair, watching the performance as I made my abrupt entrance. With no panic in his voice, he ordered Paget tersely to "Finish him," and rose, drawing a short sword in one smooth motion to meet my attack. Then he recognized me, and his face changed. From the corner of my eye I saw Paget's fingers clamp in the flesh of the boy's throat. I could have deflected Loudwine's sword lunge, or saved Sybil's life, but not both. The table was between Sybil and me. I took a running stride, pushed off, and landed on top of the table on one knee. I shoved my bloodied blade past Sybil and deep into Paget's chest. Simultaneously, I felt the bite of Loudwine's sword. It went into the muscles on the right side of my back, between my hip and my ribs. I screamed and rolled away from it, tearing my flesh from his blade. I struck back at him, but there was no strength to my blow. I wallowed off the table, my right leg folding under me. It was fortuitous, for it meant that Loudwine's follow-up thrust was high and missed me. I took a breath and shrieked, "Run!" at Sybil. The boy had folded bonelessly to the floor when Paget let go of him to clutch at his chest. Sybil still sprawled there, clutching at his neck and whistling frantic breaths into his lungs. Paget had gone to his knees, clutching at the flow of bright blood from his chest, while his witbeast yipped brainlessly around him. Loudwine towered over me as he stepped around the table, sword in his left hand. I rolled under the table, yelping when my injury hit the floor. On the other side, I scrambled to my feet. The table was between us, but Loudwine was a tall man and had a long reach, even with a short sword. I leaned back to avoid the first pass of his blade. "I'm going to kill you, you traitor bastard," he promised with savage satisfaction. The words woke the wolf in me. The pain was not banished, it simply became unimportant.
"Kill first, lick your wounds later, and make your snarl larger than his."
"I won't kill you," I promised, pleasantly. "I'm just going to lop off your other hand and let you live." The look of horror that flickered through his eyes told me that my words had bitten to the bone. I caught the edge of the table and flipped it up on its end, then shoved it into him. The tabletop leaned against him, and I slammed against it. He stumbled backwards over something, Paget or his yapping wit-dog. He would have to drop his sword to break his fall. Foolishly, though, he held onto it as he went down. I pressed my advantage, shoving the table onto him so that his legs were trapped under it as he fell. On his back, with Paget's body under his, he swung his sword at me, but the cut had no strength behind it. I avoided it and his backslash, then jumped on top of the table and pinned him to the floor with it. With a two-handed grip, I shoved my sword down into his chest. He screamed, and I heard the battle scream of a warhorse echo him. The sword slipped and then twisted as I leaned my body weight on it, sliding it between his ribs and into his vitals. He was still yelling, so I pulled it out and stabbed him again. This time, I put it in his throat. Outside, in the street, I heard people shouting questions and something like distant thunder. A horse neighed furiously. Someone cried out, "That horse has gone crazy!" And someone else yelled, "Call the city guard!" From the sounds, I decided that Loudwine's horse was kicking the wall out of the shed in an attempt to get loose and reach Loudwine's side. He was dying on the floor, his heart still pumping his life's blood out of his throat, his eyes still full of fury and fear. I had a sudden flash of insight. I turned to Sybil. "No time to help you. Get up and get out. Through the back. Avoid the guard and get back to Buckkeep. Tell Dutiful everything. Everything! You understand?" The boy's eyes were wide and running tears, but whether from fear, shock, or his recent strangulation I could not tell. Paget's feist came after me as I headed towards the door. I steeled my heart, turned, and crushed the little animal with a stamp of my foot. It yelped sharply, and was still. Did Paget depart with its death? I wasn't sure. But as I staggered into the street, I saw Loudwine's warhorse lunge against the framework of the shed that trapped it. Across the narrow street, the goatherd's children were clustered in his open doorway, staring. The horse's huge shod hooves had splintered the planks in his fury to escape. It had weakened the structure of the old shed, so that it was now collapsing sideways around him, actually making it more difficult for the horse to fight his way through the wall. But he wasn't just a horse. Not any more. My wit sense of him was confusing, a sensation of both man and horse embodied in one. I saw the stallion pull back from the opening he had made and suddenly appraise his situation with a man's intelligence. I couldn't give him time to work out an escape. I ignored the people gawking in the street and ran towards the horse, yelling wordlessly. The warhorse tried to rear up and bring his deadly front hooves into use, but the shed was low-roofed, never intended to stable an animal of that size. The action only exposed his chest, and I braced the hilt of my weapon against my own chest as I thrust it into him and rammed it as deep as I could make it go. The animal screamed, and a wash of wit fury and hatred near breached my walls, repelling me. I was flung backwards, leaving my blade trapped in his chest. He surged forward against the splintered walls, screaming his fury. But for the shed entrapping him, I know he would have killed me before he died. As it was, he collapsed at last, blood coursing from his mouth and nostrils as the city guard arrived. Their torches streamed in the winter night and sent confusing shadows leaping over me like springing wolves. "What's going on here?" the sergeant demanded, and then, as we recognized one another, he snarled, "This is the second time you've caused trouble in my streets. I don't like it." I tried to think of an explanation, but my right leg abruptly folded under me, and I collapsed into the trampled snow. "There's 2 dead in here!" someone shouted. I rolled my head to see a white-faced girl in a guard's uniform emerge from Loudwine's cottage. I blinked and strained to see through the darkened streets. Sybil's horse had gone. Either it had bolted, or the boy had made his escape. I tried to move, and was suddenly aware of the hot, wet flow of blood down my side. I clutched at my injury. "Get up," the sergeant barked at me. "I can't," I managed to gasp. I lifted my hands and showed him the blood on them. "I'm hurt." He shook his head in angry frustration, and I knew he longed to add to my injuries. He was a man who took his duties personally. "What happens here?" I gasped for breath and blessed the goatherd's son, who ran barefoot out of his door, shouting confusedly that the horse went crazy and tried to kick his way out of the shed, and then I came out and killed it. The snow grew wet and warm under my back, and I felt the night closing in from the edges of my vision. "Tom!" The prince's frantic skill trickled through my crumbling walls. "Tom! Are you hurt? Go away." The sergeant leaned over me, demanding, "What went on in there?" I couldn't think of a lie. I told the truth. "The horse went crazy. I had to kill it." "Yes, we know that. But what happened to the men in the house?" "Tom, are you hurt?" I tried to skill back to Dutiful, but pain was running over me in pounding waves now. I tried to move away from it, but a great spike of it nailed me down to the snowy street. The crowd was gathering around us. I scanned their faces, looking in vain for someone who would help me. They all just stared, eyes and mouths wide as they pointed and shouted explanations to one another. Then I glimpsed a face I did know. For just an instant, she stepped closer to me, and the look on her face seemed genuinely concerned. Henja, the Narcheska's servant, scowled down at me. Then, as my eyes met hers, she turned away suddenly from me and melted back into the crowd. "Jade! She's still here! She's still in Buckkeep Town!" For an instant I knew how important that was. It was essential that Jade knew it. Then pain washed all other concerns away from me. I was dying. "Stop! Make it stop! You're ruining the music!" Thick's distress pounded me like a surf on a beach. "Answer me!" No lies left. No truth left. I looked up at the sergeant and tried to speak. Then I was slipping, sliding away from them all into the dark. "Keep watch. Night Eyes," I begged him. But there was no answer, and no wolf stood over me. Chapter 20. Coterie. The people of the Six Duchies have always been an independent folk. The very fact that the kingdom remains divided into 6 separate duchies, all loyal to the Farseer monarchy, but presided over by their own nobles, speaks to that autonomous spirit. Each duchy represents the separate annexation of a piece of territory, usually by warfare. In many instances, the Farseer conqueror was wise enough to leave some of the indigenous nobility in place. This is particularly true of both Pharaoh and Bairns. An advantage to this system is that laws are adapted to the particular situation of each duchy, as well as to the long-standing custom of the inhabitants. One example of this concession to self-rule is that the larger cities and towns frequently have not only their own city guards to keep order, but finance this militia by a system of taxes on commerce and punitive fines on lawbreakers. Fedren's Six Duchies Governance. "Tom! Tom! Tom!" At first, it didn't bother me. I was down so deep that the sea itself could not reach me. All was dark, and as long as I stayed still, the pain couldn't find me. Then the word crept slowly into the forefront of my mind. It was like a hammer thudding dully in my skull. "Not Tom," I told it in annoyance. "Go away. Not Tom." And the avid interest in Dutiful's thought pushed me to the edge of wakefulness. Reflexively, I slammed up my walls against the boy's curiosity. An instant later, extreme discomfort drained away all my will and strength for skilling. I was lying on my belly on what was supposed to be a straw mattress. There wasn't enough straw in it to matter. The cold of the stone floor seeped up through it. I was stiff and cold everywhere, except on the small of my back. That burned. And when I tried to move, the pain savaged me. I groaned weakly, and heard the scuff of footsteps. "You awake?" I moved a hand vaguely, and opened my eyes to slits. Even the dim light seemed like an assault. I peered at the man above me. A short man, dressed in scruffy clothes with his hair wild about his face, stared down at me. His nose and cheeks were the red of the perpetual drinker. "Healer sewed you up. He said to tell you, don't move any more than you have to." I grunted an assent, and the man grinned and said, "Hardly needed to tell you that, right?" I grunted again. Now that I was fully awake, the extent of my pain was making itself known. I wondered what my situation was, but my mouth was too dry to speak. The chatty fellow seemed affable. Perhaps he was the healer's assistant. I moved my mouth, and when I could, took a deep breath and croaked out, "Water." "I'll see what I can do," he said. He went to the door. I followed him with my eyes. I noticed now that the small window in the stout door was barred. He shouted through it, "Hey, the hurt fellow is awake. He wants water." If anyone replied, I didn't hear. He came away from the window and sat down on a stool beside my pallet. I became gradually more aware of my surroundings: stone walls, a pot in the corner, a scattering of straw on the floor. Aha! My friend was my fellow prisoner. Before I could follow that thought any further, he began talking again. "Well, you killed 3 men and a horse, eh? Pretty good fight, I bet. Wish I could have seen it. Me, I got in a fight last night, too, but I didn't kill no one. Got in a fight with a tall, skinny guy, all scarred like the pocked man. Wasn't no fault of mine. I was talking perhaps a bit loud, and, you know what he said to me? He said, 'Shut your mouth and don't say nothing. That's always the best advice for a fellow like you. Fellows like you talks and thinks he's explaining things, but he's just making a mess of it.
he should leave the talking to his friends. Then he hit me, and I hit him back, and the guards came and arrested me, and here I am, in the same predicament as you." I managed to nod that I understood his message. He was one of Chade's little birds. Chade wanted me to keep my mouth shut and wait. I wondered if he knew how badly hurt I was. I wondered if Civil had gone back to Buckkeep Castle. Then it occurred to me that I didn't need to wonder. I let my eyes sag shut, gathered my pitiful strength, and reached out feebly. "Dutiful. Tom, are you all right?" His skilling wavered through my mind, like words inked on wet paper. The thought ran and faded even as I tried to grip it. I tried to take a deep breath and centre myself. Pain jabbed deep. I breathed more shallowly and reached out hesitantly. "No. Loudwine stabbed me in the back, and I'm in jail. I killed him and someone named Paget. And this is important. Tell Chade I saw Henja in the crowd. She's still in Buckkeep Town." "Yes, he knows that. I told him. It was the last thing you skilled out that Henja was there. Why is that important?" I pushed his question aside. I didn't know the answer to it, and I had more pressing questions of my own. "What is going on? Why am I still here? Did Civil come back to you?" Yes, he did. Listen now, and don't interrupt me." The boy's excitement and fear were rattling him. His skilling clattered at me like hooves on cobblestones. I knew he feared I'd lose consciousness again. "Chade says, say nothing. He's working out a story for you. The whole town and the castle are buzzing about what happened in Buckkeep Town. There hasn't been a triple murder in Buckkeep Town in years, if ever. And that is how people are gossiping about it. So many people saw you kill the horse that, well, it's going to be impossible to say you didn't kill Loudwine and his man. So, well, Chade's working on a reason why it wouldn't be murder, but he can't just come and get you out of there. You see why, don't you?" "I see why. There must be no connection between Chade and a bodyguard who committed a triple murder. No link between the Queen and the man who killed the Old Blood delegates. No bond between the prince and the assassin who had done his bidding. I saw. I had always seen. Don't worry about me." The thought was cold. I could tell Dutiful was trying to control his fear, but it stained his skilling with dread. His worries whispered past his guard. What if Chade couldn't think of a tale? What if I died of a septic wound? Sweet Ida. He'd killed them all, men and beasts. Who is Tom Badgerlock, really? Who was he to kill like that? To shut off his fears, I closed my walls to him. I was too weary to skill anyway, and he told me all I needed to know just now. I felt myself separating, not just from Dutiful, but from all of them. I sealed myself up inside my own skin. I was Tom Badgerlock, a servant at Buckkeep, in jail, guilty of murdering 3 people and killing a fine horse. That was all I was. The guard came to the window, warned my fellow prisoner back from the door, and then ventured inside with a bucket and a dipper. He set it down by my pallet. I looked at his boots through my lowered eyelashes.
"He doesn't look like he's awake."
"Well, he was for a minute there. Didn't say much, only water."
"If he wakes up again, you call out. Sergeant wants to talk to him."
"To be sure I will. But hasn't my wife come yet to pay my fine? You sent a boy to tell her, didn't you?"
"I told you we did. Yesterday. If she comes with a coin, you'll be out."
"Any chance of some food here?"
"You've been fed. This isn't an inn."
The guard went out, slamming the door behind him. I heard several bolts shot into place. My friend went to the door and watched the guard depart down the hallway. Then he came back to my side.
"Think you can drink?"
I didn't answer, but I managed to wobble my head up off the straw. He held the brimming ladle near my mouth, and I carefully sucked in a mouthful. He was patient, crouching there and holding the ladle steady as I drank. I had to go slow. I'd never realized that the muscles in my back could be involved in sucking water into my mouth and holding my head up. After a time, I let my head sag back down.
and he took the water away. I lay, panting softly. Blackness hovered at the edges of my vision, then gradually receded. "Is it night?"
"It's always night in these places,"
he answered mournfully. And for a moment I glimpsed the real man, the one who had spent far too much time in situations such as this. I wondered how long he'd been Chades, then doubted that he knew anything of who employed him in this way. He pulled his stool closer and spoke quietly.
"It's afternoon. You've been in here 2 days now. When they first brought me in, the healer was working on you. I thought you were awake then. Don't you remember it?"
No. Perhaps I could have, if I had tried, but I was suddenly, queasily certain I didn't want to recall that. 2 days. My heart sank. If Chade were going to get me out of here swiftly, he would have done so by now. That 2 days had already passed could indicate that I should expect to be here for a time. A sudden jab of pain broke that chain of thought. I tried to focus my mind again. No one has come to see me, or offered to pay my fine. He goggled at me.
"Fine? Man, you murdered 3 people. There's no fine for that."
Then he abruptly gentled his voice. I was still absorbing that I could die on a gallows when he added,
"There was a man who came after the healer got done with you. Some high lord dressed all fancy and foreign. You were unconscious and they wouldn't let him come in here. He demanded to know what had become of a purse you were carrying for him. The guards said they didn't know anything about it. He got really angry then and told them to think well what they were saying, that if his property was not restored to him intact, he would take extreme measures. He said you had a little red purse embroidered with a bird, a pheasant on it. He wouldn't say what was in it, only that it was very valuable and that it was his and he wanted it back."
"Lord Golden?" I asked softly.
"Yes, that was his name."
I had no idea what the fool had been talking about. "I don't remember the purse," I said. The pain was rising like an engulfing tide. I tried to hold on to my thoughts, but could not. I pushed back my fear and discovered that it cloaked my anger. I didn't deserve this. Why had they left me here? I could die here. I could feel Dutiful fumbling at the edges of my mind. "I'm so tired," I said, meaning to skill it, but saying it instead. The pain from my wound was thudding down my leg, making my hip and knee ache. My right arm had no strength in it. I closed my eyes, centered myself, and tried to reach out to the prince. Instead, I plunged into blackness. The next several days passed for me like images glimpsed by lightning during a thunderstorm. The few memories I have are starkly and strongly etched, yet they are so momentary as to be nearly meaningless. A man I suspect was a healer looked into a basin of my blood and proclaimed it too dark. My cellmate complained bitterly to someone at the door grate that the stench was enough to choke a goat. I stared at an odd pattern of straw on the floor and listened to Hap scream obscenities at someone. I desperately wanted him to be quiet, lest they decide to hurt him too. To be conscious was to be afraid, sick, hurt, and afraid. Alone. They'd left me alone here to die, so I would not embarrass them. Sleep brought Night Eye's old nightmares of a filthy cage and a keeper who beat him. A skill is a magic which demands physical strength, a clear mental focus, and a strong will to perform. I had none of those. Waves of skill sendings from Dutiful struck me and washed through me, leaving no clear residue of thought. I knew only that he tried to reach me, and I wished heartily that he would stop. I wanted silence and stillness, so I could hide from my pain. Sometimes I was aware of Nettle too. I doubt that she sensed she had reached me. In between those glimpses of waking life and nightmare-plagued sleep, I lived another life. The rounded hillsides were smooth and white with snow under a grey sky. There were no trees, no bushes, and not even an upthrust of stone. Only the snow, the whispering wind, and the ever twilight. The only break in the smoothness of the snow were Night Eye's tracks going on before me. I followed them, doggedly. I would find him, and I would join him. He could not be that far ahead. Once, the wind turned to wolves howling in the distance, and I tried to hurry. That effort only woke me to the cold stink of the prison cell. I had moved, and something hot and foul was trickling from my wound. I closed my eyes again and sought for the peace of the snowy hills. It would be weeks before I pieced together the whole sequence of events. Lord Golden's missing purse of raw gemstones was found in Loudwine's cottage. Not that he was known as Loudwine in Buckkeep Town. Starling had been correct. To his neighbours, the one-armed man was known as Kepler. A witness attested that he had seen a man who might have been me pursue someone who might have been Paget into Kepler's cottage. Obviously, I had been robbed of my master's purse on my way to taking them to a gem-cutter for him. I had followed the thieves. They had fought me, and I'd killed them all, taking a grievous injury myself. Then I had valiantly killed the rabid horse before it could break free of the shed and injure people in the street. From being an accused triple murderer, I was suddenly elevated to the status of loyal servant willing to risk his life for his master's property. As no one came forward to contradict this fabrication, or even to claim the bodies of Kepler and Paget, it became the acknowledged truth in Buckkeep Town. The goatherd neighbours soon spoke of how it seemed to them that Kepler had many visitors who came and went at odd hours. And so Lord Golden was allowed to claim what was left of me. He sent 2 serving men to fetch me home. Stinking and semi-conscious, I was loaded onto a litter for a cold and jolting trip up to Buckkeep Castle. I did not know the men who came to fetch me, and they cared little for me. I felt each step they took, and would have wept if I had had the strength. The pain was such that it kept jolting me back to wakefulness. The stoutly muscled men who trudged up the hill commented that they were grateful for the cold, still air, for it made the smell of my pus-running wound less. They delivered me to Lord Golden's door. He held a scented handkerchief over his mouth and nose as he commanded them to put me on my bed. Then he paid the men generously and thanked them for bringing me home to die. In the blackness of my closed room, I shut my eyes and tried to do just that. Fragments of speech whirled like falling leaves in my memory. They flowed into my head and filled it up like other people's furniture moved into a once familiar room. I could not disengage from them. Something held me there as firmly as the hand that gripped mine. "Can't move him again, even if you could get a litter up those stairs. You'll have to do it here." "I don't know how, I don't know how, I don't know how." This from Dutiful. "Edan, Elchade, I'm not being stubborn. Don't you think I'd save him if I could? But I don't know how. I'm not even sure what you're asking me to do."
"Stinks worse than dog shit now."
Thick was bored and wished he were anywhere else. Chade patiently explaining it yet again. "It doesn't matter that you don't know how. He's going to die if we don't do anything. If you try and it kills him, well, at least it will be quicker than what he's enduring now. Now, I want you to look at these drawings carefully. They are my own work from years ago. This shows you what those organs should look like, intact." I fell away from them, blessed blackness for a time. Just as I found the snow-rounded hills, they tugged me back. Their hands were on me. My clothing was cut away. Someone retched, and Chade, tight-breathed, told them to get out of the room until called for. Then harsh rags, water both cold and hot on my wound, and close at hand, a woman said sadly, "It's hopelessly foul. Can't we just let him go peacefully?" "No." I thought the voice was King Shrewd's. Then I knew it could not be. It must be Chade, sounding like his brother. "Get the prince back in here. It's time." Then I felt Dutiful's icy hands on my hot flesh, set to either side of the wound. "Just skill into his body," Chade told him. "Skill into him, look at what is wrong, and fix it." "I don't know how," Dutiful repeated, but I felt him try. His mind battered against mine like a moth against a lamp's chimney. He was trying to reach my thoughts, not my body. I pushed feebly at him. That was a mistake. For a moment our minds touched and linked. "No," I told him. "No, leave me alone." His hands went away. "He doesn't want us to do this," Dutiful reported uncertainly. "I don't care." Chade's voice was furious. "He isn't allowed to die. I won't permit it." Suddenly the words were louder, shouted right by my ear. "Fitz! Do you hear me? Do you hear me, boy? I'm not going to let you die, so you might as well cooperate."
Stop feeling sorry for yourself and fight to live.
Fitz! There was wonder and horror in Dutiful's voice. A crack of silence opened. Then, harshly, Chade explained.
He was born a bastard, just as I was. It's long been a joke between us that the word only stings when it comes from someone who doesn't wear it also.
Feeble, Chade, feeble, I wanted to tell him, and Dutiful knows you too well to be taken in by it. Someone stroked the hair back from my brow and took my hand. I thought it was the fool. I tried to tighten my hand on his slender one, and somehow let him know that I would beg his pardon if I could. I suddenly thought of all the persons that I hadn't bid farewell. Hap, Catrican, Burrick and Molly. I'd always meant to make everything right with everyone before I died. Patience, mother, I said, but no one heard me. Perhaps I didn't even speak the words aloud. "Show me the picture," Lord Golden said. He let go of my hand, and I swung abruptly into the blackness. I fell until I died. From the pillowed brow of a snowy hill, I glimpsed the summerland. A flash of grey moved in the tall grasses. "Night Eyes!" I called to him. He turned and looked back at me. He showed his teeth in a snarl, warning me back. I tried to move forward, but again I was drawn back up to the surface. I thrashed helplessly, a fish on a line, but my body moved not at all. "Done it before, at least something like it. I was there when he used the skill to heal his wolf, and years ago I studied how a man's body is put together, and I don't have the skill myself, but I know Tom, if you can use the skill through me, I'm willing to allow that." The fool was insistent.
"I have to use the privy."
"Go then, Thick, but come right back, understand me. Come right back here when you have." I could hear annoyance in Chade's voice, and uncertainty. "Well, what can it hurt? Go ahead. Try." Then I felt the fool's touch on my back. If Dutiful's hands had been cold to my fevered skin, then the fool's fingers were as icicles. Their jabbing ice probed me. All eternity paused in anticipation of that dreaded, desired touch. Long ago the fool had accompanied me into the mountains on the quest to find verity. In helping me tend our exhausted king, he had carelessly let his fingers come into contact with verity's skill-silvered hands. That physical manifestation of the skill magic had gleamed like quicksilver. The contact with the pure magic had jolted the fool and forever marked him. The silvering magic had faded with time, yet enough of it remained on his fingertips that I had seen the fool use it in his wood-carving. It allowed him to know, intimately, whatever those fingers touched, be it wood or plant or beast, or me. Long ago he had left his fingerprints on my wrist. Lord Golden's gloves always kept his skill fingers covered, protected from casual contact. Yet now the hands that touched the skin on my back were bared. I knew the instant that his skill-coated fingers made contact with my skin. Like little cold knives, his touch plunged into me, cutting more sharply than the sword which had stirred my guts. It was neither pain nor pleasure. It was connection, pure and simple, as if we shared a skin. I lay still under that scrutiny, lacking even the strength to tremble, as I prayed he would go no further. I need not have feared. I felt the fool's honour in that touch, an honour that was like armour between us. It was only my body he probed, not my heart or mind. I knew then with terrible guilt how my earlier accusations had wronged my friend. He would never seek anything from me that I did not first offer him. I heard him speak, and the words echoed through me, even as they washed against my ears. "I can see the damage, Chade. The muscles are like snapped cords that have pulled back on themselves, and where the blade cut him, there is a rot, and poison leaking from his own guts. His blood carries it through his body. It is not just this wound that is toxic. The wrongness gleams throughout his whole body, like dye spreading through water or decay that has reached up through a tree. It has overwhelmed him, Chade. The trouble is not just here, where the blade went in, but in other places where his own body tries to make it right and instead succumbs to the poison. Can you repair it? Can you heal his body?" Chade's voice seemed choked and weak. but it could have been because the fool's thoughts seemed so thunderously loud. No. I can see what is wrong, but perceiving damage does not mend it. He is not a chunk of wood, so I cannot simply carve the rot away from what is sound. The fool fell silent, but I felt how he struggled within that silence. Then he spoke, in a voice full of despair. We have failed him. He's dying.
No. Oh, no. Not my boy, not my Fitz. Please, no.
Light as leaves, the old man's hands settled on me. I knew how terribly he desired to make me right. Then his hands seemed to sink inside me, and the heat of his touch burned like liquor running through my veins. Someone gasped, and then I felt the fool join his mind to Chade's. They linked in me. It was a feeble thing, this skilling effort. The old man's voice cracked as he cried out, Dutiful, take my hand, lend me strength. Dutiful joined them. It disrupted everything. Light exploded into blackness. Get thick! Someone shouted. It didn't matter. I fell for a long time, getting smaller and smaller as I fell. I heard the howling of wolves. It grew louder. Then I became aware of a light. The light was not hot, but it was terribly penetrating. I fell into it and became it. It seemed to come from inside my eyes themselves. There was no avoiding it. It was light that seared but did not illuminate. I could see nothing. It was unbearably bright. And then suddenly the brilliance increased. I screamed. My whole body screamed with the force of the light surging through me. I was a broken limb jerked straight. A dammed river released. Snarled hair roughly combed. Rightness tore through me. The cure was worse than the malady. My heart stopped. Voices cried out in dismay. Then my heart slammed into motion again. Air scorched into my lungs. I passed through an instant of wild wakefulness, in which I saw all, knew all, felt all. They surrounded me in a circle. The fool's skilled fingers were pressed to my back. Chade gripped his free hand, and in turn his hand held Dutiful's. Dutiful clenched Thick's chubby wrist in his hand, and Thick stood stock-still and stolid, immobile, and yet roaring like a bonfire. Chade's eyes were wide, showing the whites all round, and his clenched teeth were bared in a snarl of joy. Dutiful's face was white with fear, his eyes squeezed shut. And the fool was gold gleaming, and joy, and a flight of jewelled dragons across a pure blue sky. And the fool screamed suddenly, shrill as a woman, Stop! 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 It's too much! We've gone too far! They let me go. I raced on without them. I couldn't stop now. As a flash flood cuts down a ravine, clearing all debris along with the live trees that it tears up from the banks, so I raced. Healing. It was not a healing. Healing is gentleness and recovery and time. Healing, I suddenly knew, was not a thing that one man did to another. Healing was what a body did for itself, given the rest and time and sustenance to do it. If a man set fire to his feet to warm his hands, that would be like this healing was. My body sloughed rotted flesh and purged poisonous fluids from itself, yet one cannot tear away from a structure without replacing it, and building bricks must come from somewhere. My body stole from itself, and I felt it do it, but could not stop the process, and so I was made whole, but at a cost to the strength of that whole. Like a wall built without sufficient mortar, strength was sacrificed to the paucity of materials. When all was done, and the world thundered to stillness around me, I lay looking up at them from the wash of filth and poison that my body had ejected, and I had not even the strength to blink. They looked down at me, the four who had reconstructed my body. The old man, the golden lord, the prince, and the idiot stared down at me.
and in their gazes awe mingled with fear and satisfaction vied with regret. Thus was Dutiful's coterie formed, and it was as poor a way for any 5 folk to be joined as I could imagine. Not since Crossfire's coterie of cripples had there been such a sadly mismatched assortment of skill users. The fool had no true skill of his own, only the silver shadows on his fingertips, and the thread of skill awareness we had shared for so long. Thick possessed it in ample quantity, but had neither knowledge nor any ambition to gain knowledge to use it well. I had skill, but as always it faded and then fountained unpredictably, untrained and unreliable. And Chade, God's help us all, had discovered his own talent in the waning of his years. He flourished it like a boy waving a wooden sword with no concept of what a true edge could do. He had knowledge and ambition like a flood tide, and yet he did not have the intrinsic understanding that Thick did. Only in our prince did skill balance both intellect and ambition, and there it was wit-tainted. I stared up at what I had wrought merely by virtue of nearly dying, and my courage left me. Catalyst, indeed. A coterie should be able to lend its strength to the Farseer monarch in time of need. This one could not function without him. And it should have been built on the camaraderie of mutually chosen companions. This was more like an accidental meeting of travellers in a tavern. Some of the woe I felt must have shown in my eyes, for Chade knelt down by my bedside and took my hand. "It's all right, boy," he said reassuringly. "You're going to live." I knew he meant it well. I closed my eyes to shut out the unholy glee shining in his face. I slept for 4 days and 4 nights. I slept through them, bathing my wasted body and clothing me anew. They told me later that I drank broth and wine and gruel in those days. Someone kept me clean. I don't recall it, and for that I'm glad. I was later told that Starling checked on me several times, and that Wim came by and delivered a restorative potion from his grandmother's recipe. None of them were allowed to see me. I remember none of that, I'm ashamed to say. Instead, I recalled memories I had not known I held. I ran with a pack of wolves, shadowing them over hills. I watched their lives and longed to join them. But always, somewhere, a thread tugged at me, reminding me that eventually I would have to come back. I do recall one interlude. Someone put her arm around my shoulder and hauled me up and held a mug of warm milk to my mouth. I'd never cared for warmed milk, and I tried to turn aside from it when I smelled it, but she was determined. It was drink or drown, and most of it went down my throat. It was only when she lowered me back to my pillows that I recognized that strength of will as my queen's. I opened my eyes to slits. "Sorry," I croaked, as Catrican wiped the spilled milk from my scruff of beard and nightshirt. She smiled at me, and I saw relief in her eyes. "That's the first time you've had the strength to be difficult. Should I take it that you are recovering and will soon be your old self?" She asked the question teasingly, but for all that, relief quivered in her words. She set the cloth aside and gathered my hands in hers. I felt my bones rubbed together in her gentle grip. All flesh had fallen from my hands, leaving them like talons. I could not bear to look at them or at the tenderness in her blue gaze. I glanced past her and frowned, not recognizing my surroundings. Her eyes followed my gaze. "I changed it," she said. "I could not abide for you to lie in this cell as it was." There was a thick rug of mountain weave on the floor. I lay on a low couch, while my exalted queen sat cross-legged on a plump cushion on the floor beside me. In the corner, a spiralling rack held tiers of scented candles that warmed and lit the room. A chest of drawers, the front ornamented with carvings, supported a graceful ewer and washbowl. I saw the lacy edge of some piece of weaving beneath the pitcher. A low table beside the bed held the empty mug and a bowl of torn bread softened in broth. The smell made me hungry. Catrican must have seen my eyes go towards it, for she immediately took it up and lifted a spoonful. "I think I can feed myself," I said hastily. I tried to sit up and shamed myself by needing her assistance. When I did so, I became aware of the tapestry on the wall facing me. It had been freshly cleaned and mended, but as ever, an elongated King Wisdom stared down at me as he made treaty with the elderlings. My shock must have shown on my face, for Catrican smiled and said, "Chade said you would be astonished and pleased. It seemed a rather dismal tapestry to me, but he said it was an old favourite of yours." It took up the entire wall, just as it had when it hung on the wall of my childhood bedroom. It struck me as nightmarish, and the old man knew that full well. Despite how weak I was, his rough jest brought a smile to my face. "Still," I protested, "but this chamber should be kept as the humble room of a serving man. Except for the size and lack of windows, you have fitted it out as if for a prince." Catrican sighed. "Chade, too, rebuked me for that, but I refused to listen. Bad enough that you must be ill in such a small and gloomy chamber. I will not leave it pauperish and cold as well. But your chamber is simple and sparse in the mountain fashion. I don't. When you are well enough to have visitors, then you may have it all taken away if you wish. But for now, I will have you comfortable, in the Six Duchies style." She spoke with asperity, then sighed. "As usual, a lie has explained it away. Lord Golden rewards his serving man for loyalty, so tolerate it." And there was no arguing with her tone. She propped me up with pillows, and I ate the sodden bread. I could have eaten more, but she took the empty bowl from me and told me to take my recovery slowly. And then I was suddenly tired. I lay back, overcome with weariness, yet astounded there was no pain, and I suddenly realized that I was on my back. My face must have changed, for Catrican anxiously asked me if I were all right. I rolled to my side and reached a cautious hand to my back. "There is no pain," I told her. There were no bandages. I felt the smooth flesh, and then the knobs of my spine, and my ribs that stuck out like a starved dog's. I started to tremble, and my teeth to chatter. Catrican pulled blankets closer around me. "The wound is completely gone." I rattled out the words. "Yes," she agreed. "The flesh is closed and sound. Of the sword thrust there is no sign. It is one reason we have kept visitors away from you. Surely they would wonder at that, and also wonder why you are thin and wasted as from a week's-long illness." She paused then, and I thought she would say more, but she did not. She smiled at me tenderly. "Don't be concerned about anything right now. You need to rest, Fitz, not to worry. Rest and eat, and soon you'll be up and about." The Queen touched my whiskery cheek, and then smoothed back my hair. 1,000 questions suddenly crowded my mind. Does Hap know I'm all right? Has he come to see me? Is he worried? "Hush. You are not all right. Not yet. He has come here, but we judged it best not to let him see you. Lord Golden has spoken with him, assuring him that you will recover, and are receiving the best care. He told him how grateful he was for how Tom Badgerlock had attempted to defend his treasure at such a cost to himself, and made Hap promise that if he had any need while you are recuperating, he would let Golden know of it. And a woman named Gina has come to visit, but also been turned aside." I understood the wisdom of it. Both Hap and Gina would have been astounded at my present appearance, but I hoped my boy had not been made too anxious. And then, as if a gate had been opened, all my other questions assaulted me. Were there other piebalds beside Loudwine and Paget? I got the impression that Sybil's mother was very nearly living under siege. And there is a spy still, the one who took Thick to see Loudwine. Chade you must rest, she said firmly. Others are dealing with all of that. She stood fluidly. It took only 2 steps to cross my tiny room. She blew out all the candles, save one, and that one she removed from the holder. I became aware that my queen was in a nightrobe and wrapper,
Her hair hung in a thick gold braid down her back. "It's night," I said stupidly. "Yes, very late at night. Go to sleep now, Fitz." "What are you doing here so late at night?" "Watching you sleep." It didn't make sense. She had deliberately wakened me. But the milk and the bread. I had my page fetch them for me, telling him I could not sleep, because in truth I could not, and then I brought them here for you. She sounded almost defensive. "There is a good amidst all this evil that has befallen you. It has made me recall vividly just how much I owe you, and how much I value you." She looked down at me for a moment. "If I lost you," she said, unwillingly, "I would lose the only one who knows the whole of my story, the only one who looks at me and knows all I went through with my king. But Starling was there, and Lord Golden." She shook her head. "Not for all of it, and neither of them loved him as we did." Then, candle in hand, she stooped and kissed my brow. "Go to sleep, Fitz Chivalry." And when she kissed my mouth, it was like a long drink of cool water, and I knew the kiss was not for me, but for the man we both had lost. "Rest and grow strong again," she admonished me. Then rose and left by the secret doorway. She took the mug and the bowl with her, leaving behind no trace of herself, save her lingering scent in the darkness. I sighed, and sank into a sleep that was deep, but almost normal. Chapter 21. Convalescence. The witness stones have stood on the cliffs near Buckkeep Castle for as long as Buckkeep Castle has existed, and likely for longer. Tall and black, the 4 stones thrust up in a quadrangle from the rocky earth. Either time or the hands of men have obscured the markings that once graced each side of each standing stone. The runes are unreadable now. The stone itself appears very similar to the black blocks of Buckkeep Castle, save for silvery threads that run like flaws through each pillar. No one knows whence came the tradition of calling the stones to witness either a vow or the truth of what a man was saying. Sometimes combats are fought before the stones, in the belief that invoking their presence will enable the fighter whose cause is just to prevail. Many superstitions are associated with the space at the center of the 4. Some say that a barren woman can conceive a child there. Others, that there a woman can ask the stones to take away that which grows in her womb. Lady Clarine's Customs of Buck Duchy. I rose from my sickbed the next day. In the blackness of my closed chamber, I walked the 3 steps to my clothing chest. Then I fell, and could not find the strength to get up. I lay still, resolving not to call out for help, but to wait until I could muster the energy to return to my bed. But almost immediately the door to my room opened, admitting light and air, and Lord Golden. He stood, limed in the doorway, and looked down on me with aristocratic disapproval. "Tom, Tom," he said, shaking his head, "must you always be so annoyingly stubborn? Back to your bed until Lord Chade says you are free of it." As always, the strength in his slender body surprised me. He did not help me up to my feet, but lifted me bodily and set me back on my bed. I groped for my blanket. He caught up the corner of one and flipped it over me. "I can't just lie here for days and days," I complained. Lord Golden looked amused. "I'd like to see you try to do anything else, for obviously you can't. I'll leave the door open so you have some light. You wish a candle as well?" I shook my head slowly, chilled by his impersonal yet tolerantly kindly manner. He left me, but the door remained open. I could see the fire burning in his tidily swept hearth.
He resumed his seat at a small writing desk and took up his quill again. It scratched energetically over the paper. In a short time there was a tap at the door, and at his invitation to enter, his serving boy came in, bearing a breakfast tray. Char set it down on the table and carefully unloaded it. When he was finished, there remained several bowls and a mug on the tray. He picked it up and started towards my door, but Lord Golden, without looking away from his writing, said, "Leave it on the table, Char." The boy left, and still Lord Golden scribbled. A short time later there was another knock on the door. This time the boy carried in buckets of water. A man with him had an armload of firewood. Lord Golden ignored them both as they went about their tasks. When they had both left, he sighed, stood up from his desk, and went to the door and latched it. Then he spoke to me again. "Will you eat in your room or at the table, Tom?" For answer, I sat up in my bed. There was a new blue woolen robe across the foot of my bed. I pulled it on over my head, and then stood up. The low bed made this more difficult than it should have been, and for a moment I stood still, my head reeling. Then I began my cautious walk to the table. I paused once in the doorway, clinging to the jamb, as I caught my breath. Then moved to the table. Lord Golden had already seated himself and was uncovering the dishes the boy had set out for him. After a moment, I lowered myself into the chair opposite him. They had given me an invalid's meal of broth and runny porridge and bread and milk. On Lord Golden's side of the table there were shirred eggs and sausages, bread and butter and preserves, and everything else I desired. I knew a moment of irrational fury at him. Then I ate everything they had given me and washed it down with a cup of lukewarm chamomile tea. Afterwards, I rose and went back to my bed. We had not exchanged a single word. After a time, boredom lulled me into sleep. I awoke to low voices. "Then he is well enough to rise and eat?" Chade asked. "Barely," Lord Golden replied. "Better to go slowly. He has no reserves of strength to call upon, yet if you set tasks before him now, he will still—" "I'm awake!" I called out. It came out as a croak. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Chade, I'm awake." He came quickly to the door of the room and smiled in at me. His white hair gleamed in shining curls, and he seemed vital and energetic. He looked down with disdain at Catricken's cushion beside my bed. "Let me get a chair, boy, and I'll sit and we'll chat a bit. You're looking much better. I can get up. Can you? Ah, well, take my hand and up you come. No, let me help you, don't be stubborn. Shall we sit by the fire?" Thus he spoke to me, as if I were a trifle simple. I accepted it as his concern for me, and allowed him to support me as I walked. I lowered myself into one of the cushioned chairs before the hearth. He took the other with a sigh. I looked about for the fool, but Lord Golden was busy at his desk again. Chade smiled at me and stretched his feet out towards the fire. "I'm so glad to see you're doing so well, Fitz. You gave us quite a scare. It took everything we could muster to pull you back." "And that is something we need to talk about," I told him gravely. "Yes, but not just now. For now you are to take things slowly and not tax yourself. Sleep and food are what you chiefly need." "Real food," I stipulated firmly. "Meat. I won't gain any strength on that pap they sent up this morning." His eyebrows rose. "Feeling crotchety, are we? Well, that's to be expected. I'll see you get meat at noon. All you had to do was tell us you were ready for it. After all, up until a few moments ago I hadn't even heard you speak since we brought you home." It was unreasonable, but I felt my temper rise. Tears stung my eyes. I turned away from him, trying to master myself. What was wrong with me? Chade spoke as if in answer to my thought. "Fitz, boy, don't expect too much of yourself just yet. I've seen you through a number of hard times, and this was the worst yet. Give your mind time to recover, as well as your body." I took a breath to tell him I was fine. Instead, I said, I expected to die down there, alone. And my discordant memories of my jail cell rushed back to fill me. I recalled both my terror and my despair, and felt anger that I had to bear those memories. They had left me there. Chade, the fool, Catrichan, Dutiful, all of them. I feared the same, Chade said quietly. It was a hard time for all of us, but for you worst of all. Still, if you had heeded me— Well, of course, it was all my own fault. It always is. Lord Golden spoke over his shoulder to Chade. There's no talking to him when he's like this. You will only upset him more. Best to let it go for now. Be silent! I roared at him, but my voice cracked to a squeak on the second word. Chade looked at me in wordless reproach and concern. I pulled my knees up to my chest so I was sitting in a ball in the chair. My breath was coming in shuddering gasps. I took a breath and wiped my sleeve across my eyes. I would not weep. They expected me to fall apart, but I would not. I had been ill, and I had had a bad scare, that was all. I dragged in a steadying breath. Just talk to me, I begged Chade. I unfolded my shaking legs and planted my feet on the floor again. I hated that such weakness had come over me. Tell me what is happening, without making me ask all the stupid questions. Start with civil. Chade heaved a sigh. I don't think this is wise. I began to protest, but he held up his hand. Nevertheless, I'll let you have your way in this. Very well. Civil. He got to his horse and came back to Buckkeep Castle as swiftly as he could, without drawing attention to himself. When he got to Dutiful, he could scarcely croak out a word for how he'd been strangled. But he got it across that Lord Golden's serving-man had rescued him from murderers in Buckkeep Town. That was as much as he told Dutiful then. It was enough for the prince to bring to me, and for me to set other feet running. He cleared his throat, and then admitted, It took us longer than it should have to find you. I had not expected you to kill, nor had I thought you would let the city guard take you alive. But when I knew you had been arrested and charged, I got a man into the cell with you as quickly as we could. Unfortunately, they had already had a healer to see you, so I could not send in one of my own. The captain was very stubborn about releasing you. He was sure you'd killed those 3 men, and some brawl you'd previously been involved in had marked you as a troublemaker in his eyes. Lord Golden had to complain of his missing jewels thrice before any of the guards thought to search Loudwine's cottage and find them there. I'd already provided a witness that you hadn't started the fight. That was as far along as I could nudge it. By the time the captain put together that you'd been defending your master's property from thieves and released you to us, it was damn near too late. As far as you could nudge them, I said flatly. Alone and cold and dying, he'd nudged them. The Queen wanted to do more. She wanted simply to march her own guard down there and remove you from the cell. I couldn't allow it, Fitz. For, yes, there were other piebalds. The day after you killed Loudwine, there were scrolls posted in several places saying that Loudwine and Paget were witted, and that agents of the Queen had killed both of them, and their wit-beasts. And it mocked her avowed intent to end unjust persecution of the witted. It warned any old blood not to be stupid enough to trust her and come to her old blood convocation. And it ended by saying that she and her minions would kill anyone who tried to speak the truth, that her own son was witted. He paused a moment. So you see now, I had to leave you there. I didn't want to, Fitz, and I shouldn't have to tell you that. I put my face down in my hands. Yes, I should have heeded Chade. I had precipitated this. I suppose I should have let them kill Civil, and then run and reported the murder. That would have been one way. Chade agreed. But I think it would have damaged your relationship with Dutiful, even if you had concealed that you could have prevented his friend's death. And now, I think that is enough for today. Back to bed with you. No, finish this, at least. What did you do about the scrolls accusing Dutiful? Do? Nothing, of course. We ignored them as ridiculous, and we took great care that there was no royal interest in Lord Golden's serving man confined in a cell. The city guard had their murderer. Let justice take its course. The posted accusations were ridiculous, a wild attempt by someone to smear the prince's good name. It was doubly ridiculous in that the prince still bore the deep scratches from his good friend's hunting cat. Surely a coursing beast would not attack a witted one. All know the power witted have over animals, and so on. In time it was shown that the dead men were no better than common thieves. There was nothing of the wit in what had happened, and certainly no royal interference. Thieves had been killed by a good servant protecting his master's property. So, the wit accusation was why you had to leave me there to rot. I tried to put acceptance into my words. Part of me understood. Part of me hated him. He winced at my choice of words, but nodded. I'm sorry, Fitz, we had no choice. I know. And my own actions had brought it upon me. I tried to keep bitterness out of my voice, and nearly succeeded. I was suddenly horribly tired. But there was more I needed to know. And Civil. Once I discovered who was dead, I knew I had to question him. I squeezed it all out of him, and what had triggered his action also. His mother killed herself, Fitz. She had sent the lad a message begging his forgiveness, but saying she could not go on as things were, that she could not live with what he must be doing to buy her safety, even when it was a false sanctuary where men assaulted her at will. The ugliness of what he implied sickened me. Then Civil had meant to let them kill him. His mother was dead. I think he meant to kill them, not caring if he died in the attempt. But he didn't even know how to begin. He was full of lofty ideals of jewels and fair challenges. Loudwine never even gave him a chance to demand his right of combat. What now for Civil? Jade took a breath. It's complicated. Dutiful insisted on being with him while I questioned him. Civil is Dutiful's man now, heart and soul. His prince defended him to me. If he must have a witted one serving him, we have at least pulled that one's teeth. The prince is fully convinced, and I almost am, that the Brisingers acted under duress. If the piebalds ever held any of Civil's loyalty, his mother's suicide and their previous treatment of her have purged it from him. He hates them more than we ever could. Lady Brisinger was pressured into presenting the cat to the prince, under threat that the piebalds would betray her son and herself as witted. But once she had done so, she was completely within their power. She was not only witted, she had committed a treasonous act against the prince. The piebalds separated them, mother from son. Civil was sent to Buckkeep. They ordered him to maintain his friendship with Dutiful, to draw him deeper into the wit, and to spy for them. If he did so, they promised his mother would be safe. His mother's home, Galekeep, became her prison. The piebalds swiftly became greedy. First, it was her home, her wine cellar, her wealth. If she did not accommodate them, they threatened her son. Eventually, some of the men evidently availed themselves of the lady herself. She could not live with that. I think they misjudged her strength of will, and that of her son. It was an ugly, sobering story. But I did not let my mind dwell on it. I had more immediate concerns. What of Henja? Did the prince tell you that I saw her? His face grew more grave. He did, but is it possible you were mistaken? For my spies in town have heard not a whisper of her. I forced myself to consider the memory of that glimpse. I was hurt, and it was dark, but I do not think I was mistaken, and I believe she was the woman who was there when Thick was. She offered gold to Paget and Loudwine for the fool and me. I think. It was hard to decide what she was trying to buy from them. Loudwine didn't like her. She seems to be involved in all of this somehow. Chade lifted a hand, palm up. If she is, she has covered her tracks well. There is no sign of her in Buckkeep Town that I can discover. That was small comfort. His spies had not found Loudwine either. I kept that complaint to myself. We still have a piebald spy here in Buckkeep. The man who led Thick to Loudwine. Chade's voice was neutral. Sybil's groom met with a most unfortunate accident. He was found dead in a stud horse's stall, kicked to death. Why he would have gone into the stall at all is a mystery. I nodded. Another thread tied off. And Sybil's mother and his holdings? Chade looked away from me. The tragic news reached us the day after you were taken prisoner. Lady Brisinga died of food poisoning. A number of her guests and servants died with her. It was horribly sad, but not the least bit shameful or scandalous. Her body was discovered first, but over the next few days others sickened and swiftly died. Tainted fish is what I heard. Lady Brisinga's body was sent to her mother's home for burial. Sybil is attending to that sad duty. Prince Dutiful sent his own honour guard with him as a token of the high esteem he holds him in. Sybil understands that when the details have been settled, he will return to Buckkeep to remain at the castle until he reaches his majority. Galekeep will be shuttered, though our Lady Queen has lent Sybil staff and a steward to maintain the place in his absence. I nodded slowly. The prince might call Sybil friend, but he would be Chade's well-kept and pampered prisoner for the next few years. It was an apt solution. He could perceive it as protection, or as a cage. All had been neatly managed. I wondered if Lady Rosemary had found a sudden reason to visit her friend at Galekeep, or if the spy that Chade had in place there had done the poisoning. It would have been difficult for Rosemary to travel, burned as she was. Then I suddenly turned to look at Chade. He met my scrutiny with a puzzled expression. I leaned forward suddenly, and before he could draw back, touched his cheek. No paint came off on my fingers. Sound pink flesh. No trace of healing burns. Oh, Chade. I rebuked him, and my voice shook with shock. Have a care, man. You charge in blindly, and none of us know the cost. None of us. He allowed himself a smile. I care little for the cost when I know the benefit so well already. My burns are healed. For the first time in years, I walk with no pains in my knees and hips. I sleep free of pain at night. I even see more clearly. You are not doing this alone. He looked at me, refusing to answer, and I knew the answer. You've been tapping Thick's strength, I accused him in a low voice. He doesn't mind. You don't know the dangers. He doesn't understand the risks. And neither do you, he replied sharply. Fitz, there are times to be cautious and times to be bold. The time has come for us to take these risks. We need to discover all the skill can truly do. When the prince goes on his quest to slay Icefyre, you will go with him. And you must know the skill's powers by then, and must be capable of wielding them. This, and he slapped his chest soundly, this is a miracle and a wonder. If we had had this at our disposal when Shrewd was ill, he never would have died. Think what that would have meant. Yes, think, I rejoined. Think of Shrewd, alive still and ruling here, then ask yourself, why isn't that so? For he was not trained by Galen. Solicity was his skill mistress. Cannot we assume that he knew far more of the skill than we do? Perhaps even how to prolong his life. So then, let us ask, why did he not do it? Why did not Solicity herself do it? Did they know that there was a price attached to that? A price too high to pay? Or did he merely lack a coterie to assist him in his efforts? Chade countered. He could have used Galen's coterie, if that was the case. Pah! You don't know that, and neither do I. Why must you be so pessimistic? Why must you always assume the worst? Maybe I learned caution from a wise old man, one who is now behaving foolishly. Chade's cheeks flushed pink. Anger lit his eyes. You are not yourself, or perhaps it is even worse than that. You are yourself. Listen to me, you whelp. I watched my brother die. I watched King Shrewd dwindle, and I was beside him in the days when he did not know that his mind wandered, and I was beside him in the days when he was cognizant of the weakness of his body and his mind, and shamed to tears by it. I do not know which days were worse to witness. If he had had the skill to change that, he would have done it, no matter the cost. This is skill knowledge that was lost to us. I intend to regain it, and to use it. I think he expected me to roar back at him. I half expected myself to, and perhaps I would have done, if I had not felt such a combination of weakness, despair, and fear. Chade had frightened me badly when his health and mind were failing, and I feared we might lose his wealth of information and connections. Now, health-filled and bright-eyed, with ambition burning in him, he terrified me. I had known this side of Chade existed, known that he had always hungered to master the skill. I had never known I'd have to confront that appetite. I took 2 deep breaths and spoke quietly. Is that decision yours to make? A frown furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Who else should make it? The skillmaster, perhaps, should say how the skill is applied at Buckkeep, especially among inexperienced students. I met his gaze sternly. In truth, he was the one who had pushed me into accepting the responsibility of the position. I wondered if he winced now at how his own stubbornness, in this, had turned to bite him. He was incredulous. You're saying you would forbid me this, and expect me to obey you? Hands on his knees, he leaned forward in his chair to confront me. I did not want to meet him head-on in a clash of wills. I had not the strength just now. I turned the question. There was another Farseer who tried to use the skill to his own ends. He himself was neither strong nor talented with the skill, but he used the strength of his coterie to gain his ends. He used them ruthlessly, regardless of what it did to them, how it drained them or twisted their own wills. Will you become another Regal? I am nothing like Regal, Chade spat at me. For one thing, his interest was all for himself. You know that I have spent my entire life labouring tirelessly for the Farseer reign. And for another difference, I will develop my own skill. I will not long be dependent on another's strength. Chade. My voice came out in a cracked whisper. I cleared my throat, but still spoke weakly. Perhaps you will develop your own skill, but not if you go on as you have, experimenting alone, taking chances with yourself, and now risking Thick, who has no concept of the danger you may represent. I wasn't sure he was listening to me. He was staring past me, his green eyes going far. I spoke on anyway, hearing my own voice failing and starting to rasp. You need to learn the dangers of the magic, Chade, before you wade into it and start using it for your own ends. The skill is not a toy, nor is it something that any user should employ solely for his own benefit. It wasn't fair, Chade protested suddenly. They denied me the teaching that I should have had. I was as much a Farseer as Shrewd. I should have been taught. I was tiring rapidly. I had to win this, or at least fight him to a draw before I collapsed back into my bed. No, it wasn't fair, I agreed. But using Thick as your crutch and tool is not fair either, nor will it replace the proper teaching you should have had, that you must get for yourself. Thick is strong with the skill and has no concept of what
dangers that may present to him. Nor has he the will to resist you using his magic for your own purposes. He will not warn you when you are taking too much from him, and you will not know you have taken it until it is too late. It is wrong of you to tap his strength as if he were a bullock hitched to your cart. He may be simple, but in skill at least he is our equal. He's a member of our coterie. As such you should be brothers, regardless of your varying abilities. Coterie? The slack-jawed look of astonishment on Chade's face suddenly made me realize that he had not seen what was obvious to me. Coterie, I repeated. You, me, Dutiful, the fool, and Thick. I paused, waiting for him to say something. Instead, I heard the soft sound of the fool's chair being pushed back from his desk, and the even quieter sounds of his feet as he crossed the room to stand near us. I wondered what expression he wore, but I didn't look away from Chade's gaze. When he continued to bet, I reminded him, Chade, I was there. I was not in full possession of myself, I know, but I would have had to be dead to have been unaware of what happened to me. What you all united to do to me. Didn't you understand that that was how a coterie functioned? The pooling of strength and abilities to achieve some goal. That was what you did. Thick's strength, your knowledge of a man's internal structure, Dutiful's control and purpose, and the fool's link to me, all were necessary to do what you did, and can do again if needed. Dutiful has his coterie. Not much of one in many ways, but a coterie nonetheless. But only if we function as one. If you lead Thick astray, to use him as your personal reservoir of strength, you'll destroy us before we find our potential. I halted. My mouth was dry, and I'd run out of breath. At any other time, I would have been horrified to discover how weak I was. At the moment, I could not afford to spare it a thought. I felt I had come to a balancing point with the old man. For so many years, he had been my mentor and guide. As his apprentice, I had seldom questioned his wisdom or his ways. I had always been certain that he knew what was best. Yet, since summer, I had seen that his bright mind was failing, and his memory not as tightly taloned as it once had been. But worse for both of us, I had begun to consider his decisions, and even his thought processes, from a man's perspective. I was no longer willing to concede to him that he knew best in everything. And when I applied the perspective of my 30-odd years to the decisions he had made for me and for the Farseers in the past, I was not sure that I agreed with them any longer. Now that I could see his wisdom was not absolute, I felt more justified in demanding that he recognize there were areas in which I knew more than he did. It was a strange equality I sought to claim, one that did not assert I knew as much as he did, but rather that, although he was still wiser than I in many things, there were areas in which he must give way to me. For so long he had been my mentor and above question. Now it was hard for both of us that I saw him as a man. I hated that I had become aware of his flaws. I never wanted to be the one to hold a mirror to him and point them out. I had to admit to myself, difficult as it was, that he had always been ambitious and eager for power. Limited by politics in his quest for his magic, scarred by an accident that doomed him to working unseen, he had still become a powerful force. It was his will that had sustained the Farseer throne in the days when King Shrewd was failing and his 2 remaining sons vied for his throne. It had been Chade's network of spies and servants who had assisted Queen Cotrican in retaining her power until her son could come of age. He was close now, so close to putting another Farseer-born heir on the throne. Yet I could look at him and see that these successes would not be enough for him. He would not count any achievement a true victory until he had acquired for himself the things he had always hungered for. Power he had now, and the trappings that went with it. He could openly wield it, and folk accepted it as his right as the Queen's counsellor.
Yet within the esteemed adviser there still lurked the deprived bastard, the disinherited child. No triumph would ever be enough for him until he mastered the skill. Yes, and let others know that he had mastered it. I feared he would undermine all else he had engineered in attaining that one goal. His determination could blind him, and so I watched him as he weighed my words and thought his own thoughts about them. I studied him as I waited. He could not reverse the march of the years. Not even the skill could make him young again. But perhaps, as Kettle had done, he could halt the progression of aging and repair the damage it had done to him. His hair was as white, the lines in his face graven as deep. But the knobbiness of his knuckles had subsided, and his cheeks were flushed with robust health. The whites of his eyes were clear. As I watched him, I saw him come to a decision, and my heart sank as he rose hastily, for in his rush to leave I saw his desire to end the conversation. "You are not well yet, Fitz," he said as he stood. "It will be days until you are strong enough to continue teaching Dutiful and Thick to what you know of the skill, and those days represent time I am not willing to waste. Therefore, while you are recuperating, I will continue my own explorations of the skill. I will be circumspect, I promise you. I will risk no one except myself. But having begun this, having felt the first touch of what it can mean to me, I will not draw back. I will not." He started towards the door. I drew a ragged breath. I was very nearly at the end of my strength. "Don't you understand, Chade? What you feel is the pull of all students of the skill are warned against. You venture into the skill current at your peril. If we lose you, the strength of the whole coterie is diminished. If you take Thick with you, the coterie is destroyed entirely." His hand was on the latch. He did not turn to look back at me. "You need your rest, Fitz, not to work yourself up like this. When you are feeling better, then we will discuss this again. You know I am a cautious man. Trust me in this." And then he was gone, closing the door behind him. He moved swiftly, like a child hurrying out of the room to escape a scolding, or a man fleeing a truth he did not want to hear. I sagged back into the chair. My throat and mouth were dry, my head pounding. I lifted my hand to shut out the light from my eyes. Into that small darkness, I asked, "Have you ever suddenly realized that there was someone you loved, but presently did not like very much?" "Strange you should ask me that," the fool observed dryly from close behind me. Then I heard him walk away. I must have fallen asleep there. When I awoke it was afternoon, and I ached from my cramped position in the chair. There was a tray of food on a table beside the chair. Even covered, it had gone cold. Fat was congealed in little floating lumps on top of the broth. There was meat, but it had gone cold. After 2 bites, the chewing of it wearied me. I forced myself to finish it, but felt that it sat like a lump in my stomach. They had given me watered wine, and bread in milk again as well. I didn't want it, yet could not have said what I did want. I forced myself to eat it. The terrible weakness that was on me made me feel childishly weepy. I tottered back to my room. I wanted to wash my face to see if I could rouse myself from my lethargy. There was water in the pitcher, and a cloth to dry on, but my looking-glass was gone, probably tied it away when Catrichan changed my room. I washed, but felt no livelier for it. I went back to bed. 2 more days passed in the same haze of weakness and lassitude. I ate and I slept, but my strength seemed terribly slow to return. Chade did not visit me. I was not surprised at that. But Dutiful did not come either. Had Chade ordered him to stay away from me? Lord Golden had little to say to me, and turned my visitors away with the warning that I was still not well enough to see them. Twice I heard Hap's anxious tones, and once I heard Starling. I had no energy to move, but the inactivity made me ache. I lay alone in my bed, or sat on the chair near the fireside. I was both worried and bored. I thought about the skill scrolls up in Chade's old chamber, but the challenge of all the stairs daunted me. Nor could I bring myself to ask that favour of the fool. It was not just that he never ventured forth from Lord Golden's facade. It was that we were both mired into coolly and correctly ignoring one another. It could only make our quarrel worse, and yet I could not bend enough to try any other way. It seemed to me I had already made enough efforts to mend things and been rebuffed by him. I wanted him to show some sign of wishing to make things right between us, but he did not. So 2 slow days of misery trickled past. The next day I arose determined to put myself to rights. Perhaps if I stood and moved about as if I were healthy, I would begin to feel so. I began by washing myself, and then decided I would shave. The accumulation of whiskers was approaching a fair beard. I walked slowly to the door of my chamber and looked round. Lord Golden sat at the table inspecting a dozen silk kerchiefs in different shades of yellow and orange and trying them against one another. I cleared my throat. He did not move. Very well, then. Lord Golden, pardon me if I disturb you. I seem to have misplaced my shaving mirror. Could I perhaps borrow one? He did not look round. Do you think that is wise? Borrowing a mirror? Shaving without one strikes me as less wise. I meant, do you think it is wise to shave? I think I'm past due for it. Very well, then. It's your choice. His tone was neutral and chill, as if I did a risky thing and he wanted no part in it. He went to his room and returned shortly with his own elaborate silver-framed hand mirror. I held it up, dreading what it would show me of my wasted face. The shock of my appearance numbed me. I dropped the mirror. Only good fortune decreed that it did not break when it fell to the rug. I have fainted from pain before, but never, I think, from pure surprise. As it was, I did not lose consciousness completely, but crumpled to sit in a heap on the floor. "Tom?" Lord Golden asked in annoyance and surprise. I had no attention for him. I slid the mirror across the rug to me and stared down into it. Then I touched my face. The scar I had borne for so long was gone. My nose was not precisely straight, but the long-ago break was far less evident. I thrust my hands inside my robe and felt my back. The sword wound was gone, yes, but gone also was the ancient pulling scar the festered arrowhead had left in my back. I inspected the place where my neck met my shoulder. Years ago, a forged one had bitten a chunk from me there, leaving a puckered scar. The flesh was smooth. I looked up to find Lord Golden regarding me with consternation. "Why?" I asked him wildly. "Why, in Ida's name, did you do this to me? All will mark this change in me. How will I explain it?" He came a step closer. There was confusion in his eyes. Lord Golden spoke reluctantly. "But, Tom Badgerlock, we did nothing to you." I do not know what my face looked like at his words, but he recoiled from me. In a neutral voice he continued, "Truly we did not do this to you. We worked to close the wound in your back and to clean your blood of poisons. When I saw your other scar start to pucker and then to expulse bits of flesh, I cried out to them that we had to stop. But even after we dropped hands and stepped back from you..." I tried to remember that moment, and could not. Perhaps what you set in motion, my body and skill, continued. I don't recall. He covered his mouth with a hand as he stood looking down on me. "Chade," he hesitated, then forced himself to go on. His voice was nearly the fool's. "I think Lord Chade felt... I should not surmise what he felt. Only I think he believes you knew how to do this, and that you kept it a secret from him." "Ada and Elle in a tangle," I groaned. Chade was right. I never had been good at discerning what people felt, unless they told me directly. I had sensed there was some knot between us, but this was the last thing I'd expected. Even if I'd known my body had been cleared of scars, I would not have suspected that Chade would feel slighted over some imagined secret. That was what was behind his huffy retreat. His resolution was that he would continue to discover whatever I'd concealed from him. I gathered my legs under me and stood without assistance. Not that Lord Golden had offered me any. I proffered the mirror to him and turned back to my room. "So, changed your mind about shaving, Badgerlock?" Lord Golden asked me. "For now, yes. I'm going up to Chade's old chamber. If you could let him know that I'd like to see him there, I'd be appreciative." I spoke to him as if he were the fool. I didn't expect a reply, and I didn't get one. I simply had no strength. I stopped to rest so many times on the stairs that I thought my candle would burn out and leave me in darkness. When I did reach the chamber, I had lost all ambition. At the door, the ferret leapt out to challenge me. Gilly did a wild dance, inviting me to battle for the territory. "You can have it," I told him. "You'd probably win anyway." Ignoring his rushes at my feet, I went and sat on the edge of the bed, then lay down and almost immediately fell asleep. I think I slept for a long time. When I awoke, the ferret was sleeping under my chin. The moment I stirred, Gilly fled. It was plain someone had come and gone. It disturbed me that I could sleep through that. When I'd been bonded to my wolf, his mind had always kept watch through my senses. He would have wakened me as soon as he perceived I was hearing an intruder. I had grown too dependent on those wild senses, I decided as I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. I had grown too dependent on everything and everyone. There were dishes and a bottle of wine on the cleared end of the table. A pot of soup had been left warming at the edge of the hearth, and the wood had been replenished for the fire. I got up and went directly to the food. I ate and drank and waited. And while I waited, I perused the scrolls that had been left out for me. There was a report from someone about Icefyre and Outislander dragons, another spy report on doings in Bingtown and their war with Chalced. An old scroll that showed a sketch of the muscles in a man's back had been updated. The details and notes were in Chade's hand. Well, at least my journey through Death's Jaws had provided new knowledge. Beside that scroll were 3 more bundled together, tattered and faded they were, and all in the same hand. It was a set of skill exercises, designed specifically for the solo. I scowled at that, wondering what they meant. A few minutes of reading enlightened me. These were exercises for the skill practitioner who had no coterie. It had never occurred to me before that there would be such. But when I thought about it, I saw it must be so. I had become one, hadn't I? There had always been people who had been socially inept, or simply preferred solitude. When coteries were formed, it would be likely there would be some excluded. These exercises were for ones such as those. In reading it, I found it likely that they had most often been used as spies or healers. The exercises in the first scroll seemed to focus especially on subtle uses of the skill, either to listen in or implant suggestions in someone's thoughts. The second scroll dealt with repairing another's body. This fascinated me, not just because I had recently undergone it, but because it confirmed a thing I had suspected. What a man started with the skill, and his will. The body often took over. The body understood healing, yet it also understood that sometimes hasty repairs were more important than perfect ones, that closing the wound might be more important than smooth skin afterwards. So the scroll put it. The body understood conserving one's strength and reserves against tomorrow's needs. The scroll cautioned skill users to be wary of ignoring the body's own tendencies, and to be circumspect with how ardently they pursued a repair. I wondered if Chade had read that part. The third scroll dealt with maintaining one's own body. On this last scroll, the clear notes in Chade's hand contrasted strongly with the faded old inking. It chronicled his early failed efforts, as well as his recent successes. This was what he had wanted me to see. These notes were why he had left it out. He wished me to know that ever since the skill scrolls had come into his possession, he had been trying and failing to repair his own body. He had been successful only since he had witnessed the healing of mine, and discovered that he could tap Thick's skill talent to supplement his faltering and groping efforts. I read the diary of his frustration, and knew the fear that had accompanied it. I knew only too well what it was to live within a damaged body, and in witnessing Night Eye's decline I had tasted what it must be to grow old.
Chade had resumed a normal life only in the last decade. He had spent his prime sequestered here, in this room, working from the shadows and in disguise. How bitter it would be to emerge into a world of people and music, dancing and conversation, and, yes, power, and the wealth to enjoy it, only to have one's declining body threaten to take it all away. I could not blame him for what he had done, despite the risks he had taken. I understood it only too well. I dreaded the day when I would have to face such a decision, for I feared I would decide the same. I read carefully several times the scroll that had to do with repairs to the body using the skill. It told me much that was useful, but not all I needed to know. I knew with sad certainty why Chade had held these scrolls back from me. If I had seen them, I would have known that he was pursuing a lone quest to master the skill, and he had obviously begun it years before I had been enticed to return to Buckkeep. I leaned back in my chair and tried to put myself in the old man's place. What had he imagined? What had he dreamed? I pushed myself back through the years. The war with the red ships has finally ended. The raiders have been driven back by the Six Duchies dragons. Peace has returned to the land. The Queen is gravid with the Farseer heir. Regal has not only returned the missing library of skill scrolls, but has conveniently died after renewing his loyalty to the crown. And Chade, after so many years spent in the shadows, can emerge as the Queen's trusted counsellor. He can move freely about Buckkeep, enjoying food and drink and the companionship of the nobility. What is there left for him to desire? Only that which had been denied to him so many years ago. The skill was not taught to royal bastards, even if they had the aptitude for it. Some kings ruthlessly administered elf bark to illegitimate youngsters to kill the skill ability in them. I did not doubt that other Farseer monarchs had saved time and simply killed the bastards. I had only been taught the skill because both Lady Patience and Chade had pleaded on my behalf. Even then, if the need for a coterie had not been so desperate, I am sure King Shrewd would have refused me. Chade had never been taught, and in the ways that boys do, I had always simply accepted that piece of knowledge about my master. I had never asked him, "Were you ever tested for skill ability? Did you ask to be taught and were refused, or did you never even ask?" I had never asked for the details. Yet I knew that he had longed for that forbidden knowledge. I knew it in how ardently he had pursued it for me, and how badly he had hoped that I would succeed at it. My failure to master the magic had smarted as keenly for him as it had for me. Yet I had never, until now, considered what these factors might mean when those scrolls came into his hands. Ever since he had come to my cottage, I had known that he had been reading the scrolls. Knowing Chade, I should have known that with or without a teacher, he would try to master what he read there. I should have offered to teach him what I knew. Every time he had brought up the question of skill candidates, had he secretly hoped I would look at him? And why hadn't I ever seriously considered the idea? Oh yes, once I had thrown it out as a man throws a bone to a hungry dog to appease it, but I had not truly considered him capable of learning it. Why not? I had more questions about myself than I did about Chade. While I was pondering them, I heated water and found his looking-glass. In Chade's assassin's armory were any number of knives sharp enough to shave with. I made a credible job of it, taking my time and watching my unscathed face emerge. I was sitting at the table, looking at myself in the mirror, when Chade entered. I didn't wait for him to speak. I didn't realize that my old scars were gone. I think the coterie started the wheels turning, and after that my healing was like a runaway cart on a steep street. It just kept going on its own. I don't even really know how it was done. He spoke as humbly as I did. "So, Lord Golden managed to convey to me." Then he came closer. When he stood over me, he studied my face, cocking his head to one side. When I looked up at him, he smiled reminiscently. "Oh, my boy, you do look like your father. Far too much for our purposes now. You should not have shaved. The beard at least covered some of the changes in your face. Now you must wait until it grows back enough to decide how much you've changed before you can go about the keep again." I shook my head. It wouldn't do, Chade. Not even a heavy beard would be enough. I took a long, final look at myself, as I might have been. Then I laughed and pushed the mirror away. "Come, sit down. We both know what must be done. I've read your scrolls, but they don't seem to apply. In this effort tonight we are going to have to feel our way." We did not work well together. I think by nature we were both solos, and yet we would have to learn to function together as part of Dutiful's coterie. And so we made a number of false starts, and irritably blamed Galen's fogging of me and my use of elf bark and those short-sighted folk who had not trained Chade when he was a boy. But at length the skill flowed hesitantly between us, and as I so often had before, I trusted myself to his long-fingered hands. I fed him strength and the skill itself, for his ability was as yet only a sporadic trickling of the magic. Chade's knowledge of how a man's body was put together combined with my own body's awareness of itself to guide what we did. In some ways, it was a more difficult task than my healing had been, for each piece had to be done separately, and in defiance of what my body felt was correct. But we prevailed, and when we had finished, I took up the mirror again. My new scar was less noticeable than the old one, and my nose not quite as crooked, but it would suffice. The marks were there, as were the old bite scar on my neck, the scar from the arrowhead near my spine, and a new web of scarring where the sword wound should have been. These new scars were easier to tolerate than the old ones, for we involved only the skin, and did not anchor them to the muscles underneath. Still, they pulled irritatingly. I knew I'd eventually get used to them. It was Chade who noticed that my badger lock was now growing in dark at the roots. He shook his head over that. "But I've no idea how to change that. Nothing in the scrolls mentions a change in the colour of hair. Dye the whole shock of white hair black is my advice. Let that change be obvious. Folk will think you've become vain. Vanity is easy to explain." I nodded and set the mirror down. "But later. Right now I'm exhausted," I said, and spoke the simple truth. He looked at me oddly. "And your headache?" I frowned and lifted a hand to my brow. "Is no worse than an ordinary headache. Despite all the skilling we've done tonight. Perhaps you were right. Perhaps it only took getting used to." He shook his head slowly and came around the table to set his hands to my skull. "Here," he said, tracing the now non-existent scar that had birthed my badger lock of white hair. "And here." He prodded an area near my eye socket. I winced from habit, then sat still. "It doesn't hurt." My head always hurt, when I combed my hair, and my face always ached, if I was long in the cold. I never thought about it before. "I'd date the injury by your eye to when Galen tried to kill you on the tower top. In the Queen's garden, when you were his student, Barrick said you nearly lost the vision in that eye. Have you forgotten the beating he gave you?" I shook my head silently. "Neither had your body. I've seen you from the inside out, Fitz. Seen the damage done to your skull in Regal's dungeons, and other long-healed fractures in your face and spine. The skill healing seems to have put right a lot of old damage. It interests me that you do not have a headache after skilling. It will interest me even more if you cease having to fear seizures." He left my side and went to his scroll rack. He returned with a copy of that most horrific of books, Man's Flesh, by Verded the Flayer. It was a beautifully made thing, layers of paper bound between carved covers of hinkwood, and still smelled of its inks. Obviously this copy had been recently created. That corrupt and ruthless Jamalian priest had flayed and dismembered bodies for years in a monastery in that distant land. But when his depravity was discovered, his notoriety spread even as far as the Six Duchies. I had heard of this treatise, but never before seen a copy. "Where did this come from?" I asked in surprise. "Some years ago I sent for it. It took me 2 years to find one, and the text is obviously corrupted. Verded never referred to himself as the Flayer, as this manuscript does, and I doubt that he rejoiced in the smell of rotting flesh as this claims he did. No, I sought it out for the copies of his illustrations, not the words others have added." Chade opened it
and reverently set it before me. As he had bidden me, I ignored the ornate Gemalian lettering and focused instead on the detailed depictions of the interiors of bodies. As a boy, I had seen the sketches that Chade had made, and those he had from his master before him, but they had been crude things compared to these. Charts that show the most swiftly lethal places to thrust a dagger are not to be compared with a map of a man's exposed vitals. The colours were very true. It was strange to look at them and find myself reminded of the steaming entrails of a gutted deer. How can I explain how vulnerable I suddenly felt? All these soft structures, deep red and glistening grey, gleaming liver and intricately coiled intestines fit so precisely inside my body. Then Loudwine had thrust a sword blade through my back and into them. Without thinking, I set a hand to the false sword scar on my lower back. No ribs had shielded me there, only overlapping strands of muscle. Chade saw the gesture. Now you see why I feared so for you. From the start I suspected that only the skill could restore you to health. Close it, please, I said, and turned away from his treasured book, feeling ill. He ignored me, turning a page to yet another drawing. This was of a hand, skin and muscle pulled aside and pinned to show the bone and hinges. I studied this before I tried to repair my hands. I do not think his drawings are precisely correct, and yet I feel they were helpful to me. Who would have imagined there were so many individual bones in a man's hands and fingers? Then he finally glanced up and, becoming aware of my discomfort, closed the tome. When you are better recovered, I recommend you study this, Fitz. I think perhaps every skilled one should. Even thick? I asked wryly. He surprised me by lifting a shoulder. It would not hurt to show it to him. Sometimes he's capable of very fixed thought, Fitz. Who knows how much he retains in that misshapen skull? This brought a new thought to me. Misshapen. Do you think, then, that the skill might be used on Thick, to repair what is wrong and make him normal? Chade shook his head slowly. Different is not wrong, Fitz. Thick's body recognizes itself as correct. His differences are no more to him than... Well, here I am guessing, but I suspect that just as one man is tall and another is short, so it is with Thick. His body grew to some plan of its own. Thick is what he is. Perhaps we should just be grateful that we have him, even if he is different. You have been investigating this most thoroughly, then. I tried to keep condemnation from my voice. You cannot imagine what this is like for me, Fitz, he affirmed quietly. It is as if a cell door has opened and I am allowed to walk free in the world. I am dazzled by all that I see. A blade of grass is as wonderful to such a freed prisoner as is the wide spread of a valley. I resent everything that calls me away from this exploration. I do not want to sleep or pause for meals. It is difficult for me to force my mind to the Queen's business. What do I care of Bingtown traders and dragons and Narcheskas? The skill has seized my imagination and my heart. Exploring it is all I truly want to do. My heart sank. I recognized Chade's obsession for what it was. Often and often I had seen him go through such fevers of fascination. Once his mind seized on an area of study, he would pursue it until he grasped it thoroughly, or until another frenzy stole his attention away. So, I attempted to speak lightly, does this mean you will set aside your explosive experiments for a time? For an instant he looked puzzled, as if he had completely forgotten. Then, oh, that... I think I've discovered what I was attempting to discern about that. There are ways it may be useful, but it is too difficult to regulate to rely upon it. He dismissed it with a wave of his hand. I have set it aside. This is far more important for me to grasp now. Chade, I spoke quietly, you must not venture alone into this. Even more, you must not draw Thick in after you. I hope you can see now that I speak for concern for you, not to hold you back from any selfish secret of mine. I took a breath. You need a foundation. When I have my strength back, when Dutiful and Thick and I resume studying together, you must come to the tower with us. He was silent for a time, studying me. "And Lord Golden?" He cocked his head at me. "You did say before that he too was a member of this coterie." Did I? I feigned confusion for a moment. "Oh, he was there at my healing, and I felt... Do you think he truly contributed to my healing?" Chade looked at me oddly. "Don't you think you would be a better judge of that than I? You told me he did, but a day ago." I looked at my strange but strong reluctance to bring the fool into our skill lessons. He would not come anyway, I told myself, and then wondered if I were right. I could tell he was there, but I could not tell what he was doing, I amended. Chade's manner was grave. Guiding us, I thought. He said he had been part of something similar once when Night Eyes was stricken. He paused, then said without inflection, "He knows you well. I think that was what he contributed most. He knows you well, and he seemed to know a way into you." He sighed. "Fitz, you have already admitted as much." He was there when I used both the wit and the skill to heal the wolf, but he did not help with the healing. He helped me recover myself afterwards. Then I stopped. After a time I said, "The reticence and secrecy, does it become a habit? I swear, Chade, I don't know why. Damn this." "Yes. The fool and I have a skill bond. Thin, but there, a remnant from when he first got the skill on his fingers when he touched Verity and then me. And when he used it to pull me back into my body, it grew stronger. I suspect that if I considered it, I would find it stronger still since this healing. I rather doubt that he has any true skill of his own, only what is on his fingers, and perhaps his bond can only be with me." Chade smiled almost guiltily. "Well, a double relief to hear you speak truth to me, and to let me know that, well, I've known the fool for a long time. I value him, but there is still about him a strangeness, even when he masquerades as Lord Golden, that can make me uneasy at times. He knows too much, it sometimes seems, and at other times I wonder if the things that matter to us concern him at all. Now that I have experienced the skill a bit, and realized how open it makes us to one another, well, as you say, reticence and secrecy become a habit we must both preserve if we are to live. I am as reluctant to make the fool privy to all my secrets as I am to share his. His honesty jolted me, and his opinion confounded me. And yet, he was right. It felt good to know there was honesty between us. "I will speak to Lord Golden myself about what place he holds in our coterie," I said. "Much depends on what he is willing to do. No one can be forced to aid us." "Yes, and patch this foolish quarrel between you at the same time. Being in the same room with you two is as comfortable as standing between two snarling dogs. Who knows who will get bitten when they finally decide to rush one another?" I ignored that. "And you will join us in the skill tower for our lessons?" "I will." I waited, then decided that this too was a thing that must be spoken openly. "And your private skill experiments?" "They will go on," he said quietly, "as they must. Fitz, you know me, and you know the pattern of my years. Always I have learned alone and quietly, and always when I discovered a thread of learning that I felt I must possess, I pursued it ardently. Do not ask me to change that now. I cannot." And I truly believe he spoke the truth there also. I sighed heavily, but did not dare try to forbid it to him. "Go carefully then, my friend. Go very carefully. The currents are strong, and the footing treacherous. If you are ever swept away—" "I'll be careful," he said. And then he left me, and I crawled into the bed that was now more mine than his, and dropped into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 22. Connections. Your estimation of the funds needed for this journey has fallen far short of the reality. Nor would I have undertaken this inquiry if I had fully known about the foul weather, foul food, and fouler people who inhabit these islands. I shall expect exceptional remuneration when I return. I succeeded at last in visiting your demon-blasted island. Securing passage to visit that piece of ice and rock took the last of my insufficient funds, plus a day's labour of my stacking salt cod for a foul-tempered sea-bitch. The boat offered was leaky and unwieldy, of a kind I have never before seen, and without proper oars. It was a miracle that I was able to navigate the icy waters to reach Icefyre. Once there, I landed on a black and rocky shore. The glacier that once covered the entire island, right down to the tide line, seems to have retreated. An abandoned dock and pilings are visible, but all pieces that were easily scavenged are gone. The beach gives onto a wasteland of black stone. Tiny pockets of soil support little more than moss and scrubby grasses. There may have been crude buildings here at some time, but like the docks, anything usable was taken. Stone quarrying has evidently taken place here in the past, but from the look of the place has been abandoned for at least a decade. Immense blocks of stone were cut and lined up end to end as for an immense wall. But it is a wall that begins and ends with a single run of blocks. Apparently efforts were made to chisel this run of stone into some sort of a horizontal statue, but the attempt was abandoned before it was even a quarter finished. It was impossible for me to discern what it was meant to be. I walked as much of the beach as was bared, and ventured briefly onto the glacial ice before nightfall caught me there. I saw no dragon, neither alive nor trapped in ice, nor anything even remotely resembling a live creature. I groped my way back to the beach, and spent an icy night sheltered behind the stone blocks. Not a scrap of driftwood could I find for a fire. I slept poorly, being troubled by horrendous dreams in which I was one of a mob of Six Duchies folk trapped in a dreadful stone prison. When dawn came, I was thankful to leave. Any others who venture here should take care to bring with them everything to supply their needs, for this island certainly offers nothing to a man. Report to Chade Falstar, unsigned. Restoring my scars had delayed the recovery of my strength. For the next 3 days I withdrew into myself and focused solely on regaining my health. I slept and ate and slept again. I remained in the workroom. Chade himself brought meals to me. They followed no regular schedule, but he brought ample quantities of food when he did come. And I had the hearth for making tea or heating soup, so it mattered little. There were no windows in the workroom, and time lost all meaning for me. I returned to the wolfish habits I had shared for years. At dawn and at twilight I was most alert, and during those times I studied the scrolls. Then I ate and dozed in front of the fire, or slept in the bed for the rest of the day's circle. Not all my waking hours were spent in reading. I amused myself and Gilly by hiding bits of meat when he was not in the room, and then watching him ferret them out when he returned. I did simple projects such as suited my fancy. I made a board for playing the stone game, burning the lines into it, and then carved the markers from a whale tusk that Chade had said I might use. I dyed them red and black, and left an equal quantity unmarked. I hoped for a game with Chade, in vain, however. He spoke little to me of his skill studies, and when he came and went he seemed always in a hurry. Likely it was for the best. I slept more deeply when I was left alone. He was very close-mouthed about other news of the keep. What little I squeezed out of him worried me. The Queen was still in negotiations with the Bingtown traders, but had graciously given the Dukes of Shokes and Faro permission to pressure Chalced along their borders as they wished. There would be no formal declaration of warfare, but the normal harrying and raiding that went on along that boundary would be increased, with her tacit blessings. There was little new in this. The slaves of Chalced had known for generations that they could claim freedom if they could manage to escape to the Six Duchies. Once free, they often turned against their old masters, raiding across the border the flocks and herds that once they had tended. For all that, trade between Chalced and duchies remained lively and prosperous. For the Six Duchies to side openly with Bingtown could put an end to that. The Bingtown war with Chalced had horribly disrupted Chade's flow of spy information from that area. He had to rely on second- and third-hand accounts, and, as with all such heavily handled information, there were contradictions. We were both sceptical of the facts we received. Yes, the Bingtown traders had a dragon-breeding plantation far up the Rainwild River. 1, or perhaps 2, full-grown dragons had been seen in flight. They were variously described as blue, silver, or blue and silver. The Bingtown traders fed the dragons, and in return the dragons guarded Bingtown harbour, but they would not fly out of sight of shore, which was why the Chalcedian ships were still able to menace and plunder Bingtown's trading fleet. The dragon-breeding farm was tended by a race of changelings, half dragon and half human. It was in the midst of a beautiful city where wondrous gems glowed from the walls at night. The humans who also dwelt there preferred to live in lofty timber castles, high in the tops of immense trees. Such information more frustrated than enlightened us. "Do you think they lied to us when they told us about the dragons?" I asked him. "They likely told us their truth," Chade replied tersely. "That is the whole purpose of spies, to give us the other truths of the story, so that from all of them we can cobble together our own truth. There is not enough meat here to make a meal from, only enough to torment us. What can we deduce for certain from these rumours? Only that a dragon has been seen, and that something peculiar is going on somewhere on the Rainwild River." And that was as much as he would say on the subject. But I suspected he knew far more than he admitted, and that he had other irons in the fire than the ones he discussed with me. So my days passed in sleep, study, and rest. Once, when rustling through Chade's scrolls for one I recalled on the history of Dramalia, I found the feathers from the treasure beach. I stood looking at them in the dimness, and then carried them over to Chade's work table and examined them there in a better light. Just touching them was unsettling. They stirred to life memories of my days on that desolate beach, and awoke 100 questions. There were 5 feathers in all, about the size of the curving feathers of a cockerel's tail. They were carved in extreme detail, so that each separate rib of the feather lay against the next. They seemed to be made from wood, though they weighed oddly heavy in my hands. I tried several blades against them. The sharpest one made only a fine silvery scratch. If this was wood, it was near as hard as metal. Some trick of their carving seemed to catch the light strangely. The feathers were plain and grey, and yet, seen from the tail of my eye, colour seemed to run over them. They had no discernible smell. Setting my tongue to one gave me a faint taste of brine, followed by bitterness. That was all. And having tested all of my senses against them, I surrendered to the mystery. I suspected they would fit the fool's rooster crown. I wondered again whence that strange artifact had originated. He had unwrapped it from a length of fabric so wondrous that it could only have come from Bingtown. Yet the old wooden circlet seemed too humble to have come from a city of marvels and magic. When he had shown the ancient crown to me, I had recognized it immediately, having seen it once before, in a dream. In my vision, it had been colourfully painted, and bright feathers had stood up above the circlet to nod in the breeze. A woman had worn it, pale even as the fool had been pale then, and the folk of some ancient elderling city had paused in their celebration to listen and laugh at her mocking words. I had interpreted her status as a jester. Now I wonder if I had missed a subtler meaning. I looked at them, spread like a fan, and a sudden shiver ran over me. They linked us, I knew with a sudden chill. They linked the fool and me, not only to one another, but to another life. Hastily I wrapped them in a cloth and hid them under my pillow. I could not decide what it meant that the feathers had come to me, but I did not want to discuss them with Chade. The fool might have the answers, I suspected, and yet I felt a shamed reluctance to take them to him. There was not only the gulf of our present quarrel between us, but the fact that I had had them for so long and hadn't spoken of them to him. I knew that neither of those things would be improved by waiting longer, yet I truly felt too weak to present them to him. So I slept with them under my pillow each night. In the deeps of my 3rd night in the workroom, Nettle invaded my sleep.
She came as a weeping woman. In my dream, a statue stood in a stream of the tears she had shed. Her tears were a silvery gown that she wore, and her mourning was a fog around her. I stood for a time watching her cry. Each silver tear that ran down her cheek splashed into a thread of gossamer that became part of her raiment before it turned into the stream that flowed past her. "What is wrong?" I asked the apparition at last. But she only continued to weep. I approached her and finally put my hand on her shoulder, expecting to encounter cold stone. Instead, she turned to me with eyes that were grey as fog. Her eyes were made of tears. "Please," I said, "please talk to me. Tell me why you weep." And suddenly she was nettle. She leaned her brow on my shoulder and wept on. Always before, when I had encountered her in dreams, I had had the feeling she was seeking for me. This time I sensed that I had come to her, drawn by her sorrow into some other place that was usually private to her. I think my coming surprised her, yet I was not unwelcome, only unlooked for. What is it? Even in my sleep I knew I skilled to her.
"They quarrel. Even when they do not speak, their quarrel hangs like cobwebs in the room. Every word anyone says gets tangled in the quarrel. They act as if I cannot love them both, as if I must choose between them, and I cannot."
"Who quarrels?"
"My father and my brother. They came home safely, as you said they would, but as soon as they got down from the horse I felt the storm hanging between them. I don't know what it is about. My father refuses to speak of it, and he has forbidden my brother to tell me. It is something shameful and dark and horrid. Yet my brother wishes to do it. He desires it with all his heart. I cannot imagine why. Swift has always been such a good boy, quiet and meek and obedient. What can he have discovered that he longs to do, and my father so abhors?"
I could almost feel her mind groping towards dark suspicions. She longed to know what had so disgraced her gentle brother in her father's eyes. Her imagination could not conjure anything sufficiently evil that a boy of his years could possibly do. That led her towards the idea that her father was being irrational. Yet that concept, too, was untenable for her, and so her speculation wobbled between two unacceptable ideas, and all the while the tension in the household grew heavier and heavier.
"He does not allow my brother to go outside by himself. All day long he must accompany my father as he goes about his chores. Yet he is not allowed to help him exercise or groom the horses. Instead, he must simply stand and watch. It makes no sense to me or to my brothers. But if we ask about it, my father becomes very strict and silent. It is making all of us miserable, and I do not know how much longer my brother can stand it. I fear he will do something desperate."
"What do you fear he might do?"
"I don't know. If I knew it, I could prevent it."
"I do not know of any way I can help you with this." I framed the thought very carefully, fencing it off from all I knew. What would she think of Swift if she knew he was witted? How did Burrick and Molly speak of that magic in their home, if they spoke of it at all? She had not mentioned how her mother had reacted to the situation, and I could not find the courage within me to ask.
"I did not think you could, Shadow Wolf. That was why I did not come to you. But I am grateful you came to me, even if you cannot help me."
A sigh.
"When you wall me out, I feel more isolated than I can explain, even to myself. For so long you were always there, at the edges of my dreams, watching them through me. Then you took yourself away, and I do not know why, nor do I know who or what you truly are. Will not you explain yourself to me?"
"I cannot. I heard the harshness of my own refusal, and felt in a skill echo her hurt at my words. Against my will I felt myself try. I cannot explain. In some ways I am a danger to you, and so I seek to stay away from you. You do not truly need me. Yet in all ways that I can, I will watch over you and protect you, and come to you when I think you need me.
You contradict yourself. You are a danger that will protect me. I do not need you, yet you will come to me when I need you. You make no sense.
No, I don't, I admitted humbly. And hence I cannot explain myself to you, Nettle. All I can offer you is this. What is between your father and brother is between your father and brother. Do not let it stand between you and either of them, difficult as that might be. Do not lose faith in either of them, or stop loving either of them.
As if I could,
she said bitterly.
If I could stop loving them, I could stop grieving for what they do to each other.
And there we left it, as I faded from her dream. There was no comfort for me in such contact with my daughter, and very little comfort for her, I'm sure. Her worry became mine. Burrick had always been strict, yet fair within his own sense of fairness. He had often been rough with me, but never harsh. An irritated cuff, an impatient shove he might have given, but he had seldom beaten me. The few thrashings I had suffered at his hands had been intended to teach a lesson, never to harm me. The times he had physically punished me I now saw as justified, yet I feared that Swift would defy him openly as I had not. And I did not know what effect that would have on the man. He believed that one boy entrusted to his care had died horribly because he had failed to beat the wit out of him. Would he see it as his duty to protect his own son from a similar fate, no matter how harsh he must be to do it? I feared for them both, and had no outlet for that worry. At dawn of the 4th day, I awoke feeling stronger and restless. Today, I decided, I was well enough to get out and move around the keep a bit. It was time for me to resume my life. I took the feathers from beneath my pillow and went down to Tom Badgerlock's chamber to get some fresh clothing. I had scarcely closed the door to the hidden staircase behind me before there was a tap on the connecting door. I reached it in 2 steps and opened it. Lord Golden took a startled step backwards.
Well, I suppose he is awake after all, and dressed too, I see. So are you feeling more yourself, Tom Badgerlock?
A bit, I replied, trying to look past him to discover for whom this mummery was played out. I barely had time to take in the shock of his face as he stared at my renewed scars, before Hap almost shouldered him aside to get to me. My boy seized me by the shoulders and stared up at me in horror.
You look terrible. Go back to bed, Tom.
Then, almost without drawing breath, he turned to Lord Golden.
Sir, I beg your pardon, you were right. I had thought that you were deceiving me as to how ill he was, but you were right to keep all visitors from his door. I see that now. I most humbly beg your pardon for my ill words.
Lord Golden gave a small harumph.
Well, I scarcely expect court manners from a country boy, and I understand that you have been so worried about your father. So little as I have enjoyed your rousing me at such ungodly hours, or your churlish manners when I forbade you access, I shall forgive your behaviour, and I'm sure that you will both excuse me while you enjoy your visit.
He turned away and left us alone in my small chamber. It did not take much urging from Hap to get me to sit down on the low bed. The long trek down Chade's winding stairs had tired me. Hap kept one hand on my shoulder as he sat down beside me. His gaze wandered over my face, and he squinted in pity at my gauntness.
"I'm so glad to see you,"
he said tightly. For a moment longer he stared at me, face taut with some emotion. Then his eyes brimmed suddenly, and he buried his face in both his hands and rocked back and forth on my bed.
"Oh, Tom, I thought you were going to die,"
he managed to say through his fingers. And then he sat panting, fighting the sobs that threatened to overtake him. I put my arm around his shoulders and hugged him close. Dry sobs broke from him. He was suddenly my boy again, and very frightened he had been. He spoke in gasps.
"I've been here before dawn every day since they brought you here, and every day Lord Golden has told me that you were too weak for visitors. At first, I tried to be patient, but the last few days—"
He gulped suddenly.
"I've been very rude to him, Tom. I was horrid. I hope he won't take it out on you. It was just—"
I spoke by his ear, calmly and reassuringly. "I've been very ill, and my recovery is still slow. But I'm not going to die, son. Not this time. I'll be here for you for some time yet. And Lord Golden has already told you that he forgives you, so don't worry about any of that." He reached up to grip my hand tightly in both of his. After a moment he straightened and turned to face me. Tears tracked his face.
"I thought you would die, and I'd never get the chance to tell you I was sorry for how I behaved. I knew you'd nearly given up on me, in that you hardly spoke to me, nor came to see me any more, and that you were hurt, and I could not get to you in that jail, nor afterwards when they brought you up here, and all I could think was that you would die believing me both stupid and ungrateful for all you had done for me. You were right, you know. I should have listened to you. I wanted so badly to tell you that. You were right, and I've learned."
"About what?" I asked, but my heart sank with the answer I already knew. He sniffed, looking aside from me.
"About Svanja."
His voice grew deeper and thicker.
"She's cast me off, Tom. Just like that. And I've already heard that there is someone else for her, or maybe always was. A sailor on one of those big trading ships."
He looked down at the floor between his feet. He swallowed.
"I suppose they have been close before his ship last sailed in the spring. Now he's back, with silver earrings for her, and fancy cloth, and a spiced perfume from far away. Gifts for her parents, too. They like him."
His voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, so that his last words were barely audible.
"If I'd known," he said,
and then his voice trailed away. It was a very good time for me to be silent.
"I waited for her one night, and she just didn't come. And I got very worried, frightened for her. I was scared that something bad had happened to her on her way to meet me. And finally I got up the courage and went to her house. Just as I was going to knock on her door, I heard her laughing inside. I didn't dare to knock because her father hates me so much. Her mother didn't used to hate me, but then you got into that fight with her father and... well, anyway, I thought it was just that she hadn't been able to get out, well, sneak out to meet me, because her father had started to be very watchful, you know."
He halted, face flushing.
"It's strange. Looking back at it now, it seems shameful and childish, us sneaking about, hiding from her father, her lying to her mother to get time to spend with me. It didn't seem like that at the time. Not at all. It seemed romantic and, well, fated. That was what Svanja always said, that we were fated to be together, and should let nothing stand between us. That lies and deceit didn't matter, because together we were a truth that no one could deny."
He rubbed his brow with the heels of his hands.
"And I believed it. I believed it all."
I sighed, yet admitted, "If you had not believed it, Hap, well, then it would have been worse than foolish to do as you did." And then I halted, wondering if I had just made it worse.
"I feel such a fool," he admitted after a time. "And the worst part is I'd take her back in a breath if she came to me. Faithless as I know she is, first to him and now to me, I'd still take her back, even if I had to wonder
ever after if I could hold her."
After a time he asked quietly,
"Is this how you felt when I told you Starling was married?"
A hard question, but mainly because I didn't want to tell him that I had never truly loved Starling. So I just said, "I don't think any two pains are ever exactly the same, Hap. But the part about feeling a fool, oh yes."
"I thought I would die from it," he declared passionately. "The next day I was out on an errand for Master Gindust. He's come to trust me with making his purchases about town because I am very exact with what he wants and what he will pay for it. So I was hurrying, and then I saw a couple coming towards me, and I thought, she looks so much like Svanja, she could be her sister. And then I saw it was Svanja, but wearing silver earrings, and a shawl dyed such a violet as I had never seen. And the man beside her held her arm, and she was looking up at him exactly as she looked up at me. I could not believe it. I stood gawking as they went by. She glanced at me. Tom, she blushed red, but pretended not to know me. I didn't know what to do. We have had to sneak about so much that I thought, well, perhaps this is her uncle, or a man her father knows, and she must pretend not to know me. But even then I knew it was not so. And when I went into the Stuck Pig 2 days later, in the hope of seeing her, the men in the tavern mocked me, asking how it felt to be small fry now that the big fish was biting again. I did not know what they meant, but they soon explained it to me, in detail. Tom, I have never been so humiliated. I all but fled, and I've been too ashamed to go back, lest I encounter them. A part of me wants to, a part of me yearns to tell her sailor how faithless she is, and to tell her that I've discovered how worthless she is. Yet another part of me longs to fight and best him, to see if that would bring her back to my side. I feel both a fool and a coward.
"You are neither," I told him, knowing he could not believe me. "Walking away from it is the wisest thing to do. Fight him and win her back, and what do you have? A woman no better than a bitch in season that goes with the strongest dog. Confront her, and have her disdain you, and you will only have added to your humiliation. Think of it this way, if it comforts you at all. She will always wonder at how easily you seem to let her go."
A sour comfort, Tom. Is there any such thing as a true woman?
He asked this so wearily that it twisted my heart to see him so soon disillusioned. "Yes, there is," I asserted, "and you are young yet, with as good a chance as any of finding one."
"Not really,"
he declared. He stood up abruptly. A tired smile twisted his mouth.
"For I've no time to look for one. Tom, I'm so sorry to come and visit so briefly, but I must run now to be back at the woodshop on time. Old Gindust is a taskmaster. Since I discovered you were hurt, he's given me time each dawn to come and try to see you, but he insists I make up the work in the evening."
He's wise. Work is the best cure for worry, and for heartbreak. Throw yourself into your tasks, Hap, and don't berate yourself for foolishness. Every man makes his share of mistakes in that area. He stood looking at me for a time longer. Then he shook his head.
"Every time I think I've grown up a bit more, I look around and see myself acting like a child again. I came here to see you, sick with worry, and the instant that I saw you could stand, all I did was bend your ear with my woes. You've told me nothing of all you went through."
I managed a smile. "And that is how I'd like to leave it, son. Nothing there that I care to remember. Let's put it behind us."
"For now, then. I'll come back and see you again tomorrow."
No, don't do that. If you've been coming every day, as I know you have, then I know you must be wearied of it. I'm mending nicely, as you can see. Soon enough I'll be down to visit with you, and then I'll ask Gindust to give you an afternoon off, and we can sit and talk together."
"I'd like that,"
he said, and the sincerity in his voice gave me heart. He hugged me before he left, and I feared his youthful strength would snap my weakened bones. Then he left me, and I sat staring after him. For the first time in months, I felt I had my hap back again. I thought, as I laboriously took out clean clothing and clambered into them. My relief at regaining him was tinged with guilt. I couldn't keep him a boy. I shouldn't expect him to be my hap any more than Chade should hope me to be his boy. To be relieved that his heartbreak and disappointment had brought him back to me and convinced him of my wisdom was a sort of betrayal on my part. Next time I saw him, I'd have to admit to him that I hadn't known that Svanja would be false to him, only that she distracted him from his apprenticeship. I didn't relish the idea. Dressed, I left my room and went out into Lord Golden's chamber. I was no longer tottering about, but it was more comfortable to move slowly and carefully. His serving boy hadn't brought breakfast up yet. The table was bare. He sat before the fire, looking weary. I nodded to him, and then set the cloth-wrapped feathers on the table. "I think these were meant for you," I said. I put no inflection in my voice. As I unrolled the cloth, he rose from his chair and came to see what I was doing. He watched, not saying a word, as I nudged the feathers into a row. "They are extraordinary. How came you by these, Badgerlock?" he asked at last. And I felt my silence had dragged the question from him. It burned me that he still spoke with Golden's Jamalian accent. When Dutiful and I went through the skill pillar, it took us to a beach. I picked these up along the tide line there. They were lying amongst the driftwood and seaweed like flotsam. As I walked the beach, I found them, one after the other. "Indeed. Never have I heard such a tale." There was an unspoken question in his neutral comment. Had I concealed these from him deliberately, or dismissed them as unimportant? I answered as best I could. The time spent on that beach still seems strange to me, disconnected from all else. When I did get back, so much happened all at once, the fight to regain Dutiful and Night Eye's death, and then our journey back here, with no privacy to speak to one another. Then, once we got to Buckkeep, there was the betrothal and all. Even as I made my excuses, they seemed weak. Why hadn't I told him about the feathers? I put them away up in Chade's workroom, and the time never seemed right. He was just staring at them. I looked at them again. Set out in a row on the rough cloth, their flat greyness made them even more unremarkable. Yet at the same time they seemed profoundly strange. Artifacts too perfect to have been shaped by men's hands, and yet obviously manufactured. I felt oddly reluctant to touch them. "I see," Lord Golden said at last. "Well, thank you for showing them to me." He turned and walked back towards the hearth. I couldn't comprehend what had just happened. I tried again. "Fool. I think they belong in the Rooster Crown." "Doubtless you are correct," he replied levelly, without interest. He sat down in front of the fire again and stretched his legs out towards it. After a moment he crossed his arms on his chest and sank his chin down. He stared into the flames. A flash of anger, cleansing as flame, washed through me. For an instant I wanted to seize him and shake him, to demand that he be the fool again for me. Then the fury was gone, and in its wake I stood trembling and sick. I felt then that I'd killed the fool somehow, that I had destroyed him when I had demanded answers to the questions that had always floated unasked between us. I should have known that I could never understand him as I understood other people. Explanations had seldom worked between us. Trust had. But I had broken that. Like a child who takes something apart to see how it works and ends up with a handful of pieces. Perhaps he could not be the fool again, any more than I could go back to being Burrick's stable boy. Perhaps our relationship had changed too profoundly for us to relate as Fitz and the fool. Perhaps Tom Badgerlock and Lord Golden were all that was left to us. I felt suddenly weary and weak again. Without a word, I rolled the feathers up in the cloth again. Carrying them in my fist, I went back into my chamber and shut the door behind me. I opened the secret door, closed it behind me, and began the long climb back up to my workroom. I was shaking with weariness by the time I reached my bed. Without undressing, I crawled back under the covers. After a time, I fell into a deep sleep. When I awoke hours later, I was hungry, and the fire had almost burned out. Waking up, eating, and feeding the fire, none of it seemed worth the effort. I shouldered deeper into the bed and fled back into unconsciousness. The next time I awoke, it was because someone was bending over me. I came awake with a yell of alarm and had seized the prince by the throat before I knew it was he. An instant later, I was sitting back on my bed, panting as my panic subsided. Sorry, I managed. The prince stood well away from the bed, rubbing his throat and staring at me.
What is the matter with you?
He croaked, caught between anger and alarm. I gulped air in a dry throat, feeling sweaty and shaky. My eyes and mouth were sticky. Sorry, I managed again. You woke me too suddenly. I was startled. I struggled free of my blankets and staggered out of bed. I could not catch my breath. My alarm seemed a continuation of a nightmare I could not recall. I felt bleary and disoriented as I looked around my chamber. Thick was sitting in Chade's chair, his shoes stretched out towards the fire. His tunic and trousers were servant blue, but they looked new, and as if they had been cut to fit him. How long ago had I intended to get him shoes and better clothing? Chade must have done it. The fire burned merrily on the hearth, and there was a tray of food on the table. Did you do this? Thank you. I made my way to the table and poured wine into a glass. The prince shook his head in confusion. Do what? I lowered the glass I had drained. My mouth still felt dry. I poured another glass of wine and drank it down, then drew a breath. The food and the fire, I explained. The wine? No, that was there when we came in. My senses were gradually coming back to me, and my heart was resuming its normal rhythm. Chade must have come and gone while I was asleep. Then, as it dawned on me, how did you get here? I demanded of the prince. Thick brought me. At his name, the simpleton turned his head. He and the prince exchanged conspiratorial grins. I sensed something pass between them, too swift and controlled for me to follow. Thick chuckled and turned back to the fire with a sigh. You are not supposed to be here, I said heavily. I sat down at the table and poured more wine. I put my hand on the covered pot of soup on the tray. It was barely warm. Eating it seemed like too much trouble anyway. I drank the wine. Why shouldn't I be here? Why shouldn't I know the secrets of the castle where I shall some day be king? Am I considered too young, too stupid, or too untrustworthy? That was a sorer point than I had expected to touch. I suddenly realized I had no good answer to his query. I said mildly, I thought Chade didn't want you up here. He probably doesn't. He came to sit down beside me at the table as I poured more wine. There are probably a lot more things that Chade would just as soon keep to himself. That man loves secrets. He has stuffed Buckkeep full of secrets like a magpie collecting shiny pebbles, and for the same reason, solely that he loves to have them. He regarded me critically. The scars are back. Did the skill healing wear off then? No. Chade and I put them back. We judged it the most sensible thing to do. Fewer questions, you know. He nodded, but continued to stare at me. You look both better and worse than you did. You shouldn't be drinking all that wine before you've eaten. The food's cold. Well, it's simple enough to heat it. He spoke with impatience for my stupidity. I thought he would put Thick to the task. Instead, he took up the pot himself, gave it a stir, and covered it again. As if well practised at such things, he attached it to the hook and swung it over the fire again. He tore the small loaf of bread in half and set it on a plate near the flames to warm. Do you want water for tea? It would do you more good than all that wine you're slogging down. I set my empty glass down on the table, but did not fill it again. You amaze me sometimes. The things you know, for a prince, are surprising. Well, you know how my mother is, servant of the people. When I was younger, she wished me educated in the way her people educate their sacrifice, that is,
that I should know how to do the most common tasks as well as any peasant boy would. When she had a hard time teaching me all she wished me to know at Buckkeep, she decided to foster me out, away from servants who leapt to my every desire. She wished to send me to the mountains for a time, but Chade urged her to keep me in the Six Duchies. That left her only one choice, she decided, and so when I was 8, she sent me to Lady Patience, to page for her for a year and a half. Needless to say, I was not treated like a coddled princeling there. For the first 2 months she kept forgetting my name. Yet Lady Patience taught me a wonderful array of things. You didn't learn cooking skills from Lady Patience, I observed before I could guard my tongue. Ah, but I did, he replied with a grin. It was by necessity. She would want something heated late at night in her room, and if left to herself, she burned it and filled the apartments with smoke. I learned a great deal from her, actually, but you are right. Cooking was not her strongest talent. Lacey taught me how to warm a meal at a hearth, and other things as well. I can crochet better than half the ladies of the court. Can you? I asked in a voice of neutrally friendly interest. His back was to me as he stirred the pot. It suddenly smelled good. My small lapse had passed unnoticed. Yes, I can. I'll teach you some day, if you like. He fished the soup back from the flames, stirred it again, and brought it back to the table with the bread. As he set it before me, as if he were my page, he observed, Lacey said that you never learned as a boy, that you were too impatient to sit still that long. I had taken up my spoon. I set it down again. He went back to the hearth and checked the tea kettle. Not quite hot enough yet, he said, and then added, Lacey always told me that the steam should stand out a full handspan from the spout if the tea is to be brewed well, but I'm sure she said as much to you. Both Lady Patience and Lacey told many tales about you. I'd heard little about you here at Buckkeep. You were mentioned as often with a curse here as with regrets. But when I got there, it was as if they couldn't help themselves, even though it often made Patience break down and weep. That's the one thing I don't understand about all this. She thinks you are dead and she mourns you every single day. How can you let her do that? Your own mother. Lady Patience is not my mother, I said weakly. She says she is. Was. He corrected himself sourly. She was always telling me what I actually wanted to eat or do or wear, and if I protested that my true preference was different, she would declare, Don't be ridiculous. I know what you want. I know about boys. I had a son of my own once. She meant you, he added heavily, in case the inference had escaped me. I sat there, silent. I told myself that I was not a well man yet, that the cold, painful days in the prison and the skill healing and the remaking of my scars and, yes, even the fool's rejection of my overtures of peace had weakened and drained me. Thus I trembled, and my throat closed, and I could not think what to do when a secret so well and truly kept was suddenly spoken aloud. A terrible darkness engulfed me, worse than anything Elfbark had ever produced. Tears welled in my eyes. Perhaps, I thought, if I do not blink they will not spill. Perhaps if I sat very still long enough, somehow my eyes would reabsorb the tears. The kettle began to puff clouds of steam, and Dutiful got up to tend to it. Hastily, I blotted my eyes on my sleeve. He brought the grumbling kettle to the table and poured hot water over the herbs in the teapot. As he carried it back to the fire, he spoke over his shoulder. Something in his subdued voice told me that my stillness had not deceived him. I think he sensed how close he had come to breaking me, and it distressed him. My mother told me, he said, almost defensively. She and Chade were both frantic over you, being hurt and in prison. They were angry at one another and could not agree on anything. I was in the room when they had an argument. She told him that she was simply going to go down and take you out of there. He said she must not, that it would only put you and me into greater danger. So then she said she was going to tell me who was dying for me down there. He tried to forbid that. She said it was time I knew what it was to be sacrificed for one's people. Then they sent me out of the room while they argued about it. He set the kettle back by the hearth and came back to sit at the table with me. I didn't meet his eyes. "Do you know what it means when she names you sacrifice like that? Do you know how my mother thinks of you?" He pushed the bread towards me. "You should eat. You look awful." He took a breath. "When she names you sacrifice, it means that she thinks of you as the rightful king of the Six Duchies. She probably has since my father died, or went into his dragon." That jerked my eyes to him. Truly, she had told him all, and it shocked me to my spine. I glanced over at Thick dozing before the fire. The prince's eyes followed mine. He said nothing, but Thick suddenly opened his eyes and turned to face him. "This is terrible food," the prince observed to him. "Do you think you could get us better in the kitchens? Something sweet, perhaps?" A wide grin spread over Thick's face.
"I can get that. I know what they got down there. Dried berry and apple pie."
He licked his lips. When he stood, I saw with surprise the Farseer buck sigil on the breast of his tunic. "Go the way we came, and come back the same way, please. It's important to remember that." Thick nodded ponderously.
"Important, I remember. I know that a long time now. Go through the pretty door, come back through the pretty door, and only when no one else can see."
"Good man, Thick. I don't know how I ever got along without you." There was satisfaction in the prince's voice, and something else. Not condescension, but... I grasped it. Pride in possession. He spoke to Thick as a man might speak to a prized wolfhound. As the half-wit left, I asked him, "You've made Thick your man, openly. If my grandfather could have a skinny albino boy as a jester and companion, why should I not have a half-wit as mine?" I winced. "You do not let folk mock him, do you?" "Of course not. Did you know he could sing? His voice gives the music an odd tone, but the notes are true. I do not keep him by me always, but often enough that no one remarks him any longer, and it helps that he and I can speak privately, so that he knows when I wish him by me, and when I wish him to go." He nodded, well pleased with himself. "I think he is happier now. He has discovered the pleasures of a hot bath and clean clothes, and I give him simple toys that please him. Only one thing worries me. The woman who helps him take care of himself told me that she has known 2 others like him in her life. She says they do not live as long as an ordinary man does, that Thick might already be close to the end of his days. Do you know if that is true?" "I've no idea, my prince." I offered the honorific without thinking. It made him grin. "And what shall I call you, if you call me that? Honoured cousin? Lord Fitz Chivalry?" "Tom Badgerlock," I reminded him flatly. "Of course. And Lord Golden. I confess it is much easier for me to accept you as Lord Fitz Chivalry than for me to imagine Lord Golden as a jester in motley." "He has travelled a far journey from those days," I said, and tried to keep regret from my voice. "When did the Queen decide to tell you all the family secrets?" "The night after we healed you. She brought me back later through the secret corridors to your chamber, and we spent all night sitting by your bed. After a time she just started talking. She told me that with your scars erased you looked very like my father, that sometimes when she looked at you she saw him in your eyes, and then she told me all of it. Not in one evening. I think it was 3 nights before the tale was told out, and all the while she sat by your bed on a cushion and held your hand. She made me sit on the floor. She allowed no one else in the room. I did not even know you had been there, nor she." He lifted one shoulder. "Your body was healed, but the rest of you was as close to dead as make no difference. I could not reach you with the skill, and to my wit you were like the spark at the end of a candle-wick. At any moment you could have winked out, but while she held your hand and spoke, you seemed to burn brighter. I think she sensed that as well. It was as if she tried to anchor you to life." I lifted my hands and let them fall helplessly back to the table. "I don't know how to deal with this,"
I confessed abruptly. "I don't know how to react to your knowing all these things. I think you should feel relieved. Even if we must still maintain the charade of Tom Badgerlock about the keep for some time yet, at least here, in private, you can be who you are and not worry so much about guarding your tongue, which you don't do very well in any case. Eat your soup. I don't want to have to warm it again." It seemed a good suggestion, and bought me time to think without having to speak. Yet he sat watching me so intently that I felt like a mouse under a cat's eye. When I scowled at him, he laughed aloud and shook his head. "You cannot imagine how it feels. I look at you and wonder, will I be that tall when I am grown? Did my father scowl like that? I wish you had not put the scars back. It makes it harder for me to see myself in your face. You sitting there and me knowing who and what you are. It is as if my father has walked into my life for the first time." The lad bounced and wiggled in his chair as he spoke, as if he were a puppy that longed to jump up on me. It was hard to meet his eyes. Something burned there which I was not prepared for. I did not deserve the prince's adulation. "Your father was a far better man than I am," I told him. He took a deep breath. "Tell me something about him," he begged. "Something that only you and he would know." I sensed the importance of this request, and could not refuse him. I cast about in my mind. Should I tell him that Verity had not loved Cotrican at first sight, but rather had grown to love her? It sounded too much like a comparison to his lack of feelings for Elliania. Verity had not been a man for secrets, but I didn't think Dutiful was asking for a secret. He loved good ink and paper, I told him, and cutting his pens himself. He was very particular about his pens, and he was kind to me when I was small, for no reason at all. He gave me toys, a little wooden cart, and some carved soldiers and horses. He did. That surprises me. I thought that he had to keep his distance from you. I knew he watched over you, but in his letters to your father he complains that he scarce sees the little tomcat save when he is trotting at Burrick's heels. I sat very still. It took a moment for me to recall how to breathe. And then I asked, "Verity wrote about me, in letters to Chivalry?" "Not directly, of course. Patience had to explain to me what it meant. She showed the letters to me when I complained that I knew little of my father. They were very disappointing, only 4 of them, and they were short and boring for the most part. He is fine, he hopes Chivalry and Lady Patience are well. Usually he is asking his brother to have a word with one duke or another, to smooth over some political difference. Once he asks him to send an accounting of how the taxes were apportioned in a previous year. Then there would be a few lines about the harvest or how the hunting has been. But there was always a word or two about you at the end. The tomcat that Burrick adopted seems to be making himself at home. Near stepped on Burrick's tomcat as he ran through the courtyard yesterday. He seems to get bigger every day. That's how they named you in the letters, against spies, and even, at first, against Patience reading them. In the last one you are just Tom. Tom had crossed Burrick and been walloped for it. He seemed remarkably unrepentant. In truth, Burrick is the one I pitied. And at the end of each letter, a few lines about looking forward to the new moon, or hoping that the full moon tides will be good for clamming. Patience explained that was how they set up a time to skill to one another, when they could go apart from other people and be undisturbed. Our fathers were very close, you know. It was very difficult for them to be separated when Chivalry moved to Withywoods. They missed one another deeply. Tom. And Patience had, I thought, so carelessly hung that name on me. And I had kept it, and little known its history. The prince was right. Buckkeep Castle was stuffed full of secrets, and half of them were not secrets at all. They were only the things we dared not ask one another for fear the answers would be unbearably painful.
I had never asked Patience to tell me about my father, never asked her, or Verity, what chivalry had thought of me. Reluctance to ask metamorphosed into secrets. Silence had let me assume the worst of my father. He had never come to see me. Had he watched me through his brother's eyes? Should I blame them for not telling me what they, perhaps, had assumed I knew? Or should I blame myself for never demanding to know? "The tea is brewed," Dutiful announced, and lifted the teapot. For the first time I became aware that the boy was serving me much as I would have served Chade or Shrewd at his age, with respect and deference. "Stop," I said, and put out a hand to cover his. I forced the teapot back to the table. As I picked it up and poured my own tea, I warned him. "Dutiful, my prince, listen to me. I must be Tom Badgerlock to you in every way. Today, for now, we will speak of this, but after this, I must revert to my role as Tom Badgerlock. You must see me as him, and you must see Lord Golden only as Lord Golden. You have been handed a blade with no handle. There is no safe way to grip nor wield this secret that you know now. You rejoice in knowing who I am, and in seeing me as a link to your father. I wish with all my heart that it was as simple and good as that. But this secret, breathed in the wrong company, brings us all down. We know that our queen would try to protect me. Think what it would do. I am not only a known user of the wit, but also the supposed murderer of King Shrewd, not to mention that I killed several of Galen's coterie before a room full of witnesses. Nor am I as dead as many think I should be. For me to be revealed as living would stir the hatred and fear of the witted to new heights, just as our queen is trying to put an end to their persecution." "To our persecution," the prince corrected me mildly. He sat back in his chair and pondered it a bit, as if working out the consequences for himself. He looked uncomfortable as he said, "You've already accidentally put a crimp in the Queen's plans. Despite all Chade's efforts to take no official interest in your fate, there were still rumours that the death of Kepler, Paget, and that other man went unpunished simply because they were suspected to be witted." "I know, Chade told me, and that you were accused of having the wit as well." The prince bowed his head to that. "Yes. Well, I do, don't I? And the piebalds know that, and perhaps some of those who style themselves Old Blood know it as well. Right now the Old Blood have an interest in keeping my secret. They want this convocation as much as the Queen does. But the deaths of those 3 men have made them far more cautious. They talk now of demanding more sureties before they will commit to endangering themselves by coming here. They want hostages." My mind made the leap. "They want an exchange of people, some of ours to hold at risk while their own folk are in our hands. How many?" The prince shook his head. "Ask that of Chade, or my mother. From the way they argue, I suspect she communicates directly with the Old Bloods, and only tells the old man what she thinks he needs to know. It frustrates him. I think she has managed to calm their fears and reschedule the meeting. Chade swore that it would be impossible without granting them ridiculous demands. Yet she had done it. But she will not tell Chade how, and that agitates him. She has reminded him that she is mountain-bred, and that granting a demand he would see as ridiculous, or accepting a risk that he would declare unacceptable, are for her a matter of principle. I can't think of anything he would find more upsetting than to see a pie he couldn't get his fingers into." I spoke mildly, even as I wondered uneasily where Catricken's mountain ethics on being sacrifice for her people might lead us. Dutiful seemed to sense my reservations. "I agree. And yet in this I will side with my mother. It is time she forced him to cede the upper hand to her. If she does not insist upon it now, it does not bode well for me to have any real power when I come to the throne." His words put a chill down my spine. He was right. The only reassuring part was that he could look at it so levelly and coolly. Then a wry thought twisted my perception. The prince could see Chade's machinations because he was as much Chade's student as he was Catricken's mountain son. He spoke on as casually as if we were discussing the weather. "But that is not what we were talking about. You say your true identity cannot become known. I agree that cannot happen right now. There would definitely be a faction interested in ensuring your death. A great many people would hate and fear you, and the Farseers would be accused of sheltering a regicide simply because you were one of the family. Even more interesting might be how it would affect both the Old Bloods and the Piebalds. The witted bastard has been a rallying point for them for years, and the rumour of your survival is like a revered legend amongst them. To hear Civil speak of you, you are almost a god. You haven't discussed me with Civil. Alarm flooded me. Of course not. Well, not you as you. The legend of Fitz chivalry, the witted bastard, is what we have discussed. And only in passing, I assure you. Though I think your identity would be as safe with Civil as it is with me. I sighed, heartsick and weary. Dutiful, your loyalty is admirable, but I doubt Civil's. The Brisingers have betrayed you twice. Will you allow them to do it a third time? He looked stubborn. They were coerced, Tom. It feels strange to call you that now. I refuse to be distracted, become accustomed to it again. And if Civil is threatened again, and again spies for them, or worse? He has no one left for them to threaten. He halted suddenly and looked at me. You know, I have neither apologized nor thanked you. I sent you to Civil's aid without considering that it might be a risk to you, and you went, and you saved my friend's life, even though you yourself don't like him much. As a result, you nearly died. He cocked his head at me. How do I thank you for that? You don't need to. You are my prince. His face grew very still. Catrican lurked in his eyes as he said, I don't much like that. It seems to make us more distant. I would that you and I were only cousins. I looked at him closely as I asked, And do you think that would make a difference? That I would have refused to help your friend because you were only my cousin? He smiled at me, and then gave a sigh of vast satisfaction. I still don't quite believe it's real, he said quietly. A look somewhat like guilt crossed his face. And Thick and I are not supposed to be coming to visit you yet. Chade forbade it, or any attempts to skill to you until you were stronger. I didn't mean to wake you when we came up here. I only wanted to look at you again, and when I saw the scars were back, I leaned too close. I'm glad you did. I sat for a time in silence, uncomfortable, and yet basking in his regard. How strange to be loved simply for who I was. It was almost a relief when Thick reappeared, pushing the secret door open with his shoulder. His hands were full, and he was puffing with effort from his trot up the stairs. He had helped himself to a whole pie intended to serve 12 men. I watched him with satisfaction as he brought his loot to the table. He was grinning broadly, well pleased with himself. I realized I had never seen that expression on his face before. His small, separated teeth and protruding tongue in that round, wide face gave him the look of a cheerful goblin. If I had not known him, I probably would have found the result appalling. But his smirk was answered by a conspiratorial grin from the prince, and I found myself smiling on both of them. Thick set the pie down with a clack on the work table, officiously pushing my dishes to one side to give himself room to work. He hummed as he set to work, and I recognized the refrain of his skill song. His surliness seemed to have vanished. I noticed that the knife he used to cut the staggeringly large portions of pie was the one I had bought for him in town on that horrid day. So somehow my purchases had made it up to Buckkeep and to him. The prince found plates, and Thick plopped the servings onto them. He took great care not to soil his new clothes while he did so, and later ate with a caution worthy of a great lady in a new gown. We divided that monstrous pie, and left nothing in the pan. And for the first time since I had been injured, food tasted good to me. Chapter 23. Revelations. The unwitted often tell fearsome tales of witted ones who take on the forms of animals for nefarious reasons. Those of old blood will flatly state that no human, no matter how tightly bonded to his animal partner, can take on the shape of that animal. What old blood speak about only reluctantly is that a human can inhabit the body of his beast partner. Usually this happens temporarily, and only in extreme circumstances. The body of the human does not vanish. Indeed, it remains very vulnerable at such times, and may even appear dead. Extreme physical damage to a human's body, or imminent death,
may make a human consciousness take refuge in his wit-beast's body. Old blood folk disparage this practice and strongly urge against it. Among old blood, it is strictly forbidden that such an arrangement become permanent. An old blood human who flees his dying body and takes refuge in that of his wit partner becomes an outcast from the old blood community. The same is true for a human who takes in the fleeing soul of his animal partner. Such an act is regarded as extreme selfishness, as well as being both immoral and unwise. All who grow up in the old blood communities are warned that no matter how tempting the circumstance, no happiness will result for either partner. Death is better. In this significant way, old blood practitioners of the magic differ from the so-called piebalds. Piebalds relegate their wit-beasts to a lesser status than their human partners, and see nothing wrong with a human choosing to extend his life by sharing the body of his wit partner after his own human body has perished. In some cases, the human becomes the dominant spirit in the animal's body, all but driving it out of its own flesh. Given the long lifespan of some creatures such as tortoises, geese, and certain tropical birds, an unscrupulous human could take such a partner late in life, with the deliberate intention of providing himself with a body after his own death. In such a way, a human could extend his life for a century or more. Badgerlock's Old Blood Tales. I emerged from my convalescence like a new-hatched thing crawling out into the sunlight for the first time. The world dazzled and overwhelmed me, and I felt amazement at my life. More, Dutiful's new regard for me was something that I wore like a warm coat. I felt that affirmation the next morning as I stood in the courtyard of Buckkeep Castle and watched the folk of the keep come and go around me at their daily tasks. The day seemed very bright, and to my surprise I could smell the end of winter in the air. The trodden snow underfoot seemed heavier and denser, and the blue of the sky overhead deeper. I drew in a deep breath, and then stretched and heard my joints crackle from disuse. Today I'd cure that. I still didn't trust my legs to carry me down to Buckkeep Town, so I went to the stables. The stable boy, who regularly cared for my black, took one look at me and told me he'd ready my mare for me. I leaned gratefully on her manger and watched him. He treated her well, and she was docile under his touch. When I took the reins from him, I thanked him for caring for the horse I had neglected. He gave me a puzzled look and confided, "Well, I can't say that she's seemed to miss you. Content with her own company, that's this one." Halfway down the steep hill path to town, I began regretting my decision to ride. My black seemed bent on arguing with the reins, and showed me just how little strength had come back to my hands and arms. Despite our little battle of wills, she did carry me to Gindust's shop. There I was both disappointed and elated to find that Hap had little time to visit. Although he came swiftly to me when he saw me at the door, he explained apologetically that one of the journeymen was allowing him to help with the roughing in of a carving on a headboard. If he went with me, the man would likely choose one of the other apprentices for the task. I assured him that another day would be soon enough, and that I had no news for him other than I was feeling better. I watched him hurry off, chisel and scribe in hand, and felt only pride in my boy. As I remounted my black, I glimpsed 3 of the younger apprentices. They were peering at me around the corner of a shed and whispering to one another. Well, I was known in Buckkeep Town now as a man who had killed 3 other men. Murder or justified slaying, it mattered not. I'd have to expect a certain amount of finger-pointing and gossip. I hoped it would not hurt Hap standing among them. I pretended not to notice them and rode off. I went next to Ginna's cottage. When she opened her door to me, she first gave a little breathless gasp at sight of me. She stared at me for a moment, then looked past me and up down the street, as if expecting Hap. "I'm alone today," I said. "May I come in?" "Well, Tom, of course. Come inside." She stared at me as if my wasted appearance rattled her. Then she stepped back to allow me into her house. Fennel snaked into the cottage between my feet. Inside, I sank down into the chair by her fireside gratefully. Fennel immediately settled in my lap. "So sure of your welcome, aren't you, cat? As if the world was made for you." I stroked him, and then looked up to find Ginna watching me apprehensively. Her concern touched me. I managed a smile. I'm going to be all right, Jenna. I had both feet in death's mouth, but I managed to step back. I'll be myself again, with time. Right now I'm a bit dismayed at how tired I am just from the ride down here. Well, her hands tangled together as she spoke. Then she gave herself a little shake as if coming back to herself. She cleared her voice and spoke more strongly. It doesn't surprise me a bit. You're no more than bones, Tom Badgerlock. Look how your shirt hangs off you. Sit still a bit and I'll make you a strengthening tisane. At the look on my face, she amended that too. Or perhaps just a cup of tea, and some bread and cheese.
Fish?
Fennel asked me. Jinna says cheese.
Cheese isn't fish, but it's better than nothing.
Tea and bread and cheese sounds good. I grew very weary of broth and tisanes and mush when I was recovering. In truth, I am most tired of all of being an invalid. I'm determined that I'll get up and move around a bit every day from now on. Probably the best thing for you, she agreed, distractedly. She cocked her head and stared at me. But what's this? Your Badgerlock is gone. And she pointed at my hair. I managed a blush. I've dyed it, in an effort to look more youthful, I'm afraid. My sickness has taken a grave toll on my appearance. It has, I must agree. But to dye your hair as a remedy, well, men. Now. She gave her head a small shake as if to clear it. I wondered what was troubling her. But an instant later she seemed to have set it aside. Have you heard what has happened between Hap and Svanger? I have, I assured her. Well, I saw it coming. And then, as she put water on to heat, she went on to tell me, with many tongue-cluckings, what I already knew, that Svanger had forsaken Hap for her returning sailor, and had shown her silver earrings to every other girl in town. I let her explain it all to me, as she sliced bread and cheese for us. When she had finished her say, I observed, well, it's likely the best for both of them. Hap is more focused on his apprenticeship, and Svanger has a suitor her parents approve of. His heart is a bit bruised over it, but I think he'll recover. Oh, aye, he'll recover, while Svanger's sailor boy's in port, Jinna observed sourly, as she brought a tray to the little table between the chairs. But you mark my words, the moment that lad has a deck under his feet again, Svanger will be after Hap once more. Oh, I doubt that, I observed mildly. And even did she come to him, I think Hap has learned his lesson. Once burned, twice shy. Once bedded, ever eager, would be a better saying in this case. Tom, you need to warn him, and warn him severely. Don't let him fall to her wiles again. Not that she's a wicked girl, only one that wants what she wants, when she wants it. She does as much damage to herself as she does to those young men. Well, I hope my lad has more common sense than that, I observed, as she took the other chair. So do I, she rejoined, but I doubt it. Then, as she looked at me, her voice and face lapsed into stillness again. She looked at me as if she saw a stranger. I saw her start to speak twice, and then each time still her words. What? I asked finally. Is there more to this Svanger sailor tale that I don't know? What's wrong? After a heavy silence, she asked quietly, Tom, we've been friends for a time now, and we know more than just a bit about each other. I've heard... Never mind what I've heard. What really happened that afternoon on Falldown Street? Falldown Street? She looked aside from me. You know the place. 3 men dead, Tom Badgerlock, and some tale of a stolen purse of gemstones and a serving man determined to get them back. Another might believe it, but then, half dead yourself, you stopped to kill a horse? She got up to take the purring kettle off the fire and poured water into the teapot. In a very soft voice, she said, I've been warned off you the week before, Tom. Someone told me you were a dangerous man to befriend. That something bad might befall you soon, and it would be better for me if it didn't happen in my house. I gently pushed the cat from my lap and took the kettle of hot water from her shaking hands. Sit down, I suggested gently. She sat and folded her hands in her lap. As I put the kettle back on the hearth, I tried to think calmly. Will you tell me who warned you? I asked as I turned back to her. I already knew the answer. She looked down at her hands, Then she shook her head slowly. After a moment she said, I was born here in Buckkeep Town. I've done my fair share of wandering about, but this is home when the snow comes down. The people here are my neighbours. They know me, and I know them. I know a great many people in this town, people of all kinds. Some of them I've known since I was just a girl. I've read the hands of many of them, and I know many of their secrets. Now, I like you, Tom, but you killed 3 men. 2 of them Buckkeep Town men. Is that true? I killed 3 men, I admitted to her. If it makes a difference to you, they would have killed me first if I'd let them. A cold was creeping through me. Suddenly it seemed that perhaps her hesitations and apprehension today weren't concern for me at all. She nodded to that. I don't doubt that. But it remains that you went to where they were. I didn't hunt you down. You went to them, and you killed them. I tried on the lie Chade had supplied for me. I pursued a thief, Jinnah. Once I was there, they gave me no choice. It was kill or be killed. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't seek it. She just sat and looked at me. I sat back down in my chair. Fennel stood, waiting for me to invite him back into my lap, but I didn't. After a moment I said, You'd rather that I didn't come here any more. I didn't say that. There was an edge of anger in her voice, but I think it was anger that I'd stated it so flatly. It's difficult for me, Tom. Surely you can see that. Again, that telling pause. When we first came together, well, I thought that the differences between us would make no difference. I've always said that all those things that folk said of the witted ones were mostly lies. I've always said that. She snatched the teapot up and poured tea defiantly for both of us, as if to prove she still welcomed me there. She sipped from her cup and then set it down. Then she picked up a piece of bread, put a piece of cheese with it, and set it down. She said, I'd known Paget since we were babes. I played with his girl cousins when we were children. Paget was many things, and a number of them I didn't like, but he wasn't a thief. Paget? One of the men that you killed. Don't pretend you don't know his name. You had to know who he was to find him, and I know that he knew who you were. And his poor cousins were too frightened even to claim his body, for fear of being linked with him, because it might make people think they were like him. But that is what I don't understand, Tom. She paused, and in a quiet voice said, Because you are like he was. You're one too. Why hunt and kill your own kind? I had just lifted up my teacup. I set it down carefully and took a breath, thinking I would speak. Then I let it out, waited, and began again. I'm not surprised there is gossip about this. What folks say to the guard and what they say to one another are 2 different things, and I know there were piebald scrolls put about town, claiming all sorts of wild things. So, let us speak bluntly. Paget was witted, like me. That isn't why I killed him, but it is true. It is also true that he was a piebald, which I am not. At her look of confusion, I asked her, Do you know what a piebald is, Jinnah? Witted are piebalds, she said. Some of your kind say old blood instead. It's all one. Not quite. Piebalds are witted who betray other witted. They are the ones who post the little notices that say Jinnah is witted and her beast is a fat yellow cat. I am not, she exclaimed indignantly. I perceived she thought that I had threatened her. No, I agreed calmly. You are not. But if you were, I could destroy your livelihood and perhaps even take your life by making it public. That is what the piebalds do to other witted. But that makes no sense. Why would they do that? To make the other witted do what they want. What do they want them to do? The piebalds are seeking to gather power to themselves. To gain that, they need money and people willing to do what they tell them. I still don't understand what they want. I sighed. They want the same things most witted want. They want to exercise their magic openly without fear of the noose or flame. They want to be accepted, not to have to live with their talents hidden. Suppose you could be killed simply for being a hedge witch. Would not you want to change that? But hedge witches do no harm to anyone. I watched her face carefully as I said, Neither do witted. Some do, she rejoined instantly. Oh, not all of them, no. But when I was but a child, my mother kept 2 milk goats. They both up and died on the same day, and only the week before that, she had refused to sell one to a witted woman. So you see, witted are like anyone else. Some of them are vengeful and cruel, and use their magic to that end. The wit doesn't work that way, Jinner. That is like me saying a hedge witch could look in my hand and put a line there that would make me die sooner. Or blaming you because you looked at my son's hand, said he had a short lifeline, and then he died. Would that be your fault for saying what you'd seen there? Well, of course not, but that's not the same as killing someone's goats. That is what I'm trying to tell you. I can't use the wit to kill anyone. She cocked her head at me. Oh, come, Tom. That great wolf of yours would have killed that man's pigs if you told him to, wouldn't he? I sat a long time silent. Then I had to say, yes, I suppose he would have. If I were that sort of man, I might have used the wolf and my wit that way, but I'm not. Her silence lasted even longer than mine did. At last, very unwillingly, she said, Tom, you killed 3 men, and a horse. Wasn't that the wolf in you? Wasn't that your wit? After a time, I stood up. Goodbye, Jinner, I said. Thank you for your many kindnesses. I walked towards the door. Don't go like this, she begged me. I halted, miserable. I don't know any other way to go. Why did you even let me inside your door today? I asked bitterly. Why did you try to see me when I was hurt? It would have been a greater kindness simply to turn away from me than to show me what you truly thought of me. I wanted to give you a chance, she said dismally. I hoped there was some other reason, something besides your wit. Hand on the latch, I paused. I detested my last lie, but it had to be told. There was. There was a purse that belonged to Lord Golden. I did not look back to see if she believed me. She already had more truth than was safe for her to own. I closed her door softly behind me. The day had clouded over abruptly, and the shadows on the snowy ground were dark grey. All had changed in that sudden way that early spring days can. Somehow Fennel had managed to slip out with me. You should go back inside, I told him. It's getting cold out here.
Cold isn't so bad. Cold can only kill you if you stand still. Just keep moving.
Good advice, Cat. Good advice. Goodbye, Fennel. I mounted my black and turned her head towards Buckkeep Castle. Let's go home, I told her. She was willing enough to head for her stall and manger. I let her set her own pace while I sat in the saddle and pondered my life. Yesterday I had felt Dutiful's worship. Today, Jinner's fear and rejection. More, today Jinner had shown me how deep and wide the prejudice against the witted might go. I had thought that she had accepted me for who and what I was, but she hadn't. She had been willing to make an exception for me. But when I killed, I had proved her rule. The witted were not to be trusted. They used their magic for evil. I felt myself sinking into despair as I realized the depth of it. For there was more than that. I had learned yet again that I could not serve the Farseers and still claim a life for myself.
Not this again, Changer. How could the moments of your life belong to anyone but you? You are the Farseers, blood and pack. See the whole of it. It is neither a binding nor a separation. The pack is the whole of you. The wolf's life is in the pack. Night Eyes, I breathed. And yet I knew that he was not there. As Black Rolf had told me it would be, it was. There were moments when my dead companion came back to me as more than a memory, yet less than his living part of me. The part of me that I had given to the wolf lived on. I sat up straighter in the saddle and took charge of my horse. She snorted but accepted it, and then, because I thought it might be good for both of us, I put heels to her and sent her surging up the snowy road to Buckkeep Castle and home. I stabled my black and saw to her myself. It took me twice as long as it should have done. It shamed me to be out of the habit of caring for my own horse, and shamed me more that she should be so willful that she made it difficult.
Then I forced myself to go to the practice courts. I had to borrow a blade. I had gone into Buckkeep Town today unarmed save for the knife at my hip. Foolish, perhaps, but I'd had no alternative. I had visited my room today, intending to get my ugly sword, only to discover it was missing. Most likely it was lost or adopted by an opportunistic city guardsman. The bright blade the fool had given me was still hanging on the wall. I'd considered it, but I could not bring myself to buckle it on. It was a symbol of an esteem he no longer extended to me. I'd decided I'd no longer wear it, save in my role as his bodyguard. For practice, a dummy sword was best anyway. Dulled blade in hand, I went looking for a partner. Wim was not about, but Delary was. In a very short time she had killed me so many times I lost count, using either of her weapons at will. I felt it was all I could do to hold my sword up, let alone swing it. Finally she stopped and said, "I can't do this any more. I feel like I'm fighting a stick man. Each time I hit you, I feel my blade clack against your bones." "So do I assured her. I managed to laugh and thank her, and then limped away to the steams. The looks of pity I received from the guardsmen there made me wish I had never disrobed. From the steams I went directly to the kitchens. A cook's helper named Maisie told me she was glad to see me on my feet again. I am sure it was pity for me that made her cut an outside slice of a joint that was still roasting on the spit. She gave it to me on a slab of bread from the morning's baking, and then told me that Lord Golden's serving boy had been looking for me earlier in the day. I thanked her, but did not rush to my lord's summoning. Instead I stood outside, my back to the courtyard wall, and watched the folk of the keep while I wolfed down the food she had given me. It had been a very long time since I had just stood still and watched the folk of Buckkeep. I thought of all the other things I had not seen or done since I had returned to my childhood home. I had not visited the Queen's garden at the top of the tower. Not once had I gone walking in the woman's garden. I suddenly hungered to do simple things of that sort. Ride my black through the forested hills behind Buckkeep, sit in the great hall of an evening and watch the Fletchers work on their arrows and speculate on hunting prospects. To be a part of it all once more, rather than a shadow. My hair was still damp, and there was not enough flesh on me to stay warm for long standing still on a wintry afternoon. I heaved a sigh and went inside and up the stairs, both dreading and anticipating an encounter with Lord Golden. It had been days since he had expressed any personal interest in me. His benevolent dismissal of me was worse than if he had maintained a sulky silence. It was as if he truly had ceased caring about the rift between us, as if who we were now, Lord Golden and Tom Badgerlock, was all we had ever been. A tiny flame of anger leapt up in me, and then as swiftly expired. I did not have the energy to maintain it, I realized, and then, with an equanimity I had not known I possessed, I suddenly accepted it. Things had changed. All my roles had shifted, not just with Prince Dutiful and Jinnah and Lord Golden. Even Chade saw me differently. I could not force Lord Golden to revert to being the fool. Perhaps he could not, even if he had wished to. Was it so different for me? I was as much Tom Badgerlock as Fitz Chivalry Farseer now. Time to let it go. Lord Golden was not in his chambers. I went into my room and put on a shirt that wasn't sweated through. I took off the charm necklace Jinnah had given me. When Dutiful's cat had attacked me, his teeth had left nicks in 2 beads. I hadn't noticed that before. For a short time I looked at it, and found that I was still grateful to Jinnah for this gesture of goodwill. Yet that gratitude was not enough to allow me to continue wearing it. She had given it to me because she liked me, despite my wit. That thought would always taint it now. I dropped it into the corner of my clothing chest. As I was leaving my chambers, I encountered Lord Golden entering his. He halted at the sight of me. I had neither seen nor spoken to him since the feather incident. Now he looked me up and down as if he had never seen me before. After a moment he said stiffly, "It's good to see you up and about again, Tom Badgerlock, but from the look of you I think it will still be some days before you are fit to resume your duties. It takes some time to recover." There seemed something odd in his diction, as if he could not quite get his breath. I offered him a servant's bow. "Thank you, my lord, and thank you for the additional time. I shall put it to good use. I have already been down to the practice court today, As you observed, it may be some days before I am able to serve effectively as a bodyguard again." I paused, then added, "I was told in the kitchens that you had sent a boy to seek for me earlier today." "A boy? Oh, yes, I did. Actually, I sent him at Lord Chade's behest. In truth, I near forgot. Lord Chade came here seeking you, and when you were not in your room, I sent a boy running to see if you were in the kitchens. I think he wanted you to come to him. I didn't... In truth, we had some talk that has—" Lord Golden's voice tottered to an uncertain halt. A silence fell. Then, in a voice that was almost a fool's, he said, "Chade came here to talk to me about something that he'd asked you to discuss with... There's something I want you to look at. Have you a moment to spare?" "I am at your service, my lord," I reminded him. I expected some response to that little jab. Instead, looking distracted, he said, "Of course you are. A moment, then." His Gemalian accent had faded from his words. He went into his bedchamber, shutting the door behind him. I waited. I walked over to the fire, poked it up a bit, and added a log. Then I waited some more. I sat down in a chair, noticed that my fingernails had grown, and pared them back with my belt knife. I continued to wait. Finally I rose, and with a sigh of exasperation, went to tap on the door. Perhaps I had misunderstood. "Lord Golden, do you wish me to wait here?" "Yes, no." Then, in a very uncertain voice, "Would you come in here, please? But first make sure the corridor door is well bolted." It was. I rattled it to be sure, and then opened the door to his room. The room was dim, the windows shuttered. Several candles illuminated Lord Golden, standing with his back to me. He wore a sheet from his bed, like a cape. He glanced at me over his shoulder, and someone I had never met looked out of those golden eyes. When I was 3 steps into the room, he said quietly, "Stand there, please." With one hand, he lifted his hair up and out of the way to bare the nape of his neck. The sheet fell away from his naked back, but his free hand continued to clutch it to his chest. I gasped and took an inadvertent step closer. He flinched away, but then stood his ground. In a small, shaky voice, he asked, "The Narcheska's tattoos, were they like these?" "May I come closer?" I managed to say. I didn't really need to. If his tattoos were not identical to hers, then they were at least extremely similar. He nodded jerkily, and I took another step into the room. He did not look at me, but stared off into a dim corner. The room was not cold, but he was shivering. The exotic needling began at the nape of his neck and covered every part of his back before vanishing beneath the waistband of his leggings. The twining serpents and wing-spread dragons sprawled in exquisite detail over his smooth golden back. The shining colours had a metallic gleam to them, as if gold and silver had been forced under his skin to illuminate them. Every claw and scale, every shining tooth and flashing eye was perfect. "They are very alike," I managed to say at last. "Save that yours lie flat to your skin. One of hers, the largest serpent, stood swollen from her back as if inflamed, and it seemed to cause her great pain." He drew in a shuddering breath. His teeth were near to chattering as he observed bitterly, "Well, just when I thought there was no way she could increase her cruelty, she finds one. That poor, poor child." "Do yours hurt?" I asked cautiously. He shook his head, still without looking at me. Some of his hair fell free of his grasp to brush across his shoulders. "No, not now. But the application of them was extremely painful and of great duration. They held me very still for hours at a time. They apologized and tried to comfort me as they did it. That only made it worse. That people who otherwise treated me with such love and regard could do that to me. They were meticulously careful to needle them in just as she instructed them. It is a horrible thing to do to a child. Hold him still and hurt him. Any child." He rocked slightly. His shoulders hunched. His voice was distant. they?" I asked, very softly. His voice was tight, all melody gone from it. He shuddered out his words. "I was at a place rather like a school. Teachers and learned folk. I told you about it before. I ran away from it. My parents sent me there, parting from me with both pride and sorrow because I was a white. It was a long way from our home. They knew they would probably never see me again, but they knew it was the correct thing to do. I had a destiny to fulfill. But my teachers insisted there already was a white prophet for this time. She had already studied with them and already set forth to fulfill her destiny in the far north." He turned his head suddenly and met my eyes. "Do you guess of whom I speak?" I nodded stiffly. I felt cold. The Pale Woman. Cabal Rawbread's adviser during the Red Ship War. He returned my nod as stiffly. Again he looked away from me, staring into a darkened corner of the room. So, a white I might be, but I could not be the white prophet. Therefore I must be an anomaly, a creature born out of my time and place. They were fascinated by me and listened to my every word and recorded every dream I spoke. They treasured me and treated me very well. They listened to me, but they never heeded what I said. And when she heard of me, she commanded that they keep me there, and they did. Later she commanded that I be marked this way, and so they did. Why? I don't know. Save, perhaps, that we had both dreamed of these creatures, of sea serpents and dragons, but perhaps it is what you do with an extra white prophet. Cover him over so he is no longer white. His voice tightened until the words were hard as knots. It has shamed me so to be marked like this at her will. It is worse now to know that Nanarcheska is also decorated with the Pale Woman's markings, as if she claimed us as her tool, her creatures. His words faded away. But why did they obey her? How could anyone do a thing like that? He laughed bitterly. She is the white prophet, come to set time in a better path. She has a vision. You do not question her will. Questioning her command can have severe repercussions. Ask Cabal Rawbread. You do as the Pale Woman tells you. His shivering had become a wild shaking. You're cold. I would have put a blanket around him, but to do so I would have had to step closer. I don't think he could have allowed me to do that. No! He gave me a sickly smile. I'm afraid. I'm terrified. Please, go out while I get dressed again. I withdrew, shutting the door quietly behind myself. Then I waited. It seemed to take him a long time to put a shirt on. When he emerged, he was meticulously attired, every strand of his hair restored to its rightful place. Still, he did not look at me. There's brandy by the fire for you, I told him. He crossed the room in short, nervous steps and took up the glass, but did not drink from it. Instead, arms crossed as if he were cold, he stood very close to the fire, hugging his cup to him. He stared fixedly at the door. I went into his room and took one of his thick woolen cloaks from the wardrobe there. Then he came back and I put it around him. I pulled his chair closer to the hearth, then took him by the shoulders and sat him down in it. Drink the brandy, I told him. My voice sounded harsh. I'll put on the kettle for tea. Thank you. He whispered the words. Horribly, tears began to track down his face. They cut runnels in his carefully applied paint and dripped paleness onto his shirt. I spilled water and burned myself putting the kettle on the hook. When it was in place, I dragged my chair close to his. Why are you so scared? I asked him. What does it mean? He sniffled. An incongruous sound from dignified Lord Golden. Worse, he took the corner of the cloak and wiped his eyes with it. It smeared his Jamalian cosmetics, and I saw his bare skin. Convergence, he said hoarsely. He drew a breath. It means convergence. All comes together.
I'm on the right path. I feared I had strayed, but this confirms it. Convergence and confrontation. And time set aright. I thought that was what you wanted. I thought that was what white prophets do. Oh, yes, that is what we do. An unnatural calm came over him. He looked at me and met my eyes. I looked into a sorrow older and deeper than I wished to know. A white prophet finds his catalyst, the one on whom great events may turn, and he uses him ruthlessly to turn time out of his track. Once more my tracks will converge with hers, and we will set our wills against one another to see who prevails. His voice suddenly strangled. Again, death will try to take you. His tears had stopped, but moisture still glistened on his face. He caught up the hem of the cloak and smeared his face with it again. If I don't succeed, we'll both just die. Hunched miserably in his chair, he looked up at me. Last time was too close. Twice I felt you die. But I held you, and refused to let you go to peace, because you are the catalyst, and I win only if I keep you in this world, alive no matter how. A friend would have let you go. I heard the wolves calling you. I knew you wanted to go to them, but I didn't let you. I dragged you back, because I had to use you. I tried to speak calmly. That is the part that I have never understood. He looked at me sadly. You understand. You simply refuse to accept it. He paused for a moment, then stated it simply. In the world that I seek to sculpt, you live. I am the white prophet, and you are my catalyst. The Farseer line has an heir, and he reigns. It is but one factor, but it is a key factor. In the world the Pale Woman seeks to advance, you do not exist. Failing that, you do not survive. There is no Farseer heir. The Farseer line fails completely. There is no renegade white. He dropped his head into his hands and spoke through his fingers. She engineers your death, Fitz. Her machinations are subtle. She is older than I am and far more sophisticated. She plays a horrible game. Henja is her creature. Make no mistake about that. I do not understand her ploy there, nor why she offers the Narcheska to Dutiful, but she is behind it all, I am certain. She sends death for you, and I try to snatch you out of the way. So far, we have always matched her, you and I. But it has been more your luck than my cleverness that has saved you. Your luck and your, dare I say it, your magics. Both of them. Still, always the odds are against your survival. And the deeper we go in this game, the worse the odds become. This time was too much. I don't want to be the White Prophet anymore. I don't want you to be my catalyst. His voice had degraded to a cracked whisper. But there isn't any way to stop. The only thing that stops this is if you die. He suddenly looked about frantically. I found the brandy bottle and set it within his reach. He didn't even bother to pour. He uncorked it and drank from the bottle. When he set it down, I reached over and took it. That won't help anything, I told him severely. He gave me a loose-lipped smile. I can't go through another one of your deaths. I can't. You can't. He gave a giggle of despair. You see, we're trapped. I've trapped you, my friend. My beloved. I tried to fit my mind around what he was telling me. If we lose, I die, I said. He nodded. If you die, we lose. It's all the same. What happens if I live? Then we win. Not much chance of that now. Not much chance, and getting worse all the time, I'd say.
most likely we lose. You die, and the world spirals down into darkness and ugliness. Despair. Stop being so cheerful. This time I drank out of the bottle. Then I passed it to him. But what if I do live? What if we win? What then? He parted the bottle's mouth from his. What then? Ah! He smiled beatifically. Then the world goes on, my friend. Children run down muddy streets, dogs bark at passing carts, friends sit and drink brandy together. Doesn't sound much different from what we have, I observed sourly. To go through all this and make no difference at all. Yes, he agreed beatifically. His eyes filled with tears. Not much different from the wondrous and amazing world that we have now. Boys falling in love with girls that aren't right for them, wolves hunting on the snowy plains, and time, endless time, unwinding for all of us. And the dragons, of course, dragons sliding across the sky like beautiful jewelled ships. Dragons. That sounds different. Does it? His voice dropped to a whisper. Does it really? I think not. Remember with your heart. Go back, and go back. The skies of this world were always meant to have dragons. When they are not there, humans miss them. Some never think of them, of course. But some children, from the time they are small, they look up at a blue summer sky and watch for something that never comes, because they know. Something that was supposed to be there faded and vanished. Something that we must bring back, you and I. I put my face in my hand and rubbed my brow. I thought we had to save the world. What has that got to do with dragons? It's all connected. When you save any part of the world, you've saved the whole world. In fact, that's the only way it can be done. I hated his riddles, hated them passionately. I don't know what you want from me. He was silent. When I lifted my face to regard him, he was watching me calmly. It's safe for me to tell you. You won't believe me. He drew a steadying breath. He had the brandy bottle cradled in one arm as if it were his babe. We have to go on the prince's quest with him, to Aslevjal, to find Icefyre. Then we must prevent the prince from slaying him. Instead, we must free the black dragon trapped beneath the ice, so he can rise, to become Tintaglia's consort, so that they can mate and there can be real dragons in the world again. But I can't do that. Dutiful must cut off the dragon's head and bring it to the hearth of Elliania's mother house. Otherwise, she will not wed him. All these negotiations and hopes will have been for naught. He looked at me, and I think he knew how torn I was. He spoke quietly. Fitz, set it out of your mind. Don't think of it for now. The convergence and the confrontation await us. We need not rush towards them. When the time comes, I promise, you alone will be the one to choose. Do you keep your vowed loyalty to the Farseers, or do you save the world for me? He paused. One other thing I shall tell you. I should not, but I will. So you do not think that it is your fault when the time comes, because I promise you it will not be. I prophesied it long ago, not understanding what I spoke of until this business of the tattoos was made clear to me. I dreamed it long ago, a child's wild nightmare. Soon I will live it, so when it happens you must promise me not to torment yourself with it. His shivering had returned as he spoke. His words came out between chattering teeth. What is it? I asked with dread, already knowing. This time. On Aslevjal. A terrified smile trembled at the corners of his mouth. it is my turn to die. Chapter 24. Connections. The legend of the White Prophet and his catalyst might be better described as a religion from the far south, only echoes of which have reached Jamalia. Like many philosophies from the south, it is riddled with superstitions and contradictions, so that no thinking man could subscribe to such foolishness. At the core of the White Prophet heresy is the concept that for every age, and this space of time is never defined, there is born a White Prophet. The White Prophet comes to set the world on a better course. He or she, and in this duality of gender we may see some borrowing from the true faith of Sa, does this by means of his or her catalyst. The catalyst is a person chosen by the White Prophet because he stands at a juncture of choices. By changing what happens to the catalyst in his lifetime, the White Prophet enables the world to follow a truer, better course of history. Any thinking man can see that, as there is no way to compare what has happened to what might have happened, White Prophets can always claim to have bettered the world. Nor can any of the adherents to this heresy explain the idea that the world and time roll in a circular track, endlessly repeating itself. A perusal of the history that we have recorded shows quite clearly that this is not so. Yet adherents of this false belief will still cling to it. Delnar, the wise old priest of Sa, has written in his Opinions that not only the followers of this heresy are to be pitied, but also the White Prophets themselves. He proves conclusively that such self-deluded fanatics are actually suffering from a rare disorder that drains all pigment from their flesh, at the same time inducing hallucinations or prophetic dreams sent by gods. Wiflen, priest of Sa, Joropin Monastery, Cults and Heresies of the Southlands. Chade! I need you. I need you now. Come to me in the workroom. Chade! Please hear me. Please come. I skilled the summons wildly as I staggered up the stairs to my workroom. I do not even recall what urgent errand I had invented for my departure. I'd left him, the fool, and yet no longer the fool, sitting by his fire with the brandy bottle. Now, heart hammering, I cursed my wasted body as I forced my legs to bend and push me along. I could not tell if Chade could hear me. Then I cursed myself and shifted my attention to Dutiful and Thick. I need to see Lord Chade immediately, with the greatest urgency, find him and send him to me in my workroom. Why? This from Dutiful. Just do it. Then, when I did stagger, sweating and puffing into the workroom, I found Chade sitting impatiently by the hearth. He turned to glare at me. What has kept you? I heard you'd come back into the castle, and I know Lord Golden would pass on my message. I don't have all day to wait on you, boy. Important things are afoot, things that require your presence. No, I gasped, and then, I talk first. Sit down, he growled at me. Breathe. I'll get you some water. I made it to the chair by the fire before I collapsed. I tried to force my body too much today. The ride and the practice bout by itself were enough to exhaust me. Now I was shaking as badly as the fool had been. I drank the water Chade brought me. Before he could begin to speak, I told him everything that the fool had told me. When I had finished, I was still panting. He sat thinking while my breathing gradually slowed. Tattoos, he muttered in disgust. The pale woman. He sighed. I don't believe him, and I don't dare disbelieve him. He scowled as he pondered my tale, then, You saw my spy's report. He found no trace of a dragon on Outislander. I don't think he made a very thorough search. Perhaps not. That is the trouble with hired men. When the money trickles away, their loyalty goes with it. Chade, what are we going to do? He gave me an odd look. The obvious. Really, Fitz, you do need to recover your health. You are so easily rattled these days, though I confess that the fool's tattoos are as great a surprise to me as to you, as is the connection he makes of them. When I spoke to him earlier today to ask if he knew anything of such tattoos as an out-island custom, he said he did not, and calmly changed the subject. I can scarcely believe he would so dissemble to me, but... I watched Chade reorder to himself all that he knew of both the Fool and Lord Golden. Then he sighed heavily and admitted, "We do know there was a pale woman advising Kebble Rawbread for much of the Red Ship Wars, but we assumed that she perished alongside him. What could she have to do with Elliania? And even if she had lived, why should she attempt to be a part of our matchmaking, let alone have an interest in you or Lord Golden? It is all too far-fetched." I swallowed. The maid, Henja, Elliania's servant, she spoke of a she, as did Elliania and Blackwater. Those two spoke of her with dread. Perhaps this she is the pale woman, and perhaps she is the Fool's other white prophet. Then she could have plans of her own, plans that cross our own in ways we cannot foresee. I watched the old assassin mentally work through all the permutations of such a situation. Then he shrugged. "Regardless," Chade replied ruthlessly, "our solution remains the same." He held up 2 fingers. 1. The Fool promised you that it would be your decision to keep your oath to the Farseers or try to save this frozen dragon for him. So, you'll keep your oath. I don't doubt your loyalty. It did not seem that simple to me at all. I kept silent. He touched his 2nd finger. 2. Lord Golden does not go to Aslevial with us. Therefore, if we discover a dragon in the ice, which I very much doubt, he doesn't try to interfere with Dutiful killing the dragon, or at least chopping the frozen head off some ancient carcass, which I consider far more likely. Then, even if this pale woman does still exist, and is a threat to him, he never comes near her. Hence, Lord Golden doesn't die. What if he comes to Aslevial anyway, with or without us? Chade gave me a look. Fitz, think, lad. Aslevial is not an easy island to visit, even from the other out-islands, not that he'll get that far. Don't you think I can issue an order that forbids Lord Golden to take passage on any ship outbound from Buckkeep Town? I'll do it subtly, of course, but it will be done. What if he changes his appearance? He raised a white eyebrow at me. Do you wish me to have him locked in a dungeon while we are gone? I suppose I could arrange that if it would put your mind at rest. A comfortable dungeon, of course, all the amenities. His tone plainly said that he thought I was worrying unnecessarily. Confronted with his calm skepticism, I found it difficult to support the frantic fear the Fool had raised in me. No, of course, I don't want that, I muttered. Then trust me. Trust me as you used to. Have a little confidence in your old mentor. If I don't want Lord Golden to take ship from Buckkeep, then he won't. I can't find him. What should I do? Dutiful sounded panicked. Chade cocked his head. Did you hear something? A moment. I held up a finger to Chade. Never mind, Dutiful, he's with me. It will be all right now. What's it all about? Never mind, I tell you, never mind. I shifted my attention from Dutiful to Chade. That which you heard was Dutiful shouting at me that he couldn't find you. A widespread skilling, such as he still does when he's anxious. A slow smile dawned over Chade's features, even as he said, "Oh, you must be mistaken. I was sure I heard a shout in the distance." So the skill can seem at first, until your mind learns to interpret what it senses. "Oh my," Chade said quietly. He looked afar, smiling pensively. Then he came back to me with a jolt. "I'd nearly forgotten why I summoned you. The Queen's convocation of the witted. It is actually going to happen, much to my surprise. We've had word to expect them in 6 days. It's taken them time to gather themselves, and they ask that the Queen send her own guard to bring them in under a safe passage flag. They asked for an exchange of hostages, too, of course, but I told her that was nonsense. 6 days from now they will send us a bird telling us where to meet them. They promise it will be within a day's ride of Buckkeep. When we get to the rendezvous, they will come to us. They will be cloaked and hooded to protect their identities. I'd like you to go with them when they ride out. Wouldn't that seem very odd? Lord Golden's personal bodyguard riding out with the Queen's guard on such a delicate mission. "It would, but for one thing. By then you will have left Lord Golden's service and taken a position with the Queen's Guard." "Won't that be a rather abrupt change? How do we explain that? And when did you decide that, you old fox?" "Easily enough. Captain Fairgood will be anxious to secure your services, as he was so impressed with your ability to slay 3 men merely for attempting to steal your master's pouch. A man that good with a blade would always be a welcome addition to the Queen's Guard. If anyone asks, you can say they offered you excellent wages, and that Lord Golden was only too willing to gain favour with the Queen by allowing her to hire his man away from him. Perhaps he is now comfortable enough at our court to see that he never needed a bodyguard at all." Chade stacked his logic nicely. I suspected he had a stronger motive than simply to have more access to me as a spy. I wondered if he wanted to separate me from Lord Golden, lest he make any inroads on my loyalty to the Farseers. I edged around the question, asking him, "Why is it so essential to you that I ride with the Queen's Guard now?" "Well, for one thing, it will make it much easier to explain why you are chosen to accompany the Prince to the Out Islands in spring. You'll be one of the lucky ones whose lot is chosen for the honour. But mostly because the Witted have asked that, as a token that we mean them no harm, Prince Dutiful ride out as part of their escort." I was instantly distracted. "Do you think that's safe? It could be a trap to lure him into danger." He smiled grimly. "Why do you think I want you riding at his heels? Of course, it's possible it's a trap. But the Witted must fear the same thing, must they not? So they ask for him, knowing that we would not risk the sole Farseer heir if there were any chance of a skirmish." "Old blood," I told him. "You must learn to say old blood, not Witted. Then you'll send him out to escort them in." Chade scowled and admitted, "He has little choice in that, as little as I do. The Queen has already promised it to them." "In spite of your disapproval?" Chade gave a snort of disdain. "My approval or disapproval means little to the Queen these days. She thinks, perhaps, that she has outgrown her need for me as a counsellor. Well, we shall see." I could think of nothing to say to that. Truth to tell, and though it cost me a pang of disloyalty, I secretly rejoiced in my Queen's assertion of her strength. The days to come were so full that the tensions of them almost crowded from my mind my concerns for the Fool. Despite the fragility of my health, Chade, Thick, Dutiful, and I began to meet every morning in the Sea-Watch Tower. The Fool was not included in our meetings. Chade made no comment on this. Given what I had told him, perhaps he viewed it as more desirable that the Fool not be part of our coterie. I never brought the topic up. Only we 4 gathered, and there we pursued the skill with an avidity that frightened me and enthused the rest of them. We made progress, careful and controlled progress that satisfied no one except me. Thick learned to confine his music, though it seemed to distress him in a way he could not explain. Dutiful became better at directing his skill messages to individuals. Chade, as was to be expected, lagged behind the other 2 pupils. If we were physically touching, he could reach my mind faintly, and I his. Thick could direct an onslaught at him that would catch his attention, but convey nothing. Dutiful could not seem to find him. Or Chade couldn't be aware of him. I could not tell which problem it was, so we worked on both. The mornings were exhausting and nerve-wracking. I still got headaches, though they did not compare to the ones that had previously afflicted me. Under Chade's strict directions, I ate a nourishing meal of bland and healthful food every noon. I might have taken control of his skill magic, but he still remained my mentor, and believed he knew best where my physical health was concerned. It was at this time that he confronted me about the elf bark and carry me that he had found and removed from my room when I was recovering from my healing. It was a sharp quarrel between us, and uncomfortable for us both. He maintained that I had a duty not to do anything that might injure or inhibit my skill, especially now that I was a skill master to the prince and his coterie. I maintained that I had a right to the privacy of my possessions. Neither of us either conceded or apologized. It simply became an area we avoided discussing. Lord Golden had dismissed me from his service shortly after Chade had suggested he might. I was offered employment with the Queen's Guard, and accepted it with alacrity. They accepted me into their midst with an equanimity that surprised me. Evidently I was not the first odd man that Chade had slipped into their ranks.
I wondered how many of them were more than what they seemed. They asked me few questions, but measured me instead with their routine drills and practices. Early afternoons I spent with the Queen's Guard on the practice grounds. I was often found lacking, and wore the bruises to show for it. Ostensibly I had a bunk in the barracks with the rest of the guards, but as often I slept in my workroom. If anyone wondered at my oddly loose attachment to the Queen's Guard, no one commented on it to me. When I encountered Wim at the practice court, he congratulated me on being an honest fighter again. In dress, I went back to the plain blue of a buck guardsman, with a purple and white tunic for the times when I must show myself as belonging to the Queen. I derived an inordinate amount of pleasure from openly wearing her fox badge on my breast. It matched the fox pin I wore within my shirt and above my heart. I seemed to weary more swiftly and heal much more slowly than I ever had before, but despite Chade's suggestions I did not attempt to use the skill to speed that process. Late afternoons, while Chade was busy with diplomacy, Thick raided the kitchens for me. Together we gorged ourselves on sweets and rich pastries and fat meat. We discovered that Gilly loved raisins as much as Thick did. The ferret's pleading dance for them could reduce Thick to tears of laughter. We all began to put on flesh. Thick probably more than was good for him. He became as round and his hair as glossy as a noble lady's fat little lapdog. Blessed now with food, care, and acceptance, a placid and sweet nature sometimes showed in the little man. I enjoyed those simple hours with him. I even managed several evenings with Hap. We did not go to the Stuck Pig, but to a quiet alehouse relatively new called the Wrecked Red Ship. There we ate cheap and greasy tavern food, and talked like the old friends we were becoming. It reminded me of my days with Burrick in the time just before Regal killed me. We recognized one another as men now. On our best evening he regaled me with a long account of how Starling had swept into the woodshop, dazzled Master Gindust with her charm and fame, and carried him off for a day in Buckkeep Town. "It was so strange, Tom," he told me in a sort of wonder. "She behaved as if there had never been any quarrel, nor hard words between us. And so, what could I do save do the same? Do you think she has actually forgotten what she said to me?" "I doubt she has forgotten," I told him thoughtfully. "A forgetful minstrel soon starves to death. No. With Starling, I think she believes that if she pretends hard enough that something is so, it becomes so. And, as you have seen, sometimes it works for her. Have you forgiven her, then?" He looked nonplussed for a moment. Then, with a wry grin, he asked, "Would she notice if I hadn't? She was so adept at persuading Gindus that she was all but a mother to me that I was half convinced myself." I had to laugh, and shrug to that. Starling had taken him to an inn frequented by travelling minstrels, and there introduced him to a number of musical young ladies. They had fed him mincemeat pastries and filled him up with ale and their songs, vying for his attention. I warned him facetiously about the soft and easy ways of minstrels and their stony hearts. It was a mistake. "I've no heart left to give to any girl," he informed me soberly. None the less, from his descriptions of several of them, it seemed to me that even if he did not have the heart, he still had an eye for them. And so I silently blessed Starling and prayed for a swift healing for my lad. Both the Fool and Lord Golden assiduously avoided me. On several evenings, when I quietly descended from the workroom to enter Lord Golden's apartments through my old bedroom, I found him not at home. Dutiful told me that he gamed more frequently now, in Buckkeep Town, where such amusements were gaining popularity, as well as at private parties in the keep. I missed him, but also dreaded confronting him eventually. I did not want him to read in my eyes that I had betrayed him to Chade. It was for his own good, I excused myself. Dragons be damned. If simply keeping him away from Aslevial would keep him alive, then his displeasure would be a small cost. That was what I told myself at the times when I found myself believing his wild prophecies. At other times I was sure there was no frozen dragon and no pale woman, and hence no reason for him to go to Aslevial at all, and thus I justified it that I plotted with Chade against him. As for why he avoided me, I suspected he harboured some odd sense of shame about the tattoos that I now knew he bore. I knew I could not demand his company, nor force mine upon him. I could only hope that as days passed, the healing rift between us would further close, and so the days ticked by. I would not have admitted it to anyone, but my newfound dread of the prince's quest to Aslevial Island was behind my renewed dedication to teaching him to skill. No matter how I counted the days to our spring sailing, there were never enough of them. I now concurred with Chade that the prince must have a coterie, one with at least a basic working knowledge of their magic. And so I applied myself to developing our skill talents, with varying degrees of success. Chade's skill levels slowly increased at our morning lessons. He was very dissatisfied with his progress, and that made it more difficult for him to focus. I could not get him to relax, no matter how I tried to force him into a calm and empty state. Dutiful seemed to find my arguments with my elderly student amusing, while Thick was elaborately bored by them. Neither attitude helped Chade to be less irascible with me. My kindly and patient teacher, I discovered, was a terrible student, headstrong and insubordinate. Finally, I succeeded in opening him to the skill after 4 days of unrelenting effort. At his first awareness of the skill current, he rushed headlong into it. I had no choice but to go after him, sternly forbidding Dutiful and Thick to follow. I plunged into the skill. I do not like to recall that mishap. It was not just that Chade was unfurling in the skill, it was that there was so much of him to unfurl. Every moment of all his years of life streamed away from him. After struggling for a time to gather him in, I realized that the skill was not shredding him. Rather, the old man was sending seeking threads of himself. Like the roots of a thirsty plant, he spread himself in every direction, heedless of the way the skill current tore and scattered his filaments. Even as I gathered the bits of him, he was glorying in the wild rush of connection. At length I tore him from the cataract of the skill, powered as much by my great anger as by any magic. When at last we came back to our bodies, I found mine under the great table, trembling and twitching at the edge of a convulsion.
"You stupid, stubborn old bastard!"
I gasped at him. I had not the strength to shout. Chade himself was sprawled in his chair. As his eyelids fluttered and he came to awareness of himself, he muttered only, "Magnificent, magnificent." And then he dropped his head down onto the table and sank into a deathly sound sleep from which there was no rousing him. Dutiful and Thick hauled me out from under the table and back into my chair. Dutiful poured me a brimming glass of wine with shaking hands, while Thick stood regarding me with his round little eyes very wide. When I had drunk half the wine, Dutiful said in an abashed voice, "That was the most frightening thing I've ever witnessed. Was that what it was like when you came in after me?" I was too shaken and angry with both Chade and myself to admit to the prince that I didn't know. "Let it be a lesson to the both of you as well," I scolded. "Any one of us who commits such a foolish act risks all of us. Well do I understand now why the skill masters of old might put a pain barrier between the skill and a willful student." The prince looked shocked. "You would not do such a thing to Lord Chade?" His tone was as if I had proposed clapping the queen in irons for her own good. "No," I admitted grudgingly. I rose shakily and circled the table. I nudged the snoring old man and then prodded him. His eyes opened to slits. He smiled at me, head still on the table. "Ah, there you are, my boy." His smile grew fatuously wider. "Did you see me? Did you see me fly?" And then, I was not sure if his eyes rolled up or his lids closed, but he was gone again, as exhausted as a child after a day at a fair. I despaired that he seemed to have carried away no sensation at all of tragedy narrowly averted. It was an hour before he awoke, and then, for all his apologies, there was a gleam in his eye that filled me with trepidation. Even after he promised me to make no wild experiments on his own, I privately impressed on Thick that if he sensed Chade's skilling, he must contact me at once. Thick's earnest assent was a bare comfort to me. Such promises did not usually stay long in his mind. The next morning was to bring me no greater serenity. Exhorting Chade to do nothing this time, save witness as best he could, I attempted to guide Dutiful in borrowing Thick's strength to increase his own use of the skill. Although they had all experienced in my healing what their joined strength could do, none of the three could really explain how they had tapped it, or what had happened. It seemed to me that Dutiful, at least, needed to be able to reliably draw on Thick's power. So I set them a simple exercise, or so I thought.
Alone, Dutiful could reach Chade's mind only as the barest whisper. He could make Chade aware of his efforts, but not of the message he sought to convey. I was not sure if this indicated that Chade was still too close to the skill, or if Dutiful could not sufficiently target him. I wanted to see if by tapping Thick's strength, Dutiful could make Chade hear him. Prince Verity told me that a coterie member or solo used in such a fashion was referred to as a king's man, so Thick will be serving as king's man to Dutiful. Shall we try this? I asked them.
He's the prince, not a king?
Thick interrupted anxiously. Yes, and?
Can't be a king's man, then. It won't work.
I found my patience. It's all right, Thick. It will work. You will be serving as a prince's man.
Serving? Like a servant?
He was instantly affronted. No, helping. Like a friend. Thick will be helping Dutiful as a prince's man. Shall we try this? Dutiful was grinning, but it did not mock his man. Thick turned to him, caught the grin from him, and settled himself next to the prince. It should be easy for both of you, I suggested. I didn't know if I lied or not. Thick must simply be open to the skill, but not making any effort. Dutiful should draw strength from him and use the skill to try to reach Chade. Dutiful, go slowly, and if I tell you to stop, you must break the contact immediately. Now, begin. I thought I had planned for every possibility. I had sweet food such as Thick loved, and brandy if we needed a restorative. Both waited on the table. I wondered now if that had been a bad idea. Thick's eyes kept wandering to some currant buns. Would they distract him too much from his skilling? I had wanted to have elf bark and hot water ready as well, but Chade had sternly overruled me. Far better if the prince's coterie is never exposed to such a destructive drug, he opined righteously. I didn't remind him that he had taught me the use of it. I hovered anxiously behind the prince as he set his hand upon Thick's shoulder. If it appeared he was draining the little man, I was prepared to physically break the link between them. Well did I know that a skill user could deliberately kill that way. I wanted no tragic accidents. We waited. After a time, I gave Chade a significant look. He raised his eyebrows. Begin, I suggested to the two of them. I'm trying, said Dutiful in exasperation. I can skill to Thick, but I don't know how to draw his strength off and use it. Thick, can you help him? I suggested. Thick opened his eyes and looked at me.
How?
He asked. I didn't know. Just be open to him. Think of sending him your strength. Again they settled. I watched Chade's face, hoping for some sign that Dutiful had touched minds with him. But after a short time, Dutiful lifted his eyes to mine, his mouth twisted in a small smile. He's skilling strength to me, he confided.
You said to,
Thick protested angrily. Yes, so I did, I assured him. Calm down, Thick. No one is mocking you. He glared at me, breathing through his nose.
Dog stink.
Dutiful flinched. Chade's lips twitched, but he managed not to smile. Dog stink? Is that the message you wish to convey to me? I believe Thick intended that comment for me, I said carefully. But it went through me to Chade, my target. I felt it, Dutiful said excitedly. Well, at least we make progress, I said.
Can I have a bun now?
No, Thick, not yet. We all need to work on this. I pondered a moment. Dutiful had directed Thick's skill. Did that mean he had actually taken strength from Thick to break through to Chade, or that he had simply diverted Thick's message intended for me to Chade? I didn't know. I didn't think there was any way I could be absolutely certain of what had happened. Try it together, I suggested. Both of you attempt to send the same message to Chade, and only Chade. Try to make a concerted effort.
Concerted?
Do it together, Dutiful supplied to Thick. There was a moment of silent conference between the two. I suspected they chose a message. Now, I suggested, and watched Chade's face. He furrowed his brow. Something about a bun?
Dutiful gave a sigh of exasperation. Yes, but that wasn't what we were supposed to be conveying. Thick is having a bit of difficulty concentrating.
I'm hungry.
No, you aren't. You just want to eat, Dutiful told him, which put Thick into a sulk. No amount of prodding or persuasion would induce him to try again. We eventually allowed him the food, and resolved to take a lesson from it on the morrow. Yet, the next morning we seemed doomed to have as little luck as before. Spring was in the air. I had thrown the window shutters open wide to the dawn, and yet the sun was only a promise on the horizon. But the wind off the ocean had a lively and freshened air to it that spoke of life and change in the seasons. I stood, breathing it in for a long time while I waited for the others to arrive. I was no more at ease in conscience over what I had planned against Lord Golden. I had begun to wish I had not divulged that conversation to Chade, nor told him of the fool's tattoos. Surely, if he had wished Chade to know of them, he would have told him during the course of their conversation about the Narcheska's tattoos. I had a deep and profound sense of having made a wrong choice. There was no way to undo it, and confessing it to the fool seemed unimaginable. The only thing more unimaginable was to allow him to go to Aslevyal if he believed he would die there. So, childish though it felt, I had decided that I would simply hold my tongue and leave the matter in Chade's hands. He would be the one who would not allow Lord Golden to accompany us. I drew another deep breath of spring air, hoping it would make me feel rejuvenated. Instead, I only felt more deeply anxious. Civil Brisinga had returned to Buckkeep. The guard that had accompanied him on his journey was nominally to express Farseer's sympathy at the loss of his mother. Yet he still knew, even if others did not, that he could look forward to years of being monitored at Buckkeep. He would remain at the castle until he reached his majority, with the Crown benevolently managing his lands. Galekeep was closed, save for a skeleton staff provided by the Queen. It seemed to me a mild rebuke compared to his treasonous conduct. His wit had been kept confidential. I suppose that the revelation of it could be used as a threat to discourage him from further wrongdoing. He had not been connected at all to the deaths of 3 men in Buckkeep town. I seethed that he had got off so lightly for exposing my prince to so much danger. From what Chade had told me, Dutiful had insisted that Civil had passed on very little information about the prince to the piebalds, and most of it was knowledge that even the humblest serving boy in the keep would have. It did not comfort me. Even more unsettling was that not only Loudwine but Paget had expressed an avid interest in whatever information Civil could discover about both me and Lord Golden. He knew little, so he had told them little. Still, Civil had confessed to the prince that their interest made him very curious about us. I'd spied on Civil in his rooms shortly after his return. He had looked like a forlorn and devastated young man. A single family servant remained with him at Buckkeep. He was a lad stripped of family and home, whittled down to his barest possessions, and his wit-beast consigned to the stables. The simplicity of the chamber and furnishings offered to him was appropriate to a minor noble, but doubtless he had enjoyed far better at home. He had spent a good portion of his evenings sitting and staring at the fire. I suspected he communed with his cat, but had not detected a flow of wit between them. Instead, I had felt his misery as an almost tangible weight in his chamber. I still didn't trust him. I was still staring out of the window when I heard the prince's footfalls on the stairs. A moment later he entered, shutting the door firmly behind him. Chade and Thick would be coming soon, by the secret passage, but for now I had a moment or two alone with him. I didn't look at him as I asked him, "Does Civil's cat speak to you?" "Pard, no. He's a cat, so he could, of course, if he wished. But it would be regarded as rude, I suppose." He made a considering noise. "It's an odd thing to think of. Among the old blood who prefer cats, there are a number of shared customs. I would never attempt to initiate speech with someone else's cat partner. It would be like flirting with someone's intended. In all the time I've known Pard, he has never shown any interest in communicating with me. Of course, he did convey to me that one time that Civil was in danger, but that was more in the nature of a threat. Civil had brought him to me in a great canvas sack. I gathered from what Civil told me that he'd tricked the cat into getting into the sack in the course of some rough game they were playing. Only then Civil tied the sack shut and dragged him up the stairs to my chamber. And I do mean dragged. Pard's a big cat. He heaved a sudden sigh. I should have known, from that alone. If Civil had not been distraught, he never would have treated Pard so disrespectfully. But Civil seemed so distressed, and in such a hurry, that I agreed to keep the cat in my chamber until he returned for it, and asked few questions. But then, after he'd gone, I couldn't stand to hear Pard snarling and doing that sing-song whine. He was trying to gut his way out of the sack with the claws on his hind feet, but Civil had chosen a very heavy canvas. After a while he just lay there, panting, and I began to fear that he would suffocate. He sounded as if he were in distress, but the moment I opened the mouth of the bag, he came out clawing and knocked me down. He grabbed me here, and Dutiful's hand measured the side of his throat, and dug his hind claws into my belly. He swore he'd kill me if I didn't let him out of the room. Then, before I could take any action, he yowled and raked his claws down me. That was when Civil was attacked. He said it was my fault and he'd kill me for it unless I saved him. So I skilled to you. He had joined me at the window, looking out over the water's wrinkling face as the sunrise coaxed colour out of the black waves. He stared for a time in silence. Then what happened? I nudged him. Oh, I suppose I was thinking of what must have been happening to you then. Why didn't you skill to me? Don't you think I would have sent you aid? His question startled me. I took a moment to find the answer within myself. I laughed. I suppose you would have, if I'd thought of it. But for so many years, it was just the wolf and me. And when I lost Night Eyes, I never thought that I could call out to you for help, or even let you know where I was. It just never occurred to me. I tried to reach you when they were strangling Civil. His cat went wild. Pard leapt off me and went racing around the room, killing everything within reach. I had no idea of the damage his claws could do. The bed curtains, clothing, there's still a tapestry rolled up under my bed that I haven't had the courage to tell anyone about. I think it's ruined, and I suspect it was priceless. Don't worry, I've got one you can have. He looked puzzled at my lopsided smile. I tried to skill to you, even as Pard was shredding my room, but I couldn't get through to you. I recalled something that I hadn't in a long time. Your father had the same complaint about me, that when I went into battle, I could not sustain a skill link to him, nor could he establish one with me at such times. I shrugged. I'd near forgotten that. Without thinking, I fingered the bite scar at the angle of my neck. Then I realized Dutiful was staring at me with that look of boyish admiration, and I snatched my hand down. And that is the only time that Pard has ever spoken to you? He shrugged. Almost. Abruptly he stopped tearing up my things, then he thanked me, very stiffly. I think it must be difficult for a cat to thank anyone. After that he got up into the middle of my bed and ignored me. He stayed there until Civil came for him. My room reeks of cat still. I think Pard sprays when he fights. From the little I knew of cats, it seemed likely. I said as much. Then delicately, because this was a topic that was tender between us, I asked him, Dutiful, why do you trust Civil? I can't understand why you allow him in your life after what he's done. He gave me a puzzled glance. He trusts me. I don't think anyone could trust a man as he does me and not be worthy of my trust in return. Besides, I need him if I am to understand the old blood people of my kingdom. My mother pointed that out to me, that I must know at least one very well if we are to treat with all of them. I hadn't thought of that, but I knew what he meant. The old blood lifestyle was a culture hidden within our own Six Duchies culture. I'd had a glimpse of it, but I could not explain it to Dutiful, as could someone born and raised in it. Still, there must be someone else who could serve you that way. I still do not see what Civil has ever done to deserve your regard of him. Dutiful gave a small sigh. Fitz chivalry. He entrusted his cat to me. If you knew you were going forth to die, and you did not want Night Eyes to die alongside you, where would you leave him? Who would you entrust him to? A man you had willingly betrayed? Or a friend whom you trusted to see past all shams? Oh, I said, when his question had sunk into my mind. I see. You are right. No man would entrust half his soul to a man he cared nothing for. In a short time, Chade and Thick emerged from the mantelpiece. The old man was scowling and shaking cobwebs from his elaborate sleeves. Thick was humming to himself, odd notes that filled in the gaps in a song that he skilled to the morning. He seemed to be taking a great deal of pleasure in it. If I listened only with my ears, he seemed to be merely making annoying random sounds. What a difference access to another's mind could make in my understanding of him. Thick's eyes went immediately to the table, and I sensed his disappointment that no pastries awaited him. With a sigh, I hoped that his dashed expectations would not interfere with today's efforts. I seated my students as I had the day before, with Chade on one side of the table and Dutiful and Thick close beside each other on the other side. As before, I stood behind Dutiful and Thick, ready to fall on them and physically separate them if necessary. I knew Dutiful regarded this as somewhat drastic, and even Chade seemed to think me overly anxious, but neither of them had ever been near drained of life by another skill user. As before, Dutiful set his hand to Thick's shoulder. As before, they tried to reach Chade with a simple message, and could not. Dutiful could reach my mind, as could Thick, but even in the familiar task of reaching me, they could not unite. I was beginning to think it was hopeless. One of the most basic tasks of a coterie was to be able to join their skill and make it available to their king. We could not even do that. And the repeated failures were beginning to make us fractious with one another. Thick, stop your music! How can I concentrate with your music running continually in the back of my mind? Dutiful demanded, after our latest effort had yielded naught. Thick flinched to his prince's rebuke. As his eyes filled with tears, I realized suddenly how deep and powerful a bond he had formed with Dutiful. I think the prince realized his error also, for an instant later he shook his head at himself and commented, "It's the loveliness of the music that distracts me, Thick. I don't wonder that you always want to share it with the world, but for now we must focus on our lessons. Do you see?" Chade's eyes suddenly kindled to green sparks. "No!" he exclaimed. "Thick, do not stop your music, for I have never heard it, though I have often heard from Dutiful and Tom how lovely it is. Let me hear your music. Thick, just this once. Put your hand on Dutiful's shoulder and send your music to me, please." Dutiful and I gawked at Chade. But Thick beamed. He did not hesitate for an instant. Almost before Dutiful had dropped his hand from Thick's shoulder, the little man had seized Dutiful's in a firm grip. Eyes fixed on Chade. Mouth wide open with delight, he gave Dutiful no time to focus. Music filled us all like a flood. Vaguely, I saw Chade reel with the impact of it. His eyes widened, and even though triumph dawned on his features, I also saw a shadow of fear. I had not underestimated Thick's strength. Never had I witnessed such an outpouring of skill. Up to now, Thick's music had been always in the undercurrent of his thoughts, as unconscious as his breathing or the beating of his heart. Now he flung himself out wide to the world, rejoicing in his mother song. As a muddy river in flood time can colour the whole bay it drains into, so did Thick's song dye the great skill current. His song entered the flow and changed it. I had never imagined anything like it. Gripped by it as I was myself, I found myself powerless to take command of my body. The overwhelming fascination of Thick's music drew me into it and wrapped me in his rhythm and melody. Somewhere I sensed that Dutiful and Chade were with me, but I could not discern them for the curtain of beckoning music. Nor was I the only one so drawn. I sensed others in the skill curtain. Some were single threads, a trailing tendril of magic from those barely skilled at all. Perhaps somewhere a fisherman wondered at the odd tune running in the back of his mind, or a mother changed the lullaby she hummed. Others were more engaged. I sensed folk who halted in the midst of what they were doing and looked round blindly, trying to locate the source of the whispering music. There were not many, but some were there. Their awareness of the skill a constant in their lives, a background hush of muted voices that they had schooled themselves to ignore. But this rush of music broke through all such habitual barriers, and I sensed them turn towards us. Some likely shouted aloud in shock, others may have fallen to the ground. Only one voice did I hear, clear and unencumbered by fear.
"What is this?"
Nettle demanded.
"Whence comes this waking dream?"
"From Buckkeep," Chade answered joyously. "From Buckkeep comes this call. O ye skilled ones, awake and come to Buckkeep so that your magic may be awakened and you may serve your prince."
"To Buckkeep?"
Nettle echoed. And then, like a trumpet call from the distance, a far voice.
"I know you now. I see you now."
Perhaps nothing else could have broken me from those shackles of skill fascination. I parted Dutiful from Thick with a force that astonished all three of us. With a crash, the music halted. For a second, I was blinded and deafened by the absence of the skill. My heart went yearning after it. It was a far purer connection to the world than my feeble senses. But I soon came back to myself. I offered Dutiful my hand, for my shove had sent him sprawling to the floor. Dazedly, he gripped my hand and came to his feet, asking as he did so, "Did you hear that girl? Who was she?"
"Oh, just that girl that cries all the time."
Thick dismissed her, and I felt gratitude that his answer filled the gap. Then,
"Did you hear my music? Did you like it?"
he was demanding of Chade. Chade didn't answer immediately. I turned to see him slumped in his chair. He wore a foolish smile, yet his brow was furrowed.
"Oh, yes, Thick," he managed. "I heard it. And I liked it very much."
He put his elbows on the table and propped his head in them.
"We did it,"
he breathed. He lifted his eyes to me.
"Does it always feel like that?
The exuberance, the sense of completeness, of joining oneself to the world." "It's a thing to be wary of," I warned him immediately. "If you go into the skill seeking that sense of connection, it may sweep you away entirely. A skill user must always keep his purpose in the forefront of his mind, otherwise you can be swept away and lost." Yes, Chade interrupted me impatiently. "I haven't forgotten what happened to me last time, but I do think that this is an event that deserves a celebration." The others seemed to share his sentiments. I am sure they thought me curmudgeonly and grumpy for my silence. Still, I brought forth the covered basket I had concealed beneath the table, and within it even Thick found enough to be satisfied. We had brandy all round, though I think Chade was the only one who truly needed restoring. The old man's hands shook as he lifted the glass to his mouth, but nonetheless he smiled and offered a toast before he drank. "To those who may come to form a true coterie for Prince Dutiful." He gave me no sly glances, and I joined with the others in drinking, even as I hoped Burrick would firmly keep Nettle at home. Then I asked warily, "What do you think that other voice was, the one that said, 'I know you now'?" Thick ignored me and went on nibbling raisins with his front teeth. Dutiful gave me a puzzled glance. "Another voice? You mean the girl who skilled so clearly?" Chade asked, plainly shocked that I would call her to their attention. I think he had already deduced that she was Nettle. "No," I said. "That other voice, so foreign and strange, so different." I could not find words to express the wariness it had roused in me. It was like a dark premonition. A moment of silence followed my words. Then Dutiful said, "I only heard the girl who said, 'to Buckkeep.'" "And I the same," Chade assured me. "There was no coherent thought after hers. I thought she was why you broke our linking." "Why would he do that?" Dutiful demanded. "No," I insisted, ignoring the prince's question. "Something else spoke. I tell you, I heard something. Some kind of a being. Not human." This was an extraordinary enough statement to distract Dutiful from prying for Nettle's identity. But as the other three all vowed they had sensed nothing, my claims were not taken seriously. and by the end of the session I had begun to wonder if I had deceived myself. Chapter 25. Convocation. Where nothing would do but that the princess would have the dancing bear for her very own. Such a begging has not been heard for many a year. But at last she prevailed, and her father gave the bear's keeper a whole handful of gold coins for the beast. And the princess herself took hold of the chain that went to the bear's ring, and led the great hulking creature up to her own bedchamber. But in the depth of the night, while all else in the keep slept, the boy rose up and threw off his bearskin, and when he showed himself to the princess, she found him as comely a youth as she had ever seen, and it was not so much that he had his way with her, as that she had hers with him. The Bear Boy and the Princess. One afternoon, the birches flushed pink, and the packed snow of the courtyard turned to slush. Spring came that quickly to Buckkeep that year. By the time the sun went down, there were bare patches of earth showing on some of the best-trodden tracks. It was cold that night, and winter stilled everything with its touch. But the next morning the land awoke to the sound of trickling water and a warm, sweeping wind. I had slept in the barracks, and slept well despite the snoring and night-shifting of 24 other men. I rose with the others, ate a hearty breakfast in the guard-room, and then returned to the barracks to don the purple and white of the Queen's Guard. We buckled on our swords, collected our horses, and gathered in the courtyard. Then there was the inevitable wait for the prince to emerge. When he did come out, Councillor Chade and Queen Cotrican accompanied him. The prince looked both polished and uncomfortable. Perhaps a dozen lesser nobles were there to see him off. Amongst the well-wishers were the 6 representatives the 6 duchies had originally sent to the Queen for her discussion of the witted problem. I could tell by their faces that they had never expected to be involved in a face-to-face confrontation with the witted, and they did not look forward to it. Lord Civil Brassinger was among those who stood in the slushing snow to bid the prince farewell. From the back rank of the Queen's Guard I watched his still face, and wondered how he felt about what was happening. By the Queen's express command, no one would leave Buckkeep save the guard and the prince. She would take no chances of frightening away the already cautious old-blood delegation. The Queen gave brief instructions to her commander. I could not hear her words to Marshcroft, our leader, but I saw his face change. He made a sincere bow, but disapproval was in every line of his face, and I was shocked to the core when a woman on horseback suddenly joined us, leading the Queen's mount. It took me a moment to recognize Laurel. She had cropped her hair short and dyed it black. Chade stepped forward, remonstrating, but the Queen looked adamant. She spoke briefly to him. I could not hear her words, but I saw the set line of Cotrican's jaw and Chade's rising colour. With a final curt nod to her counsellor, she mounted, and signalled her readiness to Marshcroft. At his command we all mounted, and then we followed our prince and Marshcroft as they led us out of the gates of Buckkeep. I glanced back to find Chade staring after us in horror. "Why is she going with us?" I skilled frantically to Chade, but if he received my thought he made no response. I asked the same question to the prince. "I do not know. She merely told Chade there had been a change in plans, and that she left it up to him to be certain that no one followed us. I do not like this." "Nor do I." I watched as Dutiful said something to his mother. She merely shook her head at him. Her lips were firmly closed. Laurel rode looking straight ahead. My brief glimpse of her had shown me that there were new lines in her brow and less flesh to her face. So she had been the Queen's emissary to the witted. Was that how she fought the piebalds, trying to win more political power for a more temperate group? It made sense, but it could not have been an easy task for her, or a safe one. I wondered when she had last slept soundly. The melting slush gave way unevenly beneath our horses' hooves. We left by the west gate. Ostensibly only the prince and Marshcroft knew our destination. The bird with the message had arrived yesterday. In reality, I shared that knowledge. There had been mutterings and discontent about the Queen consenting to meet with emissaries of old blood. It had been judged wiser to keep our rendezvous location a secret, lest any of the more intractable nobles sabotage our plans. The wind promised either rain or wet snow to come. Sap had flushed the leafless trees to life. We did not take the fork of the road that led down to the river, but instead took the branch that led into the forested hills behind Buckkeep Castle. A lone hawk patrolled the sky, perhaps in search of venturesome mice. Or perhaps not, I thought to myself. As the trees drew closer to the road, Marshcroft gave us the order to reform, so that the Prince and the Queen rode now in our midst, instead of before us. My dread grew. Not by any word or sign had Dutiful indicated that he was aware that I rode at his back, but I was glad of the tight skill-awareness that hung between us. We rode on through the morning, and at each fork in the road we took the less trafficked one. I was not pleased that the narrowing passage through the trees forced us into a long and straggling line. My black detested keeping a steady pace following the horse in front of her, and I had a constant battle to keep her from moving up on him. Her wilfulness was an unwelcome distraction as I tried to expand my wit-awareness of the forest around us. Given the men and horses around me, it was a near impossible task to be aware of anything beyond them, much like trying to listen for the squeaking of a mouse while surrounded by barking dogs. Nonetheless, I cursed myself and sent a sharp skill warning to the Prince when I first became aware of the outriders flanking us. They had done a wonderful job. I was suddenly aware of 2 of them, and before I could draw breath, noticed 3 more ghosting alongside us through the trees. They were on foot, their faces hooded against recognition. They carried bows. "This is not where we were told they'd await us," Dutiful skilled anxiously as Marshcroft called an abrupt halt. We formed up as well as we could around the Prince. The witted I could see had arrows nocked, but the bows were not drawn. Then, "Old blood greets you!" a voice rang through the forest. "Dutiful Farseer returns greeting," Dutiful replied clearly, when the Queen kept silent. He sounded very calm, but I could almost feel the hammering of his heart. A short, dark woman came striding through her archers to stand before us. Unlike the others, she was unarmed and her face uncovered. She looked up at the Prince. Then she turned her gaze to the Queen. Her eyes widened, and a tenuous smile came to her face. Then, "Fitz chivalry," she said clearly. I stiffened, but Dutiful relaxed. He nodded to Marshcroft as he said, "That was the agreed password. These are the folk we promised to meet and escort." He turned back to the woman. "Why are you here rather than at our arranged rendezvous?" She laughed lightly but bitterly. "Ha! We have learned a measure of caution in the past, my lord, in dealing with Farseers. You will forgive us if we still employ it. It has saved many a life here." "You have not always been fairly dealt with, so I will excuse your suspicion. I am here, as you requested, to assure that we offer the emissaries safe passage to Buckkeep Castle." The woman nodded. "And you have brought for us a hostage, one nobly born, as we requested?" For the first time, the Queen spoke. "He is here. I give you my son." Dutiful went white. Marshcroft burst out, "My Queen, I beg you, no." He turned back to the old blood woman. "Lady, if it please you, I was told nothing of a hostage. Do not take my prince from my protection. Take me instead." "Did you know of this?" I demanded of Dutiful. "No, but I understand her reasoning." His response was oddly calm. He spoke his next words aloud, but they were for me as much as for the guard. "Peace, Marshcroft. This is my mother's decision, and I will obey it. No one will fault you for following your queen's will, for in this I am sacrificed for my people." He turned to look at his mother. His face was still pale, but his voice was firm. He was proud of this moment, I knew suddenly. Proud to serve in this way, proud that she had thought him mature enough to face this challenge. "If it is my mother's will, then I put my life in your hands, and if any of your folk are harmed, then I am willing to forfeit." "And I, too, will remain as surety for my queen's word." Laurel's soft voice rang clear in the shocked silence that followed. The old blood woman nodded gravely. Laurel was obviously well known to her. My thoughts raced as I tried to put it all together. Of course, the old blood folk would have asked for a hostage. Safe passage and hidden identities would not protect their chosen leaders once they were inside Buckkeep's walls. Despite Chade's dismissal of their request, I should have known that someone would have to serve. But why did it have to be the prince? And why could not the queen have chosen me to remain at his side instead of Laurel? I looked at Catrichan with new eyes. The subterfuge surprised me, as did her circumvention of Chade. Well I knew that he would never have agreed to this. How had she arranged it all? Through Laurel? Marshcroft flung himself from his horse and knelt at her feet in the sogging snow, begging her not to do this, to let him be hostage instead, or at least to let him and 5 chosen men remain with the prince. But she was adamant. Dutiful stepped down from his mount and drew Marshcroft to his feet. "No one will ever fault you for this, even if it goes awry," he sought to assure him. "My lady mother is here to give me over. That was why she came. All will know it was her will, not yours, that this be done. I beg you, good man, remount and take our queen safely home." He raised his voice. "Yes, and all who ride back with you, hear me. Guard these folk as if my life depended on it, for I assure you that it does. That is how you can best serve me." The old blood woman spoke then to Marshcroft, saying, "I promise both you and his mother that he will be treated well, so long as our own are treated similarly. On this you have my word." Marshcroft looked little comforted by it. I was in a quandary as I sat and watched the exchange happen. "I will double back and follow," I promised the prince. "No, my mother has given her word that we will treat fairly with them, and so we shall. If I have need of you, I shall let you know. This I promise you. But for now let me do this thing she has entrusted to me." By then our emissaries were trickling in from the forest in 2s and 3s. Some brought their wit beasts. I heard the high cry of a hawk overhead, and knew that I had guessed correctly earlier that day. Another man rode with a spotted dog at his stirrup. One woman came towards us leading a milk cow heavy with calf. But of the dozen folk, faces swathed and variously mounted, who came to join us, most were alone. I wondered if they had left their animals behind, or were currently unpaired. One man immediately caught my attention. He was probably about 50, but he wore his years well, as some active men do. He walked with a sailor's roll, leading a horse that he obviously mistrusted. Both the hair of his head and his short-trimmed beard were steely grey, and his eyes the same, but with a hint of blue. Other than the woman who had first greeted us, he was the only old blood who went unmasked. Yet it was not his appearance that struck me so much as the deference the other old bloods accorded him. They stepped back from him, as if he were either holy or mad. The old blood woman who had first greeted us indicated him with a flourish. "You have entrusted us with Prince Dutiful. This we little expected you would do, despite the word that was sent to us. Yet I was determined that if you gave us a hostage that indicated you had true respect for us, we would do the same. We give you Webb. He is of the oldest old blood, an unmingled bloodline and the last of that heritage. We have no nobility amongst ourselves, no kings nor queens, but from time to time we do have one such as Webb. He does not rule us, but he does listen to us, and we listen to him. Mind that you treat all my people well, but Webb treat as if he were your prince." It seemed a very strange introduction to me. I knew little more about the man than I had when she started speaking, and yet all the old blood behaved as if she had bestowed a gift upon us. I saved it up to expound on to Chade. I thought of skilling ahead to Thick to ask him to tell Chade what the Queen had done, but I decided against it. The little man often scrambled messages, and I did not want Chade spurred into rash action. I'd seen enough of that for one day. As our 2 groups parted, leaving the prince and Laurel sitting their horses and surrounded by armed witted, the rain suddenly came pelting down. The woman who had spoken called after us, 3 days! Return my people unharmed in 3 days! The Queen turned back and nodded to her gravely. The reminder had scarcely been needed. It already seemed far too long a time to entrust the well-being of our prince to them.
Marshcroft did his best to form up his troops protectively about the old bloods, but they were more than we had expected, and his guard was spread thin. I was towards the end of the procession, riding behind the woman who led her wit cow. I had thought the bearded man would insist on some sort of honoured place in the formation, perhaps riding alongside the Queen. Instead, Webb rode towards the rear, right in front of me. I glanced back for a final glimpse of my prince, sitting his horse in the freezing rain. When I looked forward again, I found the man watching me.
"Braver than I thought a boy of his years would be. Tougher than I thought a prince would be,"
Webb observed to me. The guardsman to my right scowled, but I nodded gravely. Webb held my eyes for a time before he looked away. I felt uneasy that he had singled me out for his words. Before we reached Buckkeep, I was soaked through. The rain turned to a sloppy snow, making the trail treacherous and slowing our progress. The guards at the gate admitted us without question or delay, but as we rode past, I saw one's eyes widen and read his lips as he whispered to his fellow, "The prince is gone." So the rumour fled before us into Buckkeep. In the courtyard, Marshcroft assisted the Queen's dismount. Chade was there to meet us. He lost control for an instant when he realised the prince had not returned. His sharp green gaze sought me immediately. I avoided meeting it as much because I had no information for him as because I did not want folks to connect us. It was not difficult. The courtyard had become a place of trampled snow and mud, full of milling folk and animals. The milk cow's distressed, intermittent mooing mingled with the general discord of voices. There were folk from our stables waiting to take our beasts, and those of our guests, but they had not been prepared for the pregnant cow, nor for a soaking and masked woman who would not leave her animal but feared to enter our stables alone. At length both Webb and I volunteered to accompany her. I found an empty stall and made her weary cow as comfortable as she could be made in an unfamiliar place. The woman, Sally, said little to either of us, instead seeming completely concerned for the cow's welfare. But Webb was affable and talkative, not just to me, but to the horses in their stalls and the stable boys that I sent running for water and fresh hay. I introduced myself as Tom Badgerlock of the Queen's Guard. "Ah," he said, and nodded as if confirming something he had already suspected. "You would be Laurel's friend, then? She spoke well of you, and commended you to my attention." On that unnerving note, he turned back to his exploration of the stables. He seemed interested in all that was going on around him, asking questions not just about how many animals were stabled here, but what sort of a horse was that, and had I been a guardsman long, and did I look forward to a set of dry clothes and something hot to drink as much as he did? I was taciturn in my response, without being rude, but it was still a relief to escort them into the keep and up to the east wing where the Queen had decided to quarter all her old blood guests. Those quarters offered them privacy from the rest of the keep folk. There was a large room where they could dine together unmasked. Once the food was set out and the serving folk were banished. They all seemed very concerned that their identities remain hidden, all save Webb. I escorted him and the cow-woman up to the floor where the bedchambers were. There a maid greeted them and asked them to follow her. Sally left without a backwards glance. But Webb clasped wrists with me heartily and told me that he expected we'd have a chance to talk again soon. He wasn't 3 steps away from me before he was asking the chambermaid if she enjoyed her work, and had she lived at the castle long, and wasn't it a shame the spring day had ended in such a downpour. My duties discharged, this wet and weary guardsman went immediately to the guardroom. There, all was in an uproar as the Queen's decision was discreetly discussed at the top of our lungs. The hall was packed, not only with the guards who had just come in, but with all who wanted to hear the tale at first hand. It was too late for that, however. Amongst guardsmen, tales multiply faster than rabbits. As I wolfed down stew and bread and cheese, I heard how we had been surrounded by a force of 70 witted ones with bows, swords, and at least one wild boar tusking and snorting and eyeing us all the while. I had to admire the last addition to the tale. At least the man shouting out his account most loudly told how brave and cool our prince had been. Still dripping and cold, I left the guardroom and headed down a corridor that led past the kitchens and towards the pantries. In a quiet moment, I slipped inside Thick's small room, and from thence into the hidden corridors of the keep. I fled to my workroom as swiftly as I could, and changed into dry clothes, spreading my wet ones to drip over the tables and chairs. The tiny note from Chade said merely, "Queen's private council room." From the splattered ink I deduced he had been in high temper when he penned it. And so I made another hurried dash through the twisting labyrinth. I cursed its construction, wondering if the man who had built it had been as short as the ceiling seemed to indicate, even as I knew that no one had ever planned this whole maze. Rather, it utilized not only gaps between walls, but abandoned servant stairs, as well as bits added deliberately in the course of repairing the old keep. I was out of breath when I reached the secret entrance to the Queen's private chambers. I halted to catch my breath before knocking, and became aware of the fierce argument on the other side of the concealed door. "And I am the Queen," Catrican stated in fierce reply to whatever Chade had said, "as well as his mother. In either capacity, do you think I would risk heir or son if I had not thought it of the highest importance?" I didn't hear Chade's reply, but Catrican's was clear and almost strident. "No, it has nothing to do with my damnable mountain upbringing. It has to do with me forcing my nobles to treat with the old bloods as if they had something to lose. You witnessed how they trivialized my efforts before. Why? Because it cost them nothing to leave things as they were. The injustice did not bother them. None of their sons or wives were at stake. They had never lain awake at night fearing that someone they cared about would be found out, as witted and murdered for it. But I have. I will tell you something, Chade. My son is in no more danger as hostage to the witted than he was yesterday, here in the keep, where proof of his wit could have turned his own dukes against him." In the silence that followed her words, I rapped over loudly on the door. In a moment I heard, "Enter," and did so, to find them both pink-cheeked but composed. I felt as if I were a child who had walked in on his parents' secret quarrel, but in an instant Chade endeavoured to make it mine. "How could you allow this to happen?" he demanded of me. "Why didn't you keep me informed? Is the prince well? Has he been harmed?" "He is fine," I began, but Catrican cut in suddenly with, "How could he allow this to happen? Counsellor, you go too far. For many years you have advised me, and you have advised me well, but if you forget your place again, we will part company. You are to counsel, not to make decisions, and certainly not to circumvent my will. Do you think I have not considered well every aspect of this? Follow my thoughts, then, you who taught me to plot this way. Fitz is here, and through him I shall know if my son suffers even an indignity. At my son's side is a woman familiar with old blood ways, a woman loyal to me, and capable of handling a weapon if she must. In my possession are a dozen folk, all at risk if anything befalls Dutiful, plus one man who seems of great significance to them. You dismissed their request for a hostage, saying that if we failed to offer one they might protest, but in the end would still vouchsafe their people to us. Laurel counselled me otherwise. She knows well the distrust they have for the Farseers, and the generations of abuse it has founded on. She said we must offer a hostage. Who then could I offer? Myself? That was my first thought. But then, who remains here to treat with them? My son, seen by many as an untried lad? No. I had to remain here. I pondered my other choices, a noble, fearful and disdainful of them, over the protests of my other dukes. You? Then I would be bereft of your counsel. Fitz chivalry? To make him valuable enough, his identity would have to be revealed. And so I settled on my son. He is valuable to both sides, and most valuable alive. They have made no secret to me, in these negotiations, of the fact they know he is witted. Hence, in some ways, he is one of their own as much as he is ours. He is sympathetic to their situation, for he shares it. I doubt not that while he is with them, he will learn more than he would if he had stayed here by my side during these formal negotiations. And what he learns will make him, ultimately, a better king for all his people. She halted. A bit breathlessly she added, "Well, counsellor, show me my error." Chade sat looking at her, mouth ajar. I did not bother to conceal my admiration. Then Catrican grinned at me, and I saw green sparks ignite in Chade's eyes. He shut his mouth with a snap. "You might have told me first," he said bitterly. "I do not relish being made to look a fool." "Then choose to look merely surprised, like the rest," Catrican advised him tartly.
More gently, she added, "Old friend, I know that I have made you concerned for my son's safety and hurt your feelings, but if I had taken you into my confidence on this, you would have prevented me from doing it, wouldn't you?" "Perhaps, but still, peace." She hushed him. "It is done, Chade. Now accept it. And I beg you, do not let it hinder you from being just and resourceful as we enter into this negotiation." As quickly as that, she silenced him. She turned to me. "You I shall want behind the wall, Fitzchivalry. Witness to everything. And of course it is also your function to monitor my son's well-being. He may be able to convey to you information that can put us at an advantage." She pretended calmness as she asked, "Are you aware of him right now?" "Not in a direct way," I admitted. "Not riding with him as once Verity rode with me. That is an aspect of the skill that he has not yet fully acquired, but—" "A moment." I took a breath and reached for him. "Dutiful, I am with Chade and the Queen. All is well with you?" "We are fine. Is Chade very angry with her?" "Don't be concerned with that. She deals well with him. They merely wanted to be sure we could reach one another. That we can. I am in a conversation with Fleria, their leader. Let me pay attention to it now, or she will think I am more half-wit than witted." When I brought my attention back to Chade and Contrican, the old man was scowling at me. "And what makes you smile?" he demanded, as prickly as if I had mocked him. My prince made a jest with me. He is well, and, as the Queen surmised, he is conversing with their leader, Fleria. The Queen turned to Chade triumphantly. "There! Do you see? Already he has her name, a bit of information long denied us." "You mean she has told him some name to call her by?" Chade rejoined irritably. Then, to me, "Why cannot I hear him? What must I do to perfect my talent, to work as I need it to? The fault may not be with you. Dutiful has finally mastered directing his thoughts only to me. Not even Thick would have been aware of his skilling to me, I think. It could be that as you and the prince work together you will establish a stronger link of your own, and you may become more receptive to the magic as you work with it more often. But until then, you must wait to discuss this later. Even the most laggardly of our guests should be warm and clad in dry garb by now. Come, Chade. We are to meet them in the East Gathering Hall. And you, Fitz, off to your post. If we hear anything that will affect my son's safety, I wish him to know of it immediately." Another woman might have waited for Chade, or have gone to a looking-glass briefly. Not Contrican. She rose and swept from the room, completely confident that her counsellor would be on her heels, and that I would scuttle off to my spy-post. The look Chade shot me as he left mingled pride and chagrin. "I may have taught her too well," he observed to me in a whisper. I re-entered the rat warren of corridors. In the workroom I provided myself with sufficient candles and a cushion for my comfort. As I made my roundabout way to my listening post, Gilly joined me. He was disappointed to discover I had no raisins with me today, but contented himself with the adventure instead. All the negotiations I have ever witnessed begin with at least a day of boredom. This was no exception. Despite the mystery of the masked old bloods, that first long afternoon was a morass of manoeuvring and suspicion cloaked behind extreme courtesy and reserve. The delegates did not wish to reveal where in the Six Duchies each came from, let alone their names. That was nearly all that was resolved by the end of that first session. That they must at least name the duchy each came from, and that complaints of treatments in that duchy must be documented with the name of the person who was wronged, as well as dates and specific details. Webb remained the exception to every rule in this. He furnished the only moment that was interesting to me that entire first day. He introduced himself as coming from Buck, from a small coastal town on our border with Bairns. He was a fisherman by trade, and the last scion of what had once been a large old-blood family. Most of his immediate family had perished during the Red Ship Wars, with his aged grandmother surrendering to her years only last spring. He was unmarried and childless, but did not count himself alone as he was bonded to a seabird, one that was even now riding the winds over Buckkeep Castle. Her name was Risk, and if the Queen was interested in meeting her, he would be happy to call her down to one of the tower tops. He alone lacked the reserve and the suspicion that the rest of the old blood shared. His loquaciousness more than made up for the silence of many of the others. He seemed to take Queen Catricin at her word that she wished to put an end to old blood persecution. He not only took some moment to publicly thank her for that, but also for making this gathering possible. He said she had brought together old blood people in a way that had not happened for generations, not since they had been forced to hide their magic and no longer live together in communities. From there, he launched into the importance of old blood children being able to acknowledge openly their magic, so they might learn it completely. He included Prince Dutiful amongst them, and said he shared her sorrow that her son's magic must remain both hidden and uneducated. He paused then. I wondered what he expected. That the Queen would thank him for his sympathy and concern? I saw Chade's tension. Despite what the old blood claimed to know, Chade had counselled Catricin not to admit to them that her son was witted. The Queen skirted the issue nicely, telling her that she shared his concern for children that must grow up in an atmosphere of secrecy, their talents uneducated. And so it went for that long evening. Webb was the only one who seemed not only willing but insistent to share information about himself and his wit. I began to recognize the distance that the old blood folks kept from him. It was as much confusion as awe. Like many a man labelled either God-touched or mad, folk were unsure what to make of him. He made them uneasy. They were not sure if they should emulate him or drive him from their midst. I swiftly deduced that alone of the folk there, he had come on his own. No community had selected him to represent them. He had simply heard of the Queen's summoning and answered it. The woman in the forest had seemed to set great store by him, but I was not at all sure that every witted person in the room shared her high regard. And then he won my Queen. "A man with nothing to lose," he said at one point, "is often in the best position to sacrifice himself for the gain of others." That set Catricin's eyes to shining at him, and I knew that both Chade and I wished that he had chosen any other word but sacrifice. The talk lasted until the evening meal. Chade and the Queen left them to eat in privacy, but I did not scruple to watch them remove their hoods and masks. I saw no one I recognized, either from my contacts with Rolf's old bloods or from the piebalds I had hunted. They ate well, commenting freely on how good the food was. One small wit-beast that had passed by me unnoticed now emerged. A woman had a squirrel that came out and scampered about on the table, foraging amongst the serving dishes without remonstrance from anyone. This meal and the casual conversation were what the Queen and Chade truly wished me to witness. I was not surprised when Chade soon joined me at my post. Silently we listened to our guests discuss the direction of the conversation, and if they thought the Queen was truly listening to them. There were 2 old bloods, a man calling himself Boyo, and a woman using the name Silvereye, who were particularly vocal. I sensed that they knew one another well, and perceived themselves as the leaders of this group. They attempted to rally the others into taking a firm stance with the Queen. Boyo recited a list of demands they should make, with Silvereye enthusiastically nodding to each one. Several were unrealistic, and others raised difficult questions. Boyo claimed descent from a noble family which had been stripped of title and estates during the time of the piebald Prince Frenzy. He wanted all restored to him, with the promise that those who helped him insist on it would be made welcome as dwellers and workers on his family lands. Surely all could see that a noble of acknowledged old blood could improve conditions for all of them. I myself did not see that clear connection, but some of them nodded at his words. Silvereye had more vengeance than restitution in mind. She proposed that those who had executed witted ones should themselves receive the same treatment. Both were adamant that the Queen must offer reparations for old wrongs before any discussion of how witted and unwitted could live peaceably alongside one another. My heart sank at those words. In the dim light of our hooded candle, Chade looked weary. I knew the Queen had hoped to take the opposite approach and attempt to solve today's problems and eliminate tomorrow's rather than go back scores of years and try to render justice. Chade leaned over close to me to whisper in my ear, "If they hold that line, then all of this will have been for naught. 3 days will not suffice even to discuss such things, and even a presentation of such demands will drive the dukes to equally stringent demands of their own." I nodded. I set my hand upon his wrist. Let us hope they are but 2, and that calmer heads will prevail.
That Webb, for instance, he did not seem bent on revenge. Chade's brow had furrowed when I began my skill attempt. After I had finished, he nodded his head slowly. When I got the gist of his returned thought, where? Webb? In the far corner, just watching them all. And indeed he was. It appeared almost as if he were dozing, but I suspected that he was watching and listening as carefully as we were. For a time longer, Chade and I crouched there together. Then he suggested to me quietly, "Go and eat. I'll keep watch while you're gone. We shall want you to remain at this post as long as you can this evening." And so I did. When I returned, I brought more cushions and a blanket, a bottle of wine and a handful of raisins for the ferret who accompanied me. Chade gave a sniff, plainly indicating that he thought I indulged myself, and then vanished. The old bloods remasked themselves before they allowed the servants into the room to clear away. Musicians and jugglers followed, and the Queen and Chade joined them for this entertainment. Also included were the Duke's representatives. These were all fairly young men, and they did not make a good showing. They clustered together, plainly uneasy at the thought of spending the evening in the company of witted folk, and spoke mostly amongst themselves. They were supposed to join the Queen and Chade in a discussion tomorrow with the old bloods. I foresaw that little progress would be made, and felt some concern for my prince. I reached for him, and in a moment felt his acknowledgment. "Where are you, and what are you doing?" "I'm sitting and listening to an old-blood minstrel sing songs from olden days. We're at a sort of shelter at the head end of a valley. From the look of it, I would say it was thrown together especially for this purpose. I guess they did not want to take us to any of their real homes for fear of later reprisals." "Are you comfortable?" "A bit cold, and the food is very basic, but it's no worse than an overnight hunt would be. They are treating us well. Let my mother know I am safe." "I shall. And how goes it at Buckkeep?" "Slowly. I'm sitting behind a wall watching old bloods watch a juggler. Dutiful, I doubt that any real progress will be made in the next 3 days." "I suspect you are right. I think we should take the attitude of one old man here. He keeps telling everyone it will be a triumph if we have these talks at all without bloodshed. And that will be more than any Farseer has offered old blood in his lifetime." Perhaps he has something there. The old bloods I watched made an early night of it. Doubtless they were weary both from the journey and from the tension. I was glad to seek my own bed, but first decided on a trip down to the guardroom to see what gossip might be offered. The guardroom, I had long ago discovered, was the best place to hear rumour and innuendo, and to judge the temper of the folk at large. On my way there, I was shocked to encounter Webb wandering about in the quiet night halls of the castle. He greeted me warmly by name. "Are you lost?" I asked him courteously. "No, only curious, and my head too full of thoughts to sleep. Where are you going?" "To find a late meal," I told him, and he suddenly decided that was the very thing he needed himself. I was reluctant to take one of our old blood emissaries into the guardroom, but he refused the suggestion that he find a quiet hearth in the great hall and wait there for me. As he walked beside me, dread rose in me that we might face some sort of encounter there, but he seemed immune to such fears, asking me endless questions about the tapestries, banners, and portraits we passed. When we entered the guardroom, all talk died for a moment. My heart sank at the hostile glances we received, and sank still more when I saw Blade Havershawk at the end of the table nearest the hearth. I averted my face as I observed, "Our Queen's guest would like a slice off the joint, fellows, and a mug of ale." I made this heavy-handed reminder of the hospitality we owed in the hopes that it would warm the room. It didn't. "Rather we was sharing it with our prince," someone said portentously.
"As would I," Webb agreed heartily, "for I scarce got the chance to say 2 words to him before he rode off with my comrades. But as he dines with them tonight and listens to their tales, so I would break bread with you and hear the stories of Buckkeep Castle." "Don't know as we feed witted at the table round here," someone observed snidely. I took breath, knowing I must make some reply and find some way to get Webb out of the room uninjured. But Blade spoke before me. "Once we did," he said slowly. "And he was one of our own, and we loved him well, until we were stupid enough to let Regal take him from us." "Oh, not that old tale," someone groaned.
And another chimed in with,
"Even after he killed our king, Blade Haverzork? Did you love him well then?"
Fitz Chivalry didn't kill King Shrewd, you young knothead. I was there, and I know what happened. I don't care a drove of snake-tongued minstrels have sung since. Fitz didn't kill the king he loved. He did kill those skill users, and I warrant it was as he claimed. They killed Shrewd.
Aye, that's how I always heard the tale too. Webb sounded enthused. As I watched in horror, he squeezed past men who pointedly did not step out of his way until he reached Blade's side. "Is there room beside you on the bench, old warrior?" he asked amiably, for I would hear it told again from the lips of a man who was there. There followed for me the longest evening I've ever spent in the guard-room. Webb was full of curiosity, and stopped Blade 100 times in his telling of that fateful night to pose piercing questions that soon had the men around the table asking questions of their own. Had the torches truly burned blue, and the pocked man been seen on that night when Regal claimed the throne was rightfully his? And the Queen had fled that night of blood, had she not? And when she returned to Buckkeep, had she shed no light on those events? Full strange it was to hear that debate, and know that speculation still raged after all the years. The Queen had always asserted Fitz Chivalry had murdered in justified rage the true killers of the king, but no proof had ever been offered that was so. Still, the men agreed their Queen was no fool, nor had she reason to lie on that topic, as if one mountain-bred as she was would ever lie. And from there they clambered on to the hoary tale of how I had clawed my way out of the grave, leaving an empty coffin behind. The empty coffin at least had been shown, though no man could say if my body had been spirited away, or if I had truly transformed into a wolf and escaped it. The gathered guards were sceptical of Webb's claim that no witted one could transform in that way. From there the talk went to his own beast, a gull of some sort. Again he extended the invitation that any who wished might meet his bird on the morrow. A few shook their heads in superstitious fear, but others were plainly intrigued and said they would come.
"For what's a birdie gonna do to you?" one drunkenly demanded of a less courageous fellow. "Shit upon you, perhaps? He ought to be accustomed to that, Reddy. That woman of yours does it often enough." And that made for a brief and very cramped fist-fight at the end of the table. When the combatants had been ejected by their fellows into the chilly night, Webb declared that he'd had all the ale and stories he could hold for one evening, but he'd be pleased to join them again tomorrow if he were welcome. To my dismay, Blade and several others heartily decided he was welcome, witted or not. Yes, and his bird, too. "Well, my risk's not one for coming within walls, nor for flight by dark, but I'll see you get a chance to meet her tomorrow, if you've a mind." As we parted from them and crossed the castle to the east apartments, it gradually came to me that Webb had probably done more to further the cause of the witted tonight than all the talk of the earlier day had. Perhaps he truly was a gift to us. Chapter 26. Negotiations. One man armed with the right word may do what an army of swordsmen cannot. Mountain Proverb. I reported on Webb to Chade, of course, and in turn he reported to the Queen, and thus, at the next day's meeting in front of the Six Duchies representatives, she made certain that Webb had the first opportunity to speak. I crouched behind the wall, my eye to the crack, and listened to him. She introduced him to the delegates before he spoke, saying that he represented the eldest of the old blood lines, and that she desired that he be treated with all courtesy. Yet when she yielded her audience to him, he assured them all that he was only a humble fisherman who happened to be descended of parents far wiser than he would ever be. Then, with an abruptness that left me gasping, he introduced his proposals for ending the unjust persecution of the witted. He spoke as much to the witted as he did to our Queen, as he suggested that perhaps her best method to begin to bring the two groups together would be to admit some witted into her own household. As he spoke, he sounded more like a Jampe wise man settling a dispute than a spokesman for the old blood. My Queen's eyes shone as she listened to him. I caught not just Chade, but at least 2 of the Six Duchies men nodding thoughtfully at what he proposed. Step by step, he revealed the reasoning behind his suggestion. He attributed much of the unjust persecution to fear, and much of the fear to ignorance. The ignorance he blamed on the Witted's need to remain hidden for their own safety. Where better to begin an end to ignorance than in the Queen's own household? Let an old-blood woman with birding skills assist in the mews, and a witted dog-boy come to help her huntswoman. Let her have a witted page or maid, for no other reason than to let folk discover that they were no different from unwitted pages and maids. Let other nobles see that these folk did no harm to her household or to others, but rather prospered them. The Queen would, of course, commit to their protection from persecution until others had been won firmly to the cause. The old blood thus placed would take oath to initiate no strife. Then, with a smoothness which left me gasping, he offered his own services to the Queen. This he did as courteously and correctly as any court-trained noble's son, so that I wondered uneasily if he had truly come of a fishing family. Down on one knee he sank before her, and begged to be allowed to remain at Buckkeep when the others departed. Let him live in the keep, and both learn and teach. Carefully keeping the secret of the prince's wit when speaking before her Six Duchies councillors, he nonetheless offered himself as a rough tutor, admittedly, but one who would love to educate the prince in how our folk live and in our customs, that he might know this group of his subjects more thoroughly. Chade objected. But if you do not return to your folk as we promised, will not some say we kept you hostage against your will? I suspected my old mentor did not desire an old-blood man counselling the prince. Webb chuckled at his concern. All in the room have witnessed that I offer myself. If, after they leave me here, you choose to chop and burn me, well, then let it be said that it was due to my own wooden-headedness, that I trusted wrong. But I do not think that will be so. Will it, my lady? Of a certainty not, Queen Catricon declared, and whatever else may come of these meetings, I will count it a benefit that I have added such a clear-minded fellow to my household men. His careful pondering of the situation and his suggestions had taken all the morning. When it was time for the noon meal, Webb declared that he would eat with his new friends in the guard-room and then introduce them to his bird. Before Chade could suggest that would not be wise, the Queen announced that indeed she and Chade and her Six Duchies councillors would join him there, for she too wished to see his risk. How I longed to be present for that, not just to witness it, but also to see the reaction of the guards when they found themselves honoured with the Queen at their table. It could not damage Webb's standing with them that he had brought about such a thing. And I did not doubt that more would come to meet his bird if the Queen herself did not fear his wit-beast. But I was trapped in my watching place, being Chade's eyes when he was not in the room. I saw the old bloods unmask after their food had been brought in. As before, Boyo and Silver-Eye spoke loudly of injustices done and the need for retribution. But theirs were not the only voices raised. Some spoke of Webb's performance with amazement. I heard at least one woman say to another that, having met Catricon, she would not mind entrusting a son to her to be her page, for she had heard that all children in the keep were given a chance to learn both numbers and writing. And a young man, clearly a minstrel from his voice, wondered aloud what it would be like to sing the old blood songs at the Queen's own hearth, and if such a thing would not truly be the best way to teach the unwitted that his people were neither fearsome nor monstrous. A crack had been opened. Tomorrow's possibilities were gaining strength, growing in the light of Webb's optimism. I wondered if they could grow enough to cast their shadows over the weeds of yesterday's wrongs. The afternoon, however, was a disappointment, long and tedious. When the Queen and her councillors returned with Webb, Boyo rose to claim his turn to speak. Forewarned about him by Chade and myself, Catricon listened calmly as he detailed first all the generalized wrongs the Farseers had ever done to the old bloods, and then the specifics of his case. There, at least, my Queen was able to muffle him. Firmly but courteously she told him that now was not the time for her to settle personal wrongs. If lands and wealth had been unjustly taken from his family, then that was a matter to be settled before her on a judging day rather than at this time. Chade would help him to make an appropriate appointment, and would also tell him what documentation he would need. Most of it would likely relate to the need for him to define a clear line of succession from his dispossessed ancestor to himself, including a minstrel that could attest to his being of the line of the eldest child of an eldest child for the intervening generations. Very neatly she made it seem that he was putting his own interests ahead of the others at the meeting, as indeed he was. She did not refuse to find justice for him, but relegated his seeking of it to the path which any Six Duchies citizen would have to follow. She reminded them all that this convocation was intended to allow all to join their thoughts as to how unjust persecution of the Old Bloods might be ended. Silvereye stirred a muck more difficult to settle. She spoke of those who had murdered her family. As she spoke, her voice rose in anger and hatred and pain, and I saw those emotions echoed in many faces around her. Webb looked sick and sorrowful, and my queen's face grew very still. Chade's features were graven in stone, but anger most often begets anger, and the faces of Queen Catricken's Six Duchies representatives became set in surly expressions. The vengeance and punishment she demanded were far too steep for anyone to consider granting. It was as if she set a jump that no negotiator could clear, and then declared that she could be satisfied with nothing less. This, she declared, was the only way to end persecution of the Old Blood. Make it a crime so hideously punished that none would consider committing it again. Further, search out and eliminate all who had ever committed or tolerated such treatment of Old Bloods. Out of her personal sorrow, Silvereye expanded her grievance to include all witted executed in the last century. She demanded both punishment and restitution, with the punishment to mirror exactly what had befallen their victims. Catricken had the wisdom to allow her to keep speaking until she had run out of words. Surely I could not have been the only one to hear the edge of madness in her demands. And yet if grief powered that madness, then who was I to criticize it? By the time Silvereye had finished, there were many other Old Bloods anxious to take up the tally of all that had been lost to the persecution. Names were called out of folk who deserved death, and the anger in the room swirled like a gathering storm. But my queen held up a hand and asked them quietly, "Then where should it end?"
"When every last one has been punished," Silvereye declared passionately. "Let the gallows sway with their weight, and the smoke of their burning blacken the skies all summer. Let me hear their families wail aloud in a sorrow like the sorrows we have been forced to conceal, lest others know us for Old Bloods. Let the punishment be apportioned exactly. For every father killed, let a father die. For every mother, a mother. For every child, a child." The Queen sighed. "And when those who have suffered your vengeance come seeking from me a vengeance of their own, how then could I turn them aside? You propose that if a man has killed the children of an Old Blood family, then the children of his family should die alongside him. But what of the cousins of those children and the grandparents? Should not they then come before me and ask of me what you now demand? Would not they be just as right in saying that innocents had died in mad persecution? No, this cannot be. You ask what I cannot give you, and well you know it." I saw hatred and fury leap into Silvereye's gaze. "So I knew it would be," she declared bitterly. "Empty promises are what you offer us." "I offer you the same justice that anyone in the Six Duchies may seek," the Queen said wearily. "Come before me on a judging day, with witnesses to the wrongs done to you. If murder has been done, then the murderer will be punished, but not his children. There is no justice in what you seek, only revenge." "You offer us nothing," Silvereye declared. "Well you know that we do not dare come before you seeking justice. Too many would stand between us and Buckkeep Castle, anxious to silence us with death." She paused. Queen Catricken remained still in the face of her wrath, and Silvereye made the mistake of pressing what she thought was her advantage. "Or has that always been your intention, Farseer Queen?" Silvereye swept the gathering with a righteous glance.
Does she lure us out into the open with empty promises so that she can do away with all of us?" A brief silence followed her words. Then Catrickan spoke quietly. "You throw words that you do not yourself believe. Your intention is to wound. Yet, if your accusations had any basis in fact, I would not be wounded by them, but would rather feel justified in hating old bloods." "Then you admit that you hate old bloods?" Silvereye demanded with satisfaction. "That is not what I said," Catrickan responded, both in horror and anger. Tempers were rising, and not just among the old bloods. Catrickan's Six Duchies councillors looked both insulted and uneasy at the brewing storm in the room. I do not know what would have become of the negotiation if fate had not intervened in the person of Sally, the cowwoman. She stood, abruptly saying, "I must go to the stables. It is Wise-Nose time, and she wishes me to be there." Someone in the back of the room laughed resignedly, and someone else cursed at her. "You knew she was due to calve. Why did you bring her?" "Would you have me leave her at home, then? Or that I stay away entirely, Briggan? Well, I do know that you think me a scatterbrained, but I've as good a right to be here as you." "Peace," Webb said suddenly. He croaked the word, then cleared his voice and tried again. "Peace. It is as good a time as any to let tempers and hearts cool, and if Wise-Nose has need of her partner, then surely no one here will argue that she must go, and I will accompany her if she wishes it. And perhaps by the time we return, all here will recall that we seek a solution to our present problems, not a way to change what is past, however grievous it may be." It struck me then that Webb had a firmer control over this meeting than the Queen herself, but I doubt that any within the room noticed it. That is the advantage to watching from the outside, as Chade had often told me. Then it all becomes a show, and one scrutinizes the players equally. I observed them now as the Six Duchies delegation filed out behind the Queen and Chade, and then Webb accompanied Sally down to the stables. I remained at my post, for I judged that what would follow might be most revealing of all. And it was. Some, including the minstrel and the woman who had earlier spoken of her son paging for the Queen, asked Silvereye if she would destroy their future for the sake of a past that could not be remedied. Even Boyo seemed inclined to think Silvereye had taken their argument too far. If this Farseer Queen holds to her word, then perhaps our grievances could be brought before her at a judging. I have heard it said that she is fair in her decisions. Perhaps we should accept her offer. Silvereye all but hissed. "Cowards, all of you. Cowards and bootlickers. She offers you bribes, safety for one or two of your children, and in return you are ready to let the whole past be forgotten. Do you forget the screams of your cousins? Do you forget coming to visit friends and finding only a scorched patch by a stream? How can you be so false to your own blood? How can you forget?" "How can we forget? It isn't a matter of forgetting, it's a matter of remembering." This from an old blood I had not particularly noted before. He was a man of middle years and slight build, a man with the look of a town about him. He was not a good speaker. He gulped his words and looked nervously about, but folk still listened to him. "I will tell you what I remember. I remember that when my parents were taken from their cottage, it was because piebalds betrayed them. Yes, and a piebald rode with those who hanged and quartered them. Loudwine's cult dared to call my parents traitors to old blood, and threatened to punish them because they would not offer haven to those who stirred the hatred against us. Well, who was the true traitor that day? My parents, who wished only to live in what peace they could find, or the piebald betrayer who carried the torch that burned their bodies? We have worse enemies than this Farseer Queen to fear. And what I intend to ask of her when she comes back is justice against those who terrorize us and betray us. Justice against the piebalds." A silence, thick as congealing blood, filled up the room. The minstrel came and set a hand on the slight man's sleeve. "Busk, she cannot help us with that. that is for us to deal with. All you would do is put yourself at greater risk. Yes, and your wife and daughters too." The minstrel glanced about the room almost fearfully, and my heart sank at what I realized. The old bloods feared their own. There might be piebald informers in that very room. The thought spread silently, chilling all of them. Soon some of them made excuses to visit their own chambers, and in a very short time the room was nearly empty. Silver-Eye sat staring silently into the fire. The minstrel wandered aimlessly about the room. There was little talk among the few that remained. I heard a scuffling noise down the passage behind me, and in a moment Chade crept up to join me. "Anything important?" he whispered. I set my hand to his wrist and conveyed all I had seen. His face grew thoughtful. After a moment he said softly, "Well, that sets my thoughts in a new track. It would not be the first time I had turned an error to an advantage. Keep your watch here, Fitz." Then, almost as an afterthought, "Are you getting hungry?" "A bit, but I'll be fine." "And our prince?" "I've no reason to think he is otherwise." "Ah, but you do. If there may be piebald informers in that room, then there may be piebalds among those who hold him hostage. Warn him, lad, and keep watch." And then he was gone, shuffling along, bent almost double in the passage. I watched him go and wondered what he had in mind. Then I reached for Dutiful. All was well with him. He was cold, he was bored, but no one had offered him insult, let alone injury. Most of the talk today had been about what might be happening at Buckkeep. Evidently a bird, perhaps Risk or the hawk, had been ferrying notes back and forth. So far all tidings had been reassuring, but Dutiful said that the air was one of waiting and worry. The cow had an easy labour and dropped a fine bull calf. Sally was just as glad that she'd had the benefit of a tight stable and a warm stall, for the calf was born unseasonably early. By the time she and Webb returned to the East Gathering Hall, it was time for another meal. I watched the old bloods congregate again as their meal was brought in, and watched them as they unmasked after the servants had left. I studied every face more carefully, but if there were any who had been in Loudwine's band, I did not recognize them. The meal was almost finished when there was a tap at the door. Several of the old bloods cried out to the supposed servants that they had not yet finished eating. Then a voice at the door said quietly, "Let me in. Old blood greets old blood." Webb was the one who rose and went to the door. He unlatched it and opened it to admit both Sybil Brisinga and his cat. The squirrel on the table chittered in panic and then ran up his partner to hide under her hair. Pard didn't bat an eye, but strolled into the room, glanced about, and then went over to the hearth where he made himself comfortable. No one could have watched the cat's entrance and doubted that he was wit partner to the boy who closed the door quietly behind himself and then turned to face the assembly. The gazes he met would have daunted anyone. But again Webb rose to the challenge, setting a friendly hand to Sybil's shoulder and loudly exclaiming, "Old blood welcomes old blood. Come in and join us, lad. And you might be." He took a breath and squared his shoulders. "I am Sybil Brisinga, Lord Sybil Brisinga now of Galekeep. I am a loyal subject of Queen Catrichan and friend and companion to Prince Dutiful Farseer. I am old blood, and both my queen and my prince know that I am." He let them have a moment to consider that they looked at a witted noble of the Farseer court. "I have come at Councillor Chade's behest to tell you of how I am treated here, and to tell you too of my dealings with the piebalds, and how I would have died at their hands were it not for Farseer intervention." I watched in a sort of awe. The boy's story was obviously unrehearsed. He wandered through it, often having to go back and explain earlier events. When he spoke of what his mother had endured and how she had died, he choked and could not go on. Webb sat him down then and gave him a glass of wine and patted his back soothingly, as if he were no more than a child. And I blinked and saw myself at 15, plunged into intrigue far beyond my ability to manage. Sybil was little more than a child, I saw suddenly. Witted and constantly at risk, manoeuvred into spying in a desperate bid to save his mother and his family fortune. He'd failed. Now he was deprived of parent and home, adrift, a very minor noble in a very political court. And the only reason he was alive, truly, was that he possessed the friendship of a Farseer, one that he had betrayed not once, but twice, and yet each time he had been forgiven.
They have extended asylum to me. He finished his tale. The Queen and the Prince and Councillor Chade are all full aware that I am old blood, and they know how I was used against them, and what it cost me.
He paused and shook his head.
I am not skilled with words. I cannot draw all the parallels that I would like you to see, only they have not judged me by what I did in the past. They have not judged the old bloods by what the piebalds attempted against the prince. The Queen has not flinched from her witted son. Cannot we do as much for them? Deal with the Farseers for who they are now, without looking too deeply into the past?
Silvereye gave a contemptuous snort. But Boyo, perhaps seeing a kinship in this witted noble and the title he hoped to reclaim, nodded thoughtfully. Civil suddenly looked at Webb, and I sensed that something had just come into his mind, some idea of his own, as if in answer to my fervent wish I heard the scuff of Chade's tread again. I motioned to him frantically to join me at the spy post, even as I signalled silence to him. The boy was speaking to Webb. His words barely carried to us.
Councillor Chade told me what you suggested, that if old bloods could come to Buckkeep and live openly here alongside these ungifted folk, they might discover that we are not monsters to be feared. He also told me what you said. A man with nothing to lose is often in the best position to sacrifice himself for the gain of others. I have not had much time to ponder that, but I do not think I need much time to see that I am truly a man with nothing to lose. The only threat that remains is to me alone. I have no family left to suffer consequences for what I do.
He glanced around the room.
I know that many of you fear that if you venture out of hiding, your neighbours will kill you. For long and long it has been a valid fear, and one I have shared, as did my mother.
His words died suddenly. Then he forced himself to go on, his voice cracking.
And so, we stayed in hiding, and by doing so we made it possible for our friends to kill us instead. I see no point in hiding any more.
I could not decide if emotion choked him, or if he paused to consider what he would say next. He glanced at Webb again, and then nodded as if to himself.
All in the keep have heard now of Webb the Witted, who walks amongst us unafraid and unthreatening. I feel almost shamed that he, a stranger here, has stepped out into the light, while I, who know Prince Dutiful best, have crept along in the shadows at the edge of the room. Tomorrow, I will change that. I will proudly declare my old blood and vow that I will demonstrate that such a one as I can be completely devoted to my prince, as he well deserves of me. I have taught him of our ways, and willingly has Prince Dutiful learned. He has said that when he goes in the spring to the Out Islands to slay a dragon and claim a bride, that I may go with him. When I do, I shall go as his witted companion. There is no skillmaster at Buckkeep, and my prince will go alone, with no skill coterie such as Farseer kings of old had to aid them. Bereft of that magic, I will instead put ours at his service, and prove it every bit as able, I warrant. I will put my old blood magic before them all, proudly.
Chade's tight grip on my wrist told me that all of this was new to him. Not just that Civil planned to reveal himself, but also that Dutiful had said his friend might accompany him on his quest. His skilling was erratic, but it reached me.
Did I say I would turn an error to an advantage? I may have succeeded too well, and our advantage overshot into yet another error. I merely wanted the boy to say the Queen had treated him well and fairly, not to make himself the ambassador for old blood at court.
I joined my thoughts to his. He does not perceive it as a risk for the prince to admit to an old blood friend. He sees only the danger to himself, and that he would gladly risk it for Dutiful. Do you think you can talk him out of it?
I'm not sure I'd be wise to, Chade conveyed to me.
His spirit has captured their imagination. Look." It was not an overwhelming outpouring of support. Webb was the only one who was grinning wildly and proclaiming how proud he was of young Lord Brassinger. The others, with the notable exception of the scowling Silvereye, were more reserved in their approval, and it varied over a wide spectrum of levels. Both the minstrel and Boyo looked enthused. Sally, partly won over already by how her beast had been treated, was smiling gently. Others were discussing it more pragmatically. The Queen couldn't very well let him be put to death, not when he'd already claimed asylum and she had promised that no witted ones would be killed solely because of their magic. Likely he was as safe as he could possibly be. And well it might be that a young man, both noble and handsome, might win some hearts over to the Old Blood side. His declaration could not hurt their cause. Then the town man, Bosk, came to stand before Civil. He was twisting his fingers together as if he might unscrew them from his hands. Then, in an uncertain voice, he asked, "Farseers killed piebalds. Are you sure?" "I'm very sure," Civil said softly. His hand went up and touched his throat. "Very sure indeed." "Their names," the man whispered. "Do you know their names?" Civil stood still and silent for a moment. Then, "Kepler, Paget, and Swaskin. Those were the names I knew them by. But Prince Dutiful called Kepler by another name from his time amongst the piebalds. He called him Loudwine." Bosk shook his head, plainly disappointed. But someone else in the room asked loudly, "Loudwine!" She pushed to the front, and I recognized Silvereye. "That can't be so. He was the leader of the piebalds. If he'd been killed, I'd have heard of it." "Oh, would you?" the minstrel asked curiously. The look on his face was not pleasant. "I would," she snapped. "Make of that what you will. I know folk who know Loudwine, and yes, some of them are piebalds. I am not one myself, though my recent conversations here have made me see what drove them to such extreme acts." She turned a shoulder to the minstrel, excluding him, as she demanded of Civil, "How long ago did this happen? And what proof do you have that what you say is true?" The lad took a step back from her, but he answered, "Well over a month ago." "As for proof, what proof can you expect me to give? I saw what I saw, but I fled as soon as I could. It shames me to admit it, but it is so. Still, I doubt what is common talk in Buckkeep Town is false. A one-armed man and his horse were killed, as well as a small dog. And the other 2 men in the house." "His horse, too!" Silvereye exclaimed, and I saw her take it as a double loss. "If this is so, it's a major blow to the piebalds," Bosk declared. "It might well mean the end of them." "No, it will not," Silvereye was adamant. "The piebalds are stronger than a single man. They will not give up this fight until we have had justice and revenge." Bosk stood up and walked towards her slowly, his fists knotted. His threat would have been pathetic if it had not been so sincere. "Maybe I should take my revenge where I can get it," he suggested breathlessly. His voice nearly broke on the next words. "If I posted your name as witted, and you were hanged and burned, would it scold your piebald friends? Perhaps I should take your advice. Do to them exactly what was done to me." "You are so stupid. Can't you see that they are fighting for all of us and deserve our support? I had heard rumours that Loudwine had discovered something that could topple the Farseers from power. Perhaps that secret died with him, but perhaps it did not." "Now you are the one being stupid," Civil broke in determinedly. "Topple the Farseers. Now there is a plan. Bring down the only queen who has ever tried to halt the hanging and burning. And what will that gain us? Only widespread persecution with no fear of reprisals or guardsmen coming to intervene. If Old Blood attempts to overthrow the monarchy, it will be seen as proof that we are as evil and untrustworthy as our enemies have claimed. Are you mad?" "She is," Webb said quietly. "And for that we should pity her, not condemn her." I don't want your pity. Silvereye spat out. I need no one's pity. Nor do I need your help. Grovel to this Farseer queen. Forgive all that has been done to you, and let them use you as their servants. I do not forgive. And in my time, I will have my revenge. I will. We've done it, Chade whispered in my ear. Or perhaps I should say that Silvereye has done it for us. She has driven into our fold any who do not dream of blood and burning. And that is most of them, I think. See if I am not right. And with that he left me, scuttling off like a grey spider through the tunnels. It wasn't until late that night that I finally left my post to go and find food, and then to take some sleep. But it went as he had said it would. Civil remained with the Old Bloods, and when the Queen, Chade, and the Six Duchies delegates returned, he stood before them and greeted them as a witted noble. I saw the discomfort on the faces of the delegates as he assured them that in every duchy there were witted nobility, forced for generations to keep their magic small and silent. Several of the young men he spoke to now knew him well. They had ridden with him, drunk with him, and gamed at table with him. They exchanged glances with one another, and their plain message was, if he is witted, who else might be also? But Civil either did not see or ignored their reservations as he pushed on with his proclamation. He intended now to let his magic burn bright for the good of Prince Dutiful and the Farseer reign. He pledged himself to this, and I thought I saw grudging admiration on 3 of the delegates' faces. Perhaps this old-blood youth could act as a proof against their prejudice. The last day of Catricken's witted convocation showed solid progress. The minstrel appeared unmasked, and asked her permission to remain at court. The Queen presented to her Six Duchies delegates a proclamation that from this date henceforward executions could only be carried out legally under the aegis of each of her ducal houses, with the head of each house liable for any injustices which occurred in his own duchy. Each duchy was to have only 1 gallows, and that was to be under the control of the ruling house. Not only was each duchy to prevent local officials from executing prisoners, but dukes and duchesses must review individually every such execution. Killings carried out otherwise would be seen as murders, and the Queen's judgment would be available against such killers. It did not solve the problem of how Old Bloods could safely bring such charges without fear of reprisals, but at least it established consequences formally for them. Of such tiny steps, Chade assured me, would our progress be made. When I rode forth with the Queen's guard to escort our Old Blood delegates back to their friends and receive our prince and Laurel in return, I marked a solid change in the folk. There was talk and laughter amongst themselves as they rode, and some interchanges even with the guard. Sally, her cow, and her calf trailing her, rode alongside Lord Sybil Brassinger, and seemed to feel great honour at this fine young lord's conversation with her. On his other side rode Boyo. His evident efforts to claim equality with Lord Brassinger were rather undermined by that young man's egalitarian attitude towards Sally. Sybil's cat rode on his saddle behind him. All around us in the forest the snow had melted down to thin, icy fingers clawing at the soil in the shadows. New green things were beginning to brave the sunlit world, and the breeze that flowed past us indeed seemed the wind of change. Amongst all this, Silvereye rode alone in our midst. Webb rode alongside me and made conversation about everything, for both the Queen and Chade had insisted that he must make the journey so that all Old Bloods might witness that he returned to Buckkeep Castle of his own free will. When we made our rendezvous, Civil and Pard seemed equally glad to see their prince. Dutiful professed himself surprised and pleased to have them come to meet him. His warm welcome of his friend and his wit-beast impressed the Old Bloods, both those who had been to Buckkeep Castle and those who awaited them. He had, of course, known of Civil's coming through my skill. When we returned to Buckkeep Castle, not only the Prince and Laurel returned with us, but also Webb and the minstrel, whose name was Cockle. He sang as he rode with us, and I gritted my teeth at his rendition of Antler Island Tower. That stirring and maudlin lay told the tale of the Antler Island defence against the Red Ship raiders, with much emphasis placed on the role that the chivalry's bastard son had played. It was true that I had been there, but I doubted half the exploits attributed to my axe. Webb laughed aloud at my pained expression. "Don't sneer so, Tom Badgerlock," Surely the witted bastard is a hero both our folk can share, being both a buckkeep man and old blood. And his bass joined the minstrel on the next refrain about chivalry's son, with the eyes of flame, who shared his blood, if not his name. "Didn't Starling write that ballad?" Dutiful asked with false concern. "She considers it her property. She may not take kindly to Cockle singing it at buckkeep." "She wouldn't be alone in that. I may strangle him myself to save her the time." Yet on the next refrain, not only Civil and Dutiful lifted their voices, but half the guardsmen as well. That, I told myself, is the effect a spring day can have on people. I hoped it would wear out soon. Chapter 27. Spring Sailing. In the beginning of the world, there were the old blood folk and the beasts of the fields, the fish in the water and the birds of the sky. All lived together in balance, if not in harmony. Among the old blood folk, there were but two tribes. One was comprised of the blood takers, who were the people who bonded to creatures who ate the flesh of other creatures. And the other folk were the blood givers, and they bonded to those who ate only plants. The two tribes had nothing to do with each other, no more than a wolf has to do with a sheep. That is, they met only in death. Yet each respected the other as an element of the land, just as a man respects both a tree and a fish. Now, the laws that separated them were stern laws and just, but there are always people who think they know better than the law, or think that in their special situation an exception should be made for them. So it was when the daughter of a blood taker, bonded to a fox, fell in love with the son of a blood giver, bonded to an ox. What harm, they thought, could come of their love? They would do no injury to one another, neither woman to man nor fox to ox, and so they both went apart from their own peoples, lived in their love, and in time brought forth children of their own. But of their children, the first son was a blood taker, and the first daughter was a blood giver, and the third was a poor witless child, deaf to every animal of every kind, and doomed always to walk only in his own skin. Great was the sorrow of the family when their eldest son bonded to a wolf, and their eldest daughter to a deer. For his wolf killed her deer, and she took the life of her brother in recompense. Then they knew the wisdom of the oldest ways, for a predator cannot bond with prey. But worse was to come, for their witless child sired only witless children, and thus were born the folk who are deaf to all the beasts of the world. Badgerlock's Old Blood Tales. Spring overwhelmed the land. Pale green hazed the trees on the hills behind the castle. Over the next 2 days the leaves unfurled and grew, and the forest cloaked the hills again. The grasses rushed up from the earth, displacing the dry brown stalks of last year. The startling white of new lambs appeared amongst the grazing flocks. Folk began to talk of Springfest. It shocked me that only a year had passed since I had allowed Starling to take Hap off to Buckkeep from our quiet cottage. Too much had happened. Far too much had changed. Within the keep, all was bustle and excitement. It was far more than the ordinary preparations for Springfest. During that auspicious time, the prince would take ship to the Out-Islands, and all must be prepared for that. The captain and crew of the Maiden's Chance were pleased that their ship had been chosen as the transport vessel. There was much vying amongst the guardsmen to be among those chosen for the prince's own guard. In the end, too many volunteered, myself amongst them, and the prince was reduced to having the guardsmen draw lots to see who would be among the fortunate few. I was not surprised to be chosen. After all, Chade had given me the lot I would draw the night before. Civil Brasinga would indeed be going with us. Chade was also part of the company, as was Thick, much to the surprise of the prince's court. Webb, rapidly on his way to becoming a favourite with the Queen, had begged her permission to accompany her son and been granted it. He promised that his seabird would range far ahead of the vessel and keep a watch on the weather. Civil was not the only noble hoping to accompany the prince. Quite a number of his lords and ladies expressed the intent of going along. It quickly put me in mind of the immense expedition that had set out for the mountains so many years ago, when Catricon was Verity's bride-to-be. Now, as then, every noble brought with them an entourage of servants and beasts. Secondary ships were rapidly hired. Nobles who could not afford the time or money to accompany the prince would still make their presence felt. Gifts were also amassing at Buckkeep Castle, not just for the Narcheska, but for her mother's house and her father's clan. In Verity's tower, the skill lessons continued, but all my pupils were distracted and difficult. Thick sensed too well Dutiful's anxiety and anticipation, and responded to it with excitability that made it well-nigh impossible to get him to concentrate on anything. Prince Dutiful arrived and left with a harried air. He seemed constantly to have a clothing fitting that he must go to, or a lesson in Outislander courtesy or language to attend. I pitied him, but pitied myself more as I struggled to learn all I could from scrolls in the evening. Even Chade was distracted. He puppeteered far too many situations within Buckkeep to be able to leave the castle easily. Despite his keen interest in pursuing the skill, much of his attention was given over to selecting folk to handle his responsibilities while he was gone. I was relieved that Rosemary would not be accompanying us, yet felt unhappy with the idea that she would be left in charge of much of Chade's spy network. I suspected that Chade was also burning some night oil with further experiments on his explosive powder, but the less I knew of that, the more contented I was. Our imminent departure was more than enough to fill my mind, and yet life never allows a man to focus on one task at a time. Dutiful and Civil also had nightly lessons with Webb in the history and customs of the old blood folk. These were held before a hearth in the great hall, and Webb had made it plain that any who were interested were welcome to attend. The Queen herself had been present on several occasions. At first, his lessons were sparsely attended, and many of the faces were set in disapproving lines. But Webb was a masterful storyteller, and many of his tales were new to the folk of Buckkeep. He rapidly gained an audience, especially amongst the children of the keep. And soon those who were ostensibly busy carding wool or fletching arrows or mending garments began to set up those tasks within earshot of Webb's voice. I do not know that many became convinced the old blood were not to be feared, but at least they learned more of how such people lived and thought. Webb had one other student at those sessions, one I had never thought to see again at Buckkeep. Swift, Barrick's son, often sat silently on the outskirts of Webb's circle. Word that Queen Catricon would welcome witted folk had gone out. Few had responded. The difficulty was plain. How could one offer his son or daughter as page without revealing that the wit was in the family bloodline? Here, at court, the Queen might be able to protect such a child, but what of his kin at home? Lord Brant, a lesser noble of Buck, had brought his 10-year-old son and sole heir. He had presented him to the Queen as old blood, but claimed that the magic came from his mother, dead these 6 years and with few surviving kin. The Queen had accepted him at his word. I also suspected one seamstress who had recently come to Buckkeep, but if she did not wish to openly declare her wit, I would not ask. The Queen's other new page was none other than Swift. He had come alone and on foot, wearing new boots and a new jacket and bearing a letter from Barrick. I had witnessed him presenting it to the Queen from my usual vantage point. The letter ceded the boy to the Farseers, admitting that Barrick had done his best with the lad but failed to shake him from his course. If he would not leave that base magic, then let him embrace it, and his father was done with him. He could not afford to have the boy around his younger brothers. It also directed that the lad not be known as Barrick's son at the court. When Queen Catricon gently asked of him how he wished to be known then, Swift had lifted his pale face and answered quietly but firmly, "Witted. It is what I am, and will not deny." "Swift, witted, it shall be then," she had replied with a smile, "and I think it a name that will fit you well. I turn you over to my counsellor Chade now. He will find appropriate duties for you, and lessons as well." The boy had given a small sigh, and then bowed deeply, obviously relieved that the ordeal of his royal audience was over. He had walked very stiff and straight as he left the audience chamber. That Burrick would discard the boy shocked me to the depths of my soul, but I was also relieved. While Swift remained in Burrick's household and the wit was a point of contention between them, it could lead only to strife and misery. I suspected the decision had been both difficult and bitter for Burrick, and I lay awake nearly all one night wondering what Molly thought of it, and if she had wept at her son's departure. I was sorely tempted to reach out to Nettle, but had refrained from doing so since the day of Thick and Dutiful's wild skilling. It was not only that I did not wish to connect what we shared with that skill summons. I still feared the echoing memory of that alien voice. I would not chance a strong sending that would draw its attention to myself or to my daughter. Yet on that night, as if my heart betrayed my mind, Nettle's mind touched mine. It seemed almost a chance encounter, as if we had happened to dream of one another at the same moment. I wondered again at how effortlessly our minds could unite with the skill, and wondered if Chade were correct. Perhaps this was something I had taught her from the time she was small. I dreamed of her sitting on the grass beneath a spreading tree. She held something in her cupped hands, something secret and small, and stared at it sorrowfully. "What troubles you?" I asked her. Even as I spoke to her and she focused on me, I felt my dream self assume the shapes she always gave me. I sat down and curled my tail around my forefeet. I grinned at her wolfishly. "I do not look like this, you know." "How would I know what you look like?" she asked me peevishly. "You tell me nothing about yourself." Abruptly there were daisies growing at her feet. A tiny blue bird alighted in a branch over her head and sat fanning its delicate wings. I asked her curiously. Her hands closed around the treasure she clasped. She pressed it to her chest, concealing it within her heart. Had she fallen in love, then? "Let me see if I can guess yours," I offered playfully. It pleased me unreasonably to think of my daughter in love and treasuring that first secret realization. I hoped the young man was worthy of her. She looked alarmed. "No! Stay away from it! It isn't even mine! It was only entrusted to me." "Has a young man perhaps spoken his heart to you?" I hazarded merrily. Her eyes widened in dismay. "Go away! Don't guess!" A wind stirred the tree branches above her head. We both looked up just as the bluebird changed into a bright blue lizard. Its silver eyes sparkled and whirled as it scuttled closer, coming down the trunk almost to her hair. "Tell me," it chirruped. "I love secrets." She looked at me disdainfully. "Your ruse does not deceive me." She flapped a hand at the lizard. "Go away, pest." Instead, the creature leapt into her hair. It dug its claws in, tangling itself in her tresses. It grew suddenly larger, the size of a cat, and wings sprouted from its shoulders. Nettle shrieked and swatted at it, but it clung there. It lifted its head, suddenly at the end of a long neck, and regarded me with spinning silver eyes. Small but perfect, a blue dragon sneered at me. Its voice changed terribly. Alien and freezing, it rasped against my soul. "Tell me your secret, dream wolf," it demanded. "Tell me of a black dragon and an island. Tell me now, or I tear her head from her shoulders." The voice tried to set hooks in me. It endeavoured to seize me and know me exactly as I was. I sprang to my feet and shook myself. I willed the wolf to fly free of me so that I could escape the dream, but it held me. I felt the creature's regard, the prying of another mind at mine, as it demanded silently that I give up my true name. Suddenly Nettle stood up. Reaching out, she seized the hissing creature in both hands and glared at me. "It's only a dream! This is only a dream! You will not trick any secrets from me this way! This is only a dream, and I break it, and I awake! Now!" I do not know what she did. It was not so much that she shifted her shape out of the dream as that she trapped the dragon. It became blue glass in her hands, and then she flung it from her. It struck the soil at my feet and exploded in a storm of sharp fragments. The pain of the cuts it dealt me jabbed me back into wakefulness. I sat up with a gasp, throttling Chade's old blanket between my hands, then sprang from the bed and brushed my hands down my chest, expecting to sweep away shards of glass and feel the sting of bloody cuts. But there was only sweat. I shivered suddenly, and then shook, as with an ague, and spent the rest of the night sitting up before the fire, wrapped in a blanket and staring into the flames. Try as I might, I could make no sense of what I had experienced. What parts were a dream, what parts a skill-sharing with Nettle? I could not draw any lines, and I feared. I feared not only that something from the skill current had found us both, but also I feared the skill talent I had sensed in Nettle as she had saved us both from its deadly regard. I told no one of that dream. I knew what Chade's answer would be to my concerns. Bring the girl to Buckkeep where we can protect her, teach her to skill. I would not. It had just been the bizarre ending to a dream in which my worst fears mingled. With all the strength I possessed, I believed that, as if my belief could make it the truth. By daylight it was easier to shelve those fears. I had many other concerns to occupy me, and much to arrange before my departure. I went down to Gindust, and paid far ahead on Hap's education. My lad seemed to be prospering at his apprenticeship. Gindust himself told me that the boy surprised him almost daily. Now that he has put his mind to his learning, he added heavily, and I heard there the master's rebuke of my slovenly parenting. But it was Hap who had applied the discipline to himself, and I gave him full credit for it. Every third or fourth day I would make time in my schedule to visit him at least briefly. We did not speak of Svanja, only of how his work progressed and the approaching Springfest and the like. I had not yet told him that I would be leaving Buckkeep with the prince. If I had, I was sure he would tell the other apprentices and perhaps pass it on to Jinna as well, for he was still occasionally a guest in her home. Habit made me wish to keep my travelling plans quiet until close to my departure date. Just as well not to connect me with the prince, I told myself. I did not want to admit that part of that was my own dread at being parted from my foster son for that long, especially as I expected to be going into danger. I had taken the fool's warning to heart. In addition to raiding Chade's armoury for an impressive array of small and deadly items, I had undertaken modifying my clothing to accommodate them. It was a lengthy and frustrating process, and I often missed the fool's deft suggestions and defter hands. I saw little of him in those days. I might glimpse Lord Golden about the halls and courtyards of the keep, but other young and dashing nobles of the court always accompanied him. The halls of Buckkeep seemed to be swarming with such youngsters. The prince's quest seemed to have a fascination for a certain type of young man, one eager both to prove himself and to spend his ancestral fortune on amusing himself at the same time. They were attracted to Lord Golden as moths are to a lamp. Then I heard a rumour that Lord Golden was completely enraged that Chalcedian vessels were disrupting trade and delaying the arrival of the Gemalian cloaks that he had specially commissioned for the Outislander expedition wardrobe. They were, according to gossip, to have been patterned with dragons in black, blue, and silver thread. I asked Chade about it. He had come up to the tower that evening to help me work on speaking basic Outislander. The language shared many words with the common tongue of the Six Duchies, but the Outislanders twisted them and spoke gutturally. My throat was sore from my attempts. "Did you know that Lord Golden still plans to accompany us?" I asked him. "Well, I've given him no reason to think otherwise. Use your head, Fitz. He's a very resourceful man. As long as he thinks he will simply take ship with the prince, he will make no alternate arrangements. And the less time we give that one to think of alternate arrangements, the less chance that he can circumvent our will. I thought you said you could prevent him from taking ship from Buckkeep." "I did. I can. But he seems to have a goodly supply of coin at his command, Fitz, and that can make many things possible. Why give him any extra time to plan?" He glanced away from me. "When the time comes to board, he will simply be told that there has been a miscalculation. There is no room for him. Perhaps he can follow on a later vessel, but I will be sure that there are no such vessels with available space." I was silent for a time. I tried to imagine that scene and winced. Then I said softly, "It seems a hard way to treat a friend." "We treat him thus precisely because he is your friend. You were the one who wished him stopped. He told you he had foreseen his death on Outislander, and that you must somehow prevent the prince from slaying the black dragon. As I told you then, I put little weight on either event happening. If Lord Golden does not accompany us, he cannot die there, nor can he provoke you into interfering with Dutiful's mission. I doubt it will be much of an adventure anyway. He will have missed only some cold and difficult work. I think that the prince's slaying may be no more than chopping free the head of something that was buried in the ice ages ago. How are you two getting along lately?" He added the final question so adroitly that I answered it without thinking. Not well and not poorly. Mostly I don't see much of him. I looked down at my fingers and scraped at a hanging nail. It's as if he has become someone else, someone I don't know very well, and would have no reason to know in this life we live now. And I the same. I've the feeling that he has been very busy of late, and yet I'm not sure with what. The common gossip tells me only that he has begun to gamble heavily on games of chance. He spends his money lavishly on dinners and gifts of wine and fine garments for his friends, but even more on gambling with them. No fortune will withstand that for long. I scowled. That does not sound like the man I know. He so seldom does anything without a purpose, yet I see no reason for that. Chade laughed without humour. Well, so many say when they see a friend fall to a weakness. He would not be the first intelligent man I've known to succumb to an unreasoning appetite for games of chance. And in a way you may blame yourself. Since Dutiful introduced the stone game, it has roared into popularity. The young men call it the Prince's Stones. As with all such caprices, what started out as simple has become terribly expensive. Not only do opponents wager against each other, but now men back favourite players, and the wagers on a single game may mount to a small fortune. Even the game cloths and stones have increased in value. Instead of a cloth, Lord Valsop has created a board of polished walnut set with lines of ivory, and his playing pieces are of jade, ivory, and amber. One of the better taverns in town has refitted its upper room exclusively for stones players. It is expensive even to enter it. Only the finest wine and foods are served there by only the comeliest servants. I was appalled. All this from a simple game supposed to help Dutiful focus his mind on the skill. Chade laughed. One never knows where such things will lead. It recalled another question to my mind, speaking of something that led to something else, of those we felt stir when Dutiful and Thick skilled out. Have any come to Buckkeep? Not yet, Chade replied, and tried to keep disappointment from his voice. I had hoped they would hasten here, but I suppose that summons was both too strange and too abrupt. We should make a time when we can all sit down and intentionally reach forth in that way again. Last time it only occurred to me in that instant that we could summon those we had wakened. My thoughts to them were rushed and unclear, and now we have so little time before we sail that there is no point in calling them here now. Nonetheless, it should be one of the first things we attend to when we return. How I wish that our prince was setting out with a traditional coterie of 6 trained skill users at his beck and call. Instead, we are 5, and one is the prince himself. 4, for we leave Lord Golden behind, I pointed out. 4, Chade agreed sourly. He looked at me, and Nettle's name hung unuttered between us. Then, as if to himself, he said, And there is no time now to train any others. In truth, there is scarcely time enough to train those we have. I cut him off before he could voice his frustration with himself. It will come with time, Chade. I am convinced you cannot force it any more than a swordsman can use will alone to make himself better. It must be coupled with endless practice and with drills that seemingly have nothing to do with his goals. Patience, Chade. Patience with yourself and with us. He still could not hear any individual of the coterie skill to him, unless there was physical contact as well. He was aware of Thick's skilling, but it was like the humming of a gnat by his ear. It conveyed nothing. I did not know why we could not break through to him. and I did not know why he could not reach out to us. He had the skill. Both my healing and my scarring had proven that he possessed great talent with it in that specialized area. But Chade was a man consumed by his ambition, and he would not rest until he had mastered the full spectrum of his magic. But my efforts to reassure Chade had only turned his thoughts into a different channel. "Would you rather have an axe?" he asked me abruptly. I goggled at him for a moment, and then grasped his thought. "I haven't fought with an axe in years," I told him. "I suppose I could try to get some practice in before we sailed, but I thought you just told me that this would probably be more drudgery than battle. After all, what enemy do we expect to fight? Even so, still, an axe might prove more useful against the ice around the dragon than a sword. Request one from the weapons master tomorrow, and begin some drill with it to refresh your skills." He cocked his head at me and smiled. I knew that smile. I was already braced when he added, "You'll be teaching weapons to Swift, along with reading and numbers. He is not doing well in the hearth classes with the other children. Barrick has taught him ahead of his years, so he is bored when put with the lads his own age, and uncomfortable with the older boys. Catrichan has decided he would do best with an individual tutor. The Queen chose you." "Why me?" I demanded. What I had seen of the boy at Webb's lessons did not make me anxious to take him on as a student of anything. He was a dark and moody child who sat solemn through stories that had other children rolling with laughter. He spoke little and looked much with Barrick's black eyes. He carried himself as stiffly as a guardsman who had just taken a lashing, and had as much cheerfulness also. "I am not suited to be a tutor. Besides, I think the less I have to do with the boy, the better for both of us. What if Barrick came to visit him and the boy wished him to meet his teacher? It would cause great difficulties." Chade shook his head sorrowfully. "Would that there was a chance of that happening. In the 10 days the boy has been here, there has not been one word from his father to say he regretted sending him. I think Barrick has well and truly disowned him. That is one reason why Catrichan thinks it so important that one man take him over. He needs such a man in his life. Give him a sense of belonging, Fitz." "Why me?" I asked again sourly. Chade smiled even wider. "I think the symmetry of it pleases Catrichan, and I confess to seeing a certain rough justice there as well." Then he took a breath and spoke more seriously. "Where else would you have us put him? With someone who despises the wit? With someone who finds him a burden but has no sense of obligation to him? No. He's yours now, Fitz. Make something of him, and teach him the axe. The lad should have Barrick's build when he is grown. Right now he's just skin over bone. Take him to the practice courts each day and put some muscle on his frame." "In my spare time," I promised him sourly. I wondered if Barrick had regarded me with as much dread as I did his son. I considered it probable. Yet no matter how much I dreaded it, Chade's words had made it inevitable. The moment he had asked me, "Where else should I put the boy?" I had known dread of what might befall Swift in someone else's hands. It was not that I wanted an extra responsibility, least of all now. It was that I could not bear the thought of someone else taking him and being cruel or ignoring him. Such is the conceit all men have once they have been parents. One becomes convinced that no one else is better suited to the task. I thought with dread of taking up the axe again. That was going to hurt. Yet Chade was right. It had always been my best weapon. Fine blades were wasted on me. I thought with regret of the beautiful sword that the fool had given me. It had remained with him, along with my extravagant wardrobe, when I had left his service. I had not been comfortable masquerading as his servant, but now I found that I missed it. At least it had given me an opportunity to spend time with him. Our last conversation had healed some of the rift between us, but in another way it had created a distance of its own. I had come face to face with the fact that the fool was but one aspect of the man I had thought I'd known. It was, I reflected sourly, like being friends with a puppeteer's puppet and trying to ignore the man that gave it speech and made it dance. Yet late that same night I went to his chamber door and tapped lightly. Dim light seeped from beneath it, but I stood long in the hall before a voice within asked irritably, "Who is there?" "Tom Badgerlock, Lord Golden. Might I come in?" After a pause, I heard the latch lifted. I entered a room that I scarcely recognized. Reserved elegance had become sprawling opulence. Rich carpets overlapped one another on the floor. The candlesticks on the table were gold, and the perfume that the burning tapers gave off breathed as expensively as if he burned coins. The man who stood before me was robed in lavish silk and adorned with jewels. Even the hangings of the walls had been changed. The simple hunting scenes common to so many Buckkeep tapestries had been replaced with ornate depictions of Gemalian gardens and temples. "Will you come in and close the door, or did you merely wish to stand there and gawp?" he demanded peevishly. "It is late at night, Tom Badgerlock, scarcely the hour for casual visitors." I shut the door behind me. "I know, I apologize for that. But when I've come round at more reasonable times, you haven't been here." "Did you forget something when you left my service and moved out of your chambers? That hideous tapestry, perhaps?" "No." I sighed and decided that I would not let him force me back into that role. "I missed you, and I've regretted over and over that stupid argument I began with you when Jack was here. It is as you warned me. I've been doomed to remember it every day, and every day wished I could unsay those words." I walked over to his hearth and dropped into one of the chairs by the dwindling fire. There was a decanter of brandy on a small table beside it, and a glass with a drop or two left in the bottom. "I've no idea what you are talking about, and I was just about to seek my bed. So, your business here, Tom Badgerlock?" "Be angry with me if you wish. I suppose I deserve it. Be whatever you have to be with me. But stop this charade and be yourself. That's all I ask." He stood silent for a moment, looking at me with haughty disapproval, and then he came to take the other chair. He poured himself more brandy without offering me any. I could smell that it was the apricot one that we had shared in my cabin less than a year ago. He sipped it, and then observed, "Be myself. And who would that be?" He set down the glass, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms on his chest. "I don't know. I wish you were the fool," I said quietly, "but I think we have come too far to go back to that pretense. Yet if we could, I would, willingly." I looked away from him. I kicked at the end of a hearth log, pushing it further into the fire and waking new flames in a gust of sparks. "When I think of you now, I do not even know how to name you to myself. You are not Lord Golden to me. You never truly were, yet you are not the fool any more either." I steeled myself as the words came to me, unplanned but obvious. How could the truth be so difficult to say? For a teetering instant, I feared he would misunderstand my words. Then I knew that he would know exactly what I meant by them. For years he had shown that he understood my feelings in the silences he kept. Before we parted company, I had to repair somehow the rift between us. The words were the only tool I had. They echoed of the old magic, of the power one gained when one knew someone's true name. I was determined, and yet the utterance still came awkward to my tongue. "You once said that I might call you beloved if I no longer wished to call you fool." I took a breath. "Beloved, I have missed your company." He lifted a hand and covered his mouth. Then he disguised the gesture by rubbing his chin as if he thought something through carefully. I do not know what expression he hid behind his palm. When he dropped his hand from his face, he was smiling wryly. "Don't you think that might cause some talk about the keep?" I let his comment pass, for I had no answer to it. He had spoken to me in the fool's mocking voice. Even as it soothed my heart, I had to wonder if it was a sham for my benefit. Did he show me what I wished to see, or what he was? "Well," he sighed, "I suppose that if you were going to have an appropriate name for me, it would still be Fool. So let us leave it at that, Fitzy. To you I am the Fool." He looked into the fire and laughed softly. "It balances, I suppose. Whatever is to come for us, I will always have these words to recall now." He looked at me and nodded gravely, as if thanking me for returning something precious to him. There were so many things I wanted to discuss with him. I wanted to review the prince's mission, and talk about Webb, and ask him why he now gambled so much and what his wild extravagances meant. But I suddenly wanted to add no more words to what we had said tonight. As he had said, it balanced now. It was a hovering scale between us. I would chance no word that might tip it awry again. I nodded to him and rose slowly. When I reached the door, I said quietly, "Then good night, fool." I opened the door and went out into the corridor. "Good night, beloved," he said from his fireside chair. I shut the door softly behind myself. Epilogue. The hand that once wielded both sword and axe now aches after an evening of the quill. When I wipe the tip of one clean, I often wonder how many buckets of ink I have used in a lifetime. How many words have I set down on paper or vellum, thinking to trap the truth thereby? And of those words, how many have I myself consigned to the flames as worthless and wrong? I do, as I have done so many times. I write. I sand the wet ink. I consider my own words. Then I burn them. Perhaps when I do so, the truth goes up the chimney as smoke. Is it destroyed, or set free in the world? I do not know. I used to doubt the fool when he told me that all of time was a great circuit, and that we are ever doomed to repeat what has been done before. But the older I get, the more I see it is so. I thought then that he meant one great circle entrapped all of us. Instead, I think we are born into our circuits. Like a colt on the end of a training line, we trot in the circular path ordained for us. We go faster, we slow down, we halt on command, and we begin again. And each time we think the circle is something new. My father's raising was given over, all those many years ago, to my grandfather's half-brother, Chade. In his turn, my father gave me over to his right-hand man to rear, and when I became a father, I entrusted that the same hand could best raise my daughter in safety. Instead, I took in another man's son, and made Hap mine. Prince Dutiful, my son and yet not mine, also came to be my student. And in time, Burrick's own son came to me, to learn from me that which his own father would not teach him. Each circle spins off a circle of its own. Each one seems a new thing, but in truth it is not. It is just our most recent attempts to correct old errors, to undo old wrongs done to us, and to make up for things we have neglected. In each cycle, we may correct old errors, but I think we make as many new ones. Yet, what is our alternative? To commit the same old errors again? Perhaps having the courage to find a better path is having the courage to risk making new mistakes. That was The Golden Fool, Book 2 of the Tawny Man trilogy, written by Robin Hobb, read by Nicholas Taylor, for HarperCollins Audio.